Good morning. Greetings. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And today is Tuesday, March 1st, 9:21 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 9 minutes into the opening bell. It is a new month. Oh my God, give yourself a pat on the back. You did it, you made it, ladies and gentlemen. We're 3 months into the new year, man. It's amazing out here. Um, man, do want to get into some earnings plays here. That happened yesterday after hours and this morning here. We got a bunch of earnings here reported here. Looks like, excuse me, Target is going to be your leader here this morning. Target. Ooh, 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 ooh. Target is up, ladies and gentlemen. Target is up $28, crushing earnings here, up 14% here. We're just gonna see if they hold. The market is in deep red here. Um, so yeah, I don't know how long that's gonna hold or stick there. But the market is in deep red here. We are at 435 and pre-market on the SPY at support. The VIX is below VWAP at $24.60 here. Still high on the VIX though. But yeah, man, good morning. Early break gets the worm. The early bird gets the worm. That is a true saying here. If you're up right now and you're ready to make a couple of dollars here, you're on time, man. You're on time. This is the place to be here right now. This is the Stock Market Live, ladies and gentlemen. And we just here with SCLD today, man. Shout out to Netflix. I see they bringing my show back. Outer Banks season 3. Hey, shout out to Netflix, man. Before we get started, though, I do want to let you guys know that this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, let's go ahead and get into the earnings news here. We got it does look like let's see here. We have a bunch of we got earnings news, we got data throughout the market here. Fed Chair Powell testimony. It's coming up Thursday at 10 a.m. So he will be speaking Thursday at 10 a.m. That is confirmed. U.S. jobs report, all that come out Thursday as well. ISM PMI data come out Thursday. OPEC meeting this Friday or Thursday. Uh, Earnings, man. Target, CRM calls BBY, Zoom. Oh man, Best Buy, Zoom and Target today though is everyone's gonna have their eyes on Zoom and Target here right at the opening bell in about 5 minutes, so we're gonna have it pulled up here. But Zoom and Target here is gonna be your most anticipated earnings reports here. Everyone's gonna be trying to play that. Keep it in mind here. Not seeing anything crush pre-market here besides Target earnings, man. Target's earnings. Everything else, like I said, the overall market is red. Um, so you want to keep all that in mind. But the indices, man, look like they're gonna open in the red, you guys. That's just how it's gonna start out. We know things can start out red and turn green, or they can go red and get deeper red here. We're gonna see when the opening bell starts. The spot is at 435.51 in pre-market though. That is that resistance slash support area there. So it can go either way, man. It can go either way. We saw it 2 days bounce up above 435. We haven't seen it bounce below 435 yet. So it might go up, man. Like I said, it can go red to green here. It might get deeper red. We're about to find out here in 4 minutes. We're going to catch the opening bell live with Late Cash Accumulator over days, ladies and gentlemen. But it looks like we will start off in the low reds here. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Western Allies took key Russian banks from systems. So a lot of Russian banks are shut down here. The Russian market over there Russian market is shut down. All that's shut down. They basically sanctioned all that over there. It sounds like they said Putin wants to do a peace, ceasefire peace treaty or something. So we're gonna see if he really followed through with that. You know, Putin here say something and do another. So we're gonna see if that follows through or he changed his mind by the end of the day here with that. But it is now 27, ladies and gentlemen. We got 3 minutes to the opening bell. We're going to take a quick break here in the pre-market. But, man, I hope y'all ready, man. Wake up, get the coal out your eye, go brush your teeth, jog, run in place, yawn, stretch. Just get up, move, get the body flowing here, get the blood flowing. Go check the mail real quick or something. We got about 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We about to start. The opening bell is about to kick off here. We're going to catch you live here with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. And good morning again. Good morning again. I hope you guys have a good trading day. I hope you guys have a good investing day. May the trading and investing guys be with you all. We will get back to you guys at the end of the day to see how everything took place in your portfolio, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And we are up live early in the morning. It is March 1st. It's a new month, man. It ain't no reason to be mad about nothing. You done made it through 2 months in 2022. Oh, man, so you can make it through 2 more. You can make it through 8 more. You can make it you can make it until you want to make it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, we got about 2 minutes till that opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. And Zoom is down in the pre-market, about $4 right now. Target is holding their gains here. Looks like they're going to go into the opening bell with that earnings pop to the upside. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back in about 1-2 minutes here.
Good dog. Good dog.
Well, Birdie had no right to dish you like that.
Man, Birdie's just being. Roll up the Birdie. Wrap up the Birdies. Level up. I leveled up. I leveled up. Hey, I'm feeling good, so you know I leveled up. I'm from the hood, but you know I leveled up. What's good? Is you really with it, dude? Hey, what's good? Is you really with it, guys? Hey, 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 I'm leveled up. Hey, hey, I'm leveled up. I'm feeling good. Hey, I'm from the hood. Hey. Ay, I leveled up. Look at my chain. I leveled up. Them diamonds blind. Oh, I leveled up. Where your hoe? She with my man. I can't fuck with her if my man don't wanna fuck with her. Ay, pulling extra space. Yo, hoe, she just want a spade. Smoke some dope to the face. Pluto in the building, what you say, what you say? I got them bands, I leveled up, stop playing. You selling grams, you level up, we selling OZs. Come cop a O, please. Ay, we leveled up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the market is officially open. And we are getting some downside here at the opening bell on Zoom's opening up here. We'll see how far it takes it down here. They're down about 5% right now. Energy starting out it's really strong here. Energy starting out really strong here. SPY's going up here. First green candle here. Not seeing any movement yet with the VIX here. So the VIX ain't open yet. They running a little late or something here. A little delay on my chart at least. Go zoom in. I like to zoom in that first candle, man. That first candle has to be zoomed in just to see where it want to take us here. I haven't seen any type of opening here with the VIX yet. TLT's open here. Switch it here. Deal. So it looks like they Zoom trying to find some type of support here, along with the so it looks like Target is slipping here. They have sold since the opening here. Didn't even give you that 228 in the pre-market yet. So Target just opened and sold out $3. It's still up 25 though. So you can't really get it twisted there with Target. The Dow Jones ETF is excuse me, that is the VIX here. So the VIX is open now. VIX is going up. SPY's kind of coming down a little. It's only been 2 minutes. So they're gonna have to figure it out. You know how they do. The Dow has did a lot here at the opening here. They all have actually though. We got about 5.5 candles already here, and about 4 if you want to be really technical. But yeah, about 4 or 5 candles here, and it's only been 3 minutes here, so they're moving a little fast here right now. Keep in mind the market is in red territory here. You do see pullbacks here with Tesla. They're not showing continuation today. Looks like Amazon is still down 30 from yesterday. Target is pulling that earnings report back here. Zoom is on the high right now for some reason. Zoom is on the high here, right back at 130 here, so they're only down $1. Looks like that report might be nice here. Looks like that stimulus. They still got some of it, you know. They're doing really good. Zoom is actually going up here, about to turn green here. So this might be one of those days where Zoom actually is green and the whole market might be red here. I've seen that happen before. Wouldn't surprise me. But it looks like that's what it might be here at the first 4 minutes here. Just checking around with some other names here. Not really seeing too much movement out of anybody. If we're seeing green here, it's only about like 50 cents, maybe 50 cents to $1. The SPY is right here at 435, right here in the middle, right on VWAP, right at support, right at resistance. It can go either way right here, ladies and gentlemen. It can go either way right here. It can pop and go up right here. This might be your bottom, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to be grabbing calls here. This could be a bottom. You might want to be grabbing puts. This could be a top here. We're just going to find out here in momentarily. But the candles are starting to pick up here. That was the high today right there during that moment just now. So it's been 5 minutes and we just got the top here. The first 5 minutes here, VIX is just really going down. It's below VWAP. So kind of stocks taking advantage of that slightly here. I still think you're going to, if you want to see more upside for stocks here today, you're going to need about I said about 441 on the SPY here, 442, baby. 444 would be max pain there. I think the stocks will go up if the SPY go up that high. But for the bears here, if you want to see the stocks come down here, you think it's too high right now, you're going to want to see the SPY break below 430, man. Break below 427. That'll be max pain for the bulls. So either way it go right there, you know what I'm saying? You're going to that's just where we're in the middle right now. Technically, it's just either way it go. Right here. It's going to be a big move to the up or downside next here, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the first 6 minutes here, and we're not really seeing too much here. We haven't saw a break of a space yet on the up or downside on anything. Everybody's kind of consolidating right on their resistance / support here, trying to figure some things out possibly. A bunch of market data is rolling through. Futures tumble and Russia's invasion sanctions escalate here. So that's what you got going on. Russia's invasion is escalating here. The sanction is escalating. All that stuff over there You gotta think those people can't get a lot of money out of their banks right now over there in Russia, so it's not really looking good over there, man. But yeah, that's just where we are right now. SPY is going up though, 436.77, 78 here. So the SPY is showing upside momentum to start this thing off here, and the triple Qs as well. The volatility is coming down here more and more. I'm starting to see here. Zoom ain't doing nothing, man. Zoom's in the same spot here. So they doing the post-earnings trick here. I've seen this before. Just because they don't do nothing on their earnings or post-earnings don't mean they're not going to still make their move, ladies and gentlemen. They will make it here. Just too much attention possibly on it right now. They don't want to do it. They want to catch you off guard here. So you want to have to put some time on that Zoom earnings play there. They haven't did any type of move yet. Still in the same spot since yesterday. Very odd, very rare that happens. But when that does happen, don't get discouraged. They still are going to make that move. They're just trying to do it on their time. The spot just touched 437.13. The triple Qs is going up as well right now with it. We're seeing the Dow Jones Industrial Average go up here as well, the ETF. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here. Target is slipping here. They're only up $23. Target is slipping. We're going to take a quick break here. All the indices are in the red still. The Nasdaq's down 1% here. The S&P 500 is down 1.25 here. The Dow is down 1.25 as well. So we are in the red, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. It's the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's only been 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here in about 2.
Young nigga leveled up on the hood, but you know I leveled up.
Yeah, you know I leveled up. Yeah, I got my motherfucking shovel up. And it's on life you can't get done if you ain't digging what I'm saying. Feel like that, switching up the plan. Oh man, got caught with 80 grams. Oh damn, I don't know what that is. Who's his dad? Who gon' take that big? Who gon' do it? I don't know about shit. I'm still not talking, I got my Jewish lawyer on 6. That's speed dial if you ain't get it. Yeah, all my niggas with it. That's the real ones, we in the league, we don't feel you. Yeah, we in the league and we don't feel you. Yeah, hating from a distance, keep it away. I ain't really with it. I'm a spiritual fucking listener. Yeah, I'm blowing smoke, nigga. If they wanna kill me, oh well, I'm going to heaven, nigga. So damn, nigga, I don't feel you. No way, I'm one side and I'm real here. Nigga better level up. Yeah, like McMill, I'm on levels. Yeah, you better know your level. If you don't know it, then you with the devil.
That's what I get, trying to be like you, trying to be like you.
Yeah, like you trying to be like me.
All the way.
Nah.
Bitch, I'm tryna fuck. Bitch, it ain't no love. Bitch, you fuck my brothers. I know that I was in the gutter. I was in the car. I could've went in. I could've fucked a friend. But I was off the team. And I was off the hand. I had another bitch. I got locked up. I was in the pen. Hey, I got plenty beats. That shit got me caught up in the trenches. That shit got me jammed up in the hinges. But I'm still loose. For the hinges. Hey, for the hoe. Santa Claus coming down the chimney though. Hey, kick it through your bed though. Tell that bitch she gotta come through the bed though. Yeah, that shit had me fucked up. I was up the sands. I can remember stuff. But I be rolling. Hey, no loud, no concert. Hey, these niggas berserk. Hey, I'm smoking on this OG sherbert. I'm with your hoe. Hey, bitch, I'm tryna fuck. This shit ain't no love. Bitch, you fuck my brothers. I know that I was in the gutter. I was in the car. I couldn't win in. I could've fucked a friend. But I was off the team. And I was off the hand. I had another bitch. I got locked up. I was in the pen. Hey, take a charge. Baby girl, I ran you over too hard. But you gon' get the ball. Hey, ball ain't your wall. Hey, yeah, balls to the wall. If you reverse it. No, throw some chairs. I'm getting single. I'm getting money. I'm winning like bingo. I saw you like Nino. What you need a picture? Bitch, I'm tryna fuck. This shit ain't no love.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It is 9:42 a.m. It's been 12 minutes since the market has been open. And the spot is right here, consolidating on VWAP, right in the middle here, right back at 436 here, 435. Went to 437.16, got rejected there. Back in the consolidation phase, right here in the middle, below VWAP, just a tad bit here. Just a tad bit here. So this is where we at right now. It looks like defense stocks rises, Germany boost, military spending here. So you got the defense stocks up here. So I would check on names like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and things like that, that nature. Those type of stocks there. They're the ones that's going to kind of pick it up here and hold. Looks like Zoom is trying to stay in the same spot here, so a little confusion. Like I said, they're not really moving on their earnings report there, or up or down. Kind of still in the same spot here. Just might not be ready to make that earnings move yet. That's just sometimes what they do, just to stall people out. They obviously made it after hours, but you had the market makers reset it for them and saved them, and gave them the momentum right back to where they were here. So it did look like people did not like the stock here, and after hours yesterday, dumped it here to 112. But the market makers didn't want people to get that payment here. Maybe possibly because all of their earnings reports, they've been getting dumped here. They've been paying out, so the market makers wanted to switch this one up. Didn't want to pay anybody out. Wanted to actually take your money this time here. So if you played options on that for the week, you got clapped on both sides. If you got some time on it, you still have a chance here. If you got a weekly, yeah, you would have a chance if it's coming in your direction right now, or like maybe by tomorrow, by the end of the week. Spots coming down here though below VWAP now, 435 low in here. Triple Qs is below VWAP as well. The VIX is above VWAP here. The Dow is below. So yeah, just talking about the earnings here though. That's just how it works sometimes. Like I said, you got to put some time on it. They'll make their earnings post move, but they're going to do it on their time. So they're going to catch you slipping here. They're going to wait till you get frustrated and completely forget about it, and they're going to do it. So just keep your eye on that. Right now, they might consolidate and try to stay in the same area here because they know that'll just kill premium on both sides here if you don't have time. Zoom knows that, trust me. The market makers know that, trust me. That's why they brought it right back up from 112. If they wanted Zoom to look bad here, if Zoom was going to look bad here, they would have just let it sit right here at 112. Hell, they wouldn't even have let it bounce back as far as 133. So you get what I'm saying here. It would have bounced back at least to 120 if they were doing some type of bad. So they must not be doing that bad here. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But yeah, they're gonna Zoom's gonna they're gonna make a move eventually. Just you gotta keep an eye on them. Don't give up on that move. It's gonna happen there. You see Target made their move, but they actually faded here with the open market. Just because the market is red here, so they probably wasn't gonna just keep going up. The market was green. Now Target would have took advantage of that, but I think Target will at least hold $20 here. I think that was just a part of the correction here for their earnings. It was a little bit oversold there, below 200 for a while. So yeah, Target is still holding up $22, but they did sell off. They were up about 228 in the pre-market. Didn't even see that at the opening. Got about 227.15. So that was the high right now on Target. They might fight back to that before the week is over. Definitely before the day. We'll just keep an eye out on Target there as well. That is another post earnings play, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into some more earnings post plays here. It looks like, oh, we showed the market data. Is it out? Is it out? Let me see, guys. Stocks lower at the open though right now. That is the headlines here. Excuse me. Stocks are a little lower here at the opening. So I do want to. I think I had it here. Let's see. Import. Okay, so this was the Monday one, so we can really delete this one. Let's see. It's not the one I wanted. This is the one I want you guys to see here. Okay, so yeah, it looks like some market information just is about to hit the market here 2 minutes ago. The market manufacturing PMI final is out. It just came out about 2 minutes ago. We are going to have the ISM manufacturing index. It's going to come out at 10 a.m. We're going to have the construction spending. That's going to come out at 10 a.m. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic, he speaks at 2 p.m. today. So we have another Fed speaker at 2 p.m. today. And we got construction spending at 10 a.m. And we have the ISM manufacturing index at 10 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. That data will come out. Those numbers will come out here. Looks like the market manufacturing PMI final numbers are out here. Just came out about 3 minutes ago. So we're going to check with that and get you guys that update and see what that came out to be. But did want to let you guys know that is taking place. Did want to let you guys know that is taking place. Yeah, that information right there is out. So keep that in mind. Let me see here. So yeah, that information is out. Keep that in mind. So yeah, looks like let's get into some more earnings plays here, man. Since the market is kind of chilling right here, we got time to talk a little bit. So C Limited here is down about $12 for their earnings. So they're down about 8%. Got a little correction there. They actually fell from 146 yesterday. And now they're right here in the open market at 133. So that is C here. Let's check with China. China. Oh, Baidu popped to the upside here, up $15 right now. Really was up about 20 here at 170. So Baidu had a huge pop to the upside here from 150 to 170. That's good for Baidu. That's good for China. China's doing good there. Baidu's doing good anyway, so that's really good. Let's check with Domino's Pizza here. We need to see what they did. Whoa, got clapped here. Domino's Pizza is down about 5% here, down $22. Starting to gap up right here in the middle of nowhere right here. I'm seeing the candlestick, but they did fall from 433 all the way to 391, ladies and gentlemen, 392 in the open market. Ooh, out. So Domino's got clapped here. They're in the same spot they were in about 2020, if I'm not mistaken here. I remember them doing this exact movement here. They were at 434, fell heavy 390, bounced 409, and by the end of the day, they were back below 390. Not saying that same movement is going to happen here just like that, but I'm just saying far as the area where they're at, that has happened before, so it looks like they're repeating it here. It actually looks like they're spiking up here right now, up 411 here, down $21 though still, ladies and gentlemen. So that is Domino's Pizza. If y'all out there, y'all go get y'all some pizza, man, just know they're clapped. Be mindful and respectful. Get you a little discount pizza at least. So Domino's is coming up here, 414. They're still down 18 though, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Workhorse, we want to check with them as well. When I first started investing, I used to be all down for this stock here. This was a good stock when I started investing here. It was not a penny stock when I first started. I think it was about, I'm going to look at the all-time here. When I first started, I'm going to show you guys about 2020. They were doing very good. They were like $22, $25 at one point. Turned into a penny stock though here. So now $3. That type of stuff happens in this market environment. Um, it's the nature of the business, you guys. Yeah, but yeah, not looking so good to be a penny stock now. So let's check with Kohl's here. Looks like we're gonna see what Kohl's pulled off. Kohl's actually went up here about $1, $3, $4 maybe in over market here. So Kohl's did good here. It looks like we need to check with AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, they are leading the market to the upside today. AutoZone beat earnings. They're up $42. Man, this company stays fucking beating. But I swear, if I was to play it, I don't know if it would have went down like that. Oh man, market makers be fucking tricking sometimes. But yeah, AutoZone, man, that's really good right there. The VIX just spiked up here in volatility. Is above VWAP again here. Triple Qs is coming down. Spots coming down here. We're below 435 now, you guys. It's getting a little scary here. If they don't pick back up near 435, you see the market start to pull back here. But hold up, back to the earnings plays here though, you guys. AutoZone, man, wow, they actually went to 1950 here. So they actually pulled back a lot. That's really like a $40 pullback. So not really good. That even might have been a $100 move. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, they moved $100 on their earnings report. Sold at the open market, of course. So yeah, that's really good. AutoZone had the best earnings outlook right now. They went up $100, you guys, and they're now only still up 44. So that's good for AutoZone. AutoZone. So let's get with Workday. Let's see what they did. Workday reminds me of Amazon so much with their logo. It's ridiculous. Well, it looks like they went up as well. Workday went up as well. They're actually selling off now. They're only down 10 though from their high here. They were up 20, about 17. So now they're only up $10 here, but they did do good there. Workday did pretty good there, man. So let's check with HP, and then we're gonna end the earnings outlooks here. It looks like HPQ did a little well here. Went up about $2 there. That's really good for them. Someone said check Smile Direct Club, so I'll do that. And this will be the last one. Smile Direct Club is a penny stock. Let's keep that in mind. I think this stock is the future, though. I really like this stock for some reason. I just think maybe it might be because I'm into like getting my teeth cleaned a lot and being into the dentist industry and all that stuff. I just like that stuff so much. I think it's really good to have your mouth clean at all times when you can. So I think Smile Direct Club, they will provide that for the future here. They're a penny stock now, but I really think in the long term, they actually just got into the stock market, really. Yeah, they did here in 2020. So they started about $20. I really think in about 10 years from now, this stock will really be at least $60 here a share. But I mean, that's just my opinion in the future here. This is a penny stock now, but they did have earnings here. So a little slight movement with their earnings, ladies and gentlemen. But today's earnings is AMC, after hours here, that is. AMC, Plug Power. You got Salesforce, Wish, Nordstorm, Sofa, PaySafe, Dollar Tree tomorrow, PaySafe tomorrow, Dollar Tree tomorrow. So, yeah, that's just where it's at with the earnings. So, I got you guys update right there. Russell Central Bank raises key interest rate to 20%. That's a huge pop right there. So yeah. We do have all the indices in the red. Ladies and gentlemen, the NASDAQ is down 81%, S&P 500 is down 95%, and the Dow Jones is leading the way down here at about 1.20% here. So we are still in the red, ladies and gentlemen. The spot is below VWAP here. Still at a good position where the bulls are in control, 434.41. That is a nice support area right here. I really think the Bears can get control back if they can get it back below to that pre-market low, maybe 432, 7 cents below that. Yeah, definitely the Bears will be in control here. But I think right here at this level, ladies and gentlemen, the Bulls are fine right here. They're just kind of consolidating sideways and catching the dip. Nothing really too much going on right now. Nothing too much going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. New Sarah. Checking with crypto here, looks like they were doing very well this morning. I did see Ethereum up back at 3,000, so that was good. Let's see if they still held it. Only down about $20 from it, but yeah, they did pop up here back to about 3,200 here, almost, yeah. But definitely they was at 3,000 this morning. I saw that, so that's really good for them. Looks like Bitcoin picked up overnight too. Bitcoin picked up. They was at 44,000 at one point. I was looking at them this morning. So that's good for the crypto area there. They're doing good as well. They're taking advantage of the whole the war situation, Russia-Ukraine situation. The U.S. dollar is down a little bit, but it's slightly up at about $96 here. So for every $1, your dollar really is 96. So keep that in mind right now. That's just what the dollar is indicating here anyway. Amazon's only down 11 here now, ladies and gentlemen. So they're kind of like trying to pick up. Might turn green here, possibly. Down 9 now. So yeah, they might really turn green here, possibly. And they probably might get back to that 3,070 level. They really like their area a lot. I've been noticing that. But it finds strong support at It found strong support at really 3,000. It was really like a consolidation period. Kind of looks like the market makers were doing that. It's just a bunch of specs and spikes everywhere around that 3,000 area. Lets me know that probably was them. This is not real volume here. This is not real investors here trying to get that price. That's the market makers just automatically getting the price there. They have machines that can control it. Not saying that they do. The market still has a mind of its own, but they can control it if they wanted to an extent, put it that way. The market maker control the board to an extent. So keep all that in mind when you're trading. So we are seeing a little bounce right here, a little dip here. So the spot's finding support here at 434. We're still consolidating sideways here on support / resistance near it anyway. No space yet between anything. Just been consolidating all day here. Today's a credit spread day. It's kind of going slow here. Days like this, you kind of got to love them, take advantage of them because it's a buying opportunity or it's just a do nothing opportunity. You just chill and, it's like you show up for school that day and you're not doing nothing in class. They probably even turn a movie on. It's one of these type of days here. So this is what we're getting right now, ladies and gentlemen. The spot is coming back down here. So break below 434. Might get a little bearish momentum here. A break back above 435. We'll continue to stay bullish right here. Right now, it's kind of can go either way. We're kind of bullish middle. But right now, it looks like the spot is going up here. So we're actually back bullish now currently. Yeah, the spot just spiked up here, right back above VWAP and the triple Qs as well. You see that, and the Dow as well. The VIX is coming down below it. So yeah, the bulls in control right now. But let's just see how long they can do that. Obviously, it's going to have to take a while here. So we'll see. But we're going to take a quick break. This is the regular trading hours, ladies and gentlemen. This is the regular market open right here. It's been 30 minutes. It's 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 1st. I need y'all to take a break too. Go brush your teeth. Go yawn. Go make some eggs. Go make some bacon. Go check the news. Go check the mail. Go walk your dog. Go run. Go jog in place. Breathe out with your tongue out. Get the blood flowing, ladies and gentlemen. Just get the blood flowing. Get away from your screen really quick. Get away from your phones really quick. Just take a break. Go drink some water, man. We'll be right back here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCA OD.
talking about. Fuck foe with this shit. Fuck what they talking about. Fuck foe with this shit. Fuck what they talking about. Yo, nigga, I don't need no gang. Nigga, I'm my own gang. If you say my name, we gon' spray. All my niggas with it, toe KKK. $1 million matter, yo, send me automatic. I heard you want some pressure, boy, you don't want no pressure. Blowing out the bad, boy, you know the straight pressure. When your hoes see me, boy, she want straight pressure. You don't wanna see me. You don't want me creep like late night creeping. And your bushes let them niggas sticking. And your bushes leave them niggas sticking. You don't wanna see me creeping. You don't want no pressure. You don't want no pressure.
Hey, where did she fall? I choked her till she coughed. I beat her like a runaway slave, hell I brought her. Yeah, ma'am, I fucked your daughter and I'm 21, I be with Savage and I slaughter. But I'm Leonard P, these bitches think I'm flying. I got a little weight, cause in Shotsbury this shit haunting. All these fucking shootouts, it's better to move in silence. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Yeah, gas 93, no, not no car. Yeah, this that higher than the stars. Hey, this that higher than the stars. Hey, pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. Hey, this that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars. Yeah. But I do have a car. Riding around with your bride. Yeah, that's my bride. That's my sheet. Do her job. She get paid, not rob me. I do what I got to. Money is the root of you. Money is the root of us. Hey, my guns play pick up the bus. But I'm busting down guards, cause I'm scarred. Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars. Hey, pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars.
Higher than the stars, about to take off, go to Mars. I whip a Lexus, I drive a foreign car. I break it down, put it in the car, and roll it up. Yeah, nigga, about to spark, I'm about to spark. Higher than the kite, yeah, my nigga, like Nike, yeah, boy, about to take flight. Take flight, yeah, my nigga, it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long flight. And when I roll it, be high as a kite. You know just what I'm smoking, just what I'm rolling up that potent,
Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars. Ay, pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. It is 10:05 a.m. Spot took a little downturn right there, but it's finding support at 434.26 right now. Triple Qs as well found support at 345 again here. So we're getting new support areas here. 336.50 here on the Dow support. The VIX support would be $24.32. I'm just calling out their bottoms here, which is support. So yeah, that is very important to be calling that out right now because we've seen these movements. We've seen these movements here before the past 2-3 days here on the SPY. So we know what the SPY is really capable of here. We know what they're setting up to do here. We do know a break above 440 at this point, stocks will rally. We do know if a break below 430 at this point, stocks will rally to the downside. So they're going to sit here in the middle, obviously, milk time off the clock to make you decide and figure out which way they're really going to take this here. It can get confusing here because it does look like they're going to bring it down. We are still in a bear market technically, if you're counting monthly spans here. But the bulls have current momentum in this bear market, so that's just what we're facing right now. That's where the tricks are coming in. That's where the Trick Track full crew are getting you for your money right now. So it's very important to just pay attention to key levels right now, the bottoms, the tops. It's really all that matters here right now because the next move is going to be huge here for the overall market. It'll be another payday in the market here. Once this consolidation breaks here and they get out of this little tight spread that they're in right now, market really just sobered up. It was going crazy here before 3 days ago. It made that big move to the downside, and it made a quick move to the upside right after that big move to the downside. So market just sobered up right now, just chilling out, ain't really doing too much, but consolidating, like I said, just trying to get you to choose a side and choose wisely. You guys choose wisely. You don't have to do anything. That's the key thing about this right now. The best thing to do right now while the market is credit spreading is literally nothing. Do your research, do your homework, take a look around at some stocks names and your favorite stock at that, and just do the research on them and see what's possible next for them, because there's always going to be something next for the stocks every day. There's going to be something new for these stocks every day. Every day. This is how this works here. But yeah, all the indices are still in the red, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take another quick break. I did want to come back and let you guys know that the data for the ISM manufacturing PMI is out here. It was 58 forecasted here, but it looks like it actually is 58.6. So it's 58.6 versus 58 here. And that data just came out 8 minutes ago at 10 a.m. So I just want to let you guys know that we are going to take another quick break here, though. We're going to check and see if we can find some briefings here, some live briefings. Something might be going on. We're going to check here. But we'll be right back here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. The volatility is picking up here, $24.95 on the VIX here. Market is in the red. SPY is coming down. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention to the levels. We'll be right back.
Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit is so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah, gotta stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. This shit really a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. I take the L like a leaker. I take the L like a leaker. I am not a tweaker. I am a geeker. And she was geeking. Straight like that. That's how it was. That's how it is. It's over with. I don't look back. I look forward to my future. Straight like that. So what they saying? I can't hear them. Still not with them. Was in the jam. In the system for a little minute. That's how it felt. That's how it felt. If you don't know nothing about that, then don't talk about it. Straight like that. Yeah, that was a wake up. Still got my cake up. Yeah, blowing them O's, still gon' bake up. That's what it is, that's how it is. That's how I'm going to my life go, then that's what it is. And I don't worry about nothing, I don't trip. Yeah, she still tripping by my fucking dick. Damn, she still fucking want my fucking dick. Shit so fucking crazy, she addicted. Goddamn, I don't even want the chick. Goddamn, I don't even want the chick. Goddamn, I don't even want the chick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the quick little break there. It does look like we found a briefing here. It just started about 10 minutes ago, literally. We're live here with the stock market. This is LCALD Live. But they're live from the White House here. It looks like the Defense and State Department officials they're going to testify on engagement with allies and partners here. So let's tune into that. That could be pulling the market down here right now. This live briefing here just started. The market is slipping here, though, ladies and gentlemen. The bulls are slipping here. They're going. I mean, we were still in the bear market overall. They had momentum here, but I'm saying the bulls had momentum here, but they're losing that momentum. They're losing the bullish momentum in the bearish market, so it's not looking good here. I think the bearish numbers on the board today will, like I said, be that break below 432. If you see that next coming, you'll start to see stocks pull back even more than what you see now. Amazon's only down 14 here. Let's check with Tesla because they were leading the way yesterday. They're only down 10, so nothing too different here you're going to see on the stocks. They're not going to just sell off unless the SPY keeps coming down below 432, 430, 428. You hear what I'm saying? So yeah, and the volatility is going up here. The VIX is up now $25.20 here on the high. So yeah, if you see that keep going up 26, 27, 28, stocks will come down eventually at that point. But as long as the volatility goes down, stocks will hold up, go up. That's just how the market works here. But let's tune in here to this live briefing. It just started 10 minutes ago. Let's see what they got to say. This is moving the market right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10:12 a.m. Target sets a new starting wage for range from $15 to $24 per hour. So that's why they beat there tremendously. Zoom is still holding up in the same area here, not doing anything different here. So like I said, just milking time off the clock for the weeklies here. They will make a move here still shortly. That's why you got to have time on it in the market. The indices are still in the red, though. The Dow's down about 1.23%. The Nasdaq's down 50%. The S&P 500 is down 93%. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. The European markets are in the deep red, too. So they're still open over there, just suspended right now. But the European market is in the red as well with the United States market. So let's keep all of that in mind as we watch this video, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we learn something here. But we're getting a little bounce right there at the bottom of the SPY. We're getting a sell-off on the VIX at the top right there. Looks could be a possible dip pullback. Might go higher here. Might come back to VWAP here. SPY might go back to VWAP. Might be a top here. Might be a dip and go lower. So let's just pay attention to what happens next here.
Success requires teamwork, and I can assure you that our entire team is focused on embracing it. The department's focus on security cooperation has evolved over time, and it has greatly benefited from congressional reforms. 5 years ago, Congress enacted unprecedented legislation empowering the department to support allies and partners through a consolidated range of Title X U.S. Code security cooperation authorities designed to advance U.S. interests and with full coordination of the Department of State. In doing so, the message was clear. Security cooperation should be deliberate and holistic. It should evolve based on consistent learning and reflect the values the United States stands for. Today, our cooperation with allies and partners includes military-to-military engagements, capacity building, education and training activities, humanitarian assistance activities, and robust exercises with key partners. While the department has implemented these reforms through meaningful improvements to security cooperation, more remains to be done. To seize the opportunity for further change, we are focusing on 3 priority areas: prioritizing who and what we invest in, focusing on sustainable impact, and adopting a holistic, integrated approach to how we execute security cooperation programs. I began by sharing with you how the U.S. network of alliances and partnerships is a strategic advantage that competitors cannot match. I conclude by sharing that this advantage is not a given. It requires active involvement by the entire U.S. government, listening to partners' concerns and taking a thoughtful and deliberate approach to how we employ our resources to meet our priorities. This is facilitated by good strategy, good policy, and close partnership among the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and Congress. I appreciate your leadership on this critical issue, and I thank you for the opportunity to share our vision for engagement with allies and partners through security cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, distinguished members of the committee, I am honored to be here today. I'm going to give my oral statement and ask that my written statement be submitted for the record.
I was just going to tell you to pull the microphone a little bit closer to you with my microphone off. So it is covered. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to speak with you about the importance and value of security cooperation and security assistance, and the vital role these functions play as tools of foreign policy in our relationships with partners and allies. I sit before you to discuss these matters at a time when that proposition is being tested and displayed as at few points in history, as the bombs rain down on the hospitals and schools of Kyiv, as the Russian tanks roll through the Ukrainian countryside, as we see before our eyes the sites of war in the European theater that we had imagined had been retired to history, I can say that I am proud of the support the United States have provided to Ukraine in and in advance of their time of need, and proud of the remarkable courage of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people as they wield our assistance to push back on Russia's unforgivable assault. And our support to Ukraine demonstrates the wide arrays of tools that state and the Department of Defense can bring to a partner security sector. Since assuming office last January, this administration has provided over $1 billion to Ukraine's defensive capabilities, including through foreign military financing, the DoD Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and other program lines. Through the Multinational Joint Commission, we work with Ukraine and our allies to identify military requirements and match funding streams to support the needed defensive capabilities, ranging from radars to javelins. Through the Excess Defense Articles program, we've delivered to Ukraine armed Coast Guard cutters to create asymmetric maritime capability in the Black Sea. In addition, through our programs such as the International Military Education and Training Authority, we've supported the development of a cadre of professional and Western-looking mid- and senior-level Ukrainian officers. And through a series of exercises, the Defense Department has strengthened the interoperability of our forces and Ukraine's tactical and operational capabilities. Then, as the threat from Russia sharpened, we have used the Presidential Drawdown Authority an unprecedented 3 times in the space of 6 months, including this weekend's $350 million package, the largest presidential drawdown package in U.S. history, to provide urgently needed ammunition, Javelin anti-tank missiles, and the Stinger man-portable air defense systems to Ukraine. At the same time, we continue to expeditiously process and approve requests for deliveries of U.S. origin material, military equipment to Ukraine from our allies and partners, which is the theme of this hearing, under our third-party transfer authority. As the Assistant Secretary for Political Military Affairs, or PM, this mission is at the core of my responsibilities. PM is on the front lines of this effort that links diplomacy and defense to bolster U.S. national security. My team works closely with the Department of Defense, with Congress, and the U.S. defense industry to deliver tools and training that supports our foreign policy, strengthens our allies and partners' abilities to provide for their defense, and contributes meaningfully to the stability of the rules-based international order. Day to day, the Bureau of Political Military Affairs oversees approximately $7 billion in security sector assistance programs annually, which accounts for roughly 20% of the Department of State and USAID's total annual assistance. This assistance includes foreign military financing, an appropriated grant assistance program through which partners are able to procure U.S. origin defense capabilities almost entirely by buying into the Defense Department procurement process, and international military and education and training that enables foreign military personnel to study beside their U.S. counterparts. In addition, the Bureau concurs on behalf of the Secretary of State with multiple Department of Defense security cooperation authorities totaling approximately $9 billion annually as required by law. And we share this burden of security with our allies and partners, and we work together to address the challenges around the world. These tools, Mr. Chairman, apply not only in times of crisis, but help us shape a world that is less susceptible to such threats. As we turn as well to the pacing threat from the PRC and its model of autocracy poses to the rules-based order, we can look to security cooperation and security assistance as a key element of our response. For decades, for example, we have worked to strengthen our security cooperation with key allies such as Japan and South Korea, while creating new partnerships with countries like Vietnam, and while working hand in glove with Taiwan to strengthen that brave island's defense and deterrence. And this administration intends to deepen and expand that cooperation in the months and years ahead. Over the years, commitments like these have created new opportunities for interoperability, new allies to deter aggressive behavior, and new partners to help meet global challenges. Real partnership means bearing burdens together with everyone doing their part, because no single nation can afford to carry that weight alone. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. The Department of State would not be able to achieve the level of security cooperation we have without our key partners, the Department of Defense, the interagency, our foreign partners, and you, the United States Congress. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very much. Dr. Carlin, as you mentioned in your remarks, I think one of the big advantages that we have in terms of building alliances, what we have to offer the world is security assistance. We're better at it than most people who are any other country that could offer it, both in terms of the quality of the equipment, the training we provide, and we have a number of programs, as you know, that enable defense cooperation and providing defense equipment. At the same time, there's increasing pressure, depending on the countries that we're helping. Throughout Africa, there's been people we've helped who have then led coups against the government. Certainly, right now in the Middle East, there's a particular focus on Saudi Arabia and the UAE, where we've built partnerships with them. The war in Yemen has put pressure on our government to back off and not provide that security assistance. In the Philippines, we've had that problem as well. Now we attempt to balance that. We have the Leahy Law that requires respecting human rights. I'm just wondering, how do we strike that balance? And I'm particularly focused on the UAE. The situation in Yemen is very, very complex. But at a minimum at this point, we have slow walked some of our weapon sales that were supposed to go to UAE because of those concerns. How do you see us balancing that? Because what I'm fearful of right now is a lot of countries, and the UAE is at top of that list. We saw that they were one of the countries that abstained in the vote against Russia. They're hedging their bets. And if it doesn't come from us, they're going to go to Russia and China. How do we avoid losing those folks while we're concerned about what else they might be doing? Concerns about human rights, concerns about conflict in the region. How does the DoD look at balancing those concerns? And I'd be interested in Ms. Lewis's comments about that as well.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In your opening remarks, you had talked about how we can't do this on our own. And I think that is spot on. Indeed, we shouldn't do it on our own. It works so much better, as we're seeing in Ukraine, of course, today, when we've knit together a cohort of countries to really ensure effective security cooperation. What's different about when the United States gives security cooperation, as you know, is that we have some real standards. We don't support corruption. We don't support transactional relationships. What we try to do is emphasize the rule of law. We try to emphasize human rights, all in line with our values. Because at the end of the day, frankly, that makes militaries more effective, and that's in all of our interests. So as we work closely with the UAE in particular, we work with them on protecting their territory, defending their territory. But as with all countries, it's important that we have frank conversations about how and in what ways we think they can be more effective at what they're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to concur with Dr. Carlin on the importance of providing our security assistance and working very closely together with our allies and partners around the world. And as you mentioned, we have to really continue to balance those concerns with our deep and strong relationships as we work with countries. Also, on UAE specifically, we remain committed to providing the F-35s and the MQ-9s. We are having regular discussions with the UAE on those.
If I may, we remain committed to that.
Yes.
It doesn't seem to ever happen, and they're starting to notice.
We are talking to them on a regular basis. They know that we are committed, and we are making sure that they have all of the information they need to move forward with those. And at the same time, making sure that they are also complying with the commitments that they made as part of that process. And we're continuing that discussion with them. I would also note, and I think Dr. Carlin mentioned this, that the UAE is really facing enhanced threats from the Houthis inside Yemen. And we have also remained committed to partnering with them as they manage that problem and that challenge.
Thank you. And one last question. The cooperation between the Department of Defense and Department of State, and also development assistance, if you could talk a little bit about how well you work together. I mean, this was a big focus, certainly coming out of Iraq and Afghanistan, but in the counterterrorism effort across Africa, across Asia and the Middle East. It's not just security assistance that we provide. We also want to make sure that we're providing development assistance. And to do that, we need certainly state and DoD working together, but a number of other agencies. You mentioned the rule of law being important. Department of Justice is involved in that. Certainly when we're talking about healthcare, that's where you get into USAID. How well do you think that partnership is working, the sort of intergovernmental approach here to go forward?
Thank you, Chairman. I think the level of cooperation is really unprecedented. And for a lot of that, I have to thank Congress, because the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act, one of the big priorities, as I think we all saw in it, was to ensure that we were talking as often as possible, talking from the earliest stages of which countries and programs would we prioritize, how would we design them, how would we look at execution, and then how would we do assessment, monitoring, and evaluation. And that goes beyond kind of more traditional security cooperations to involve things like humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. It really is a close-knit partnership that involves extremely regular dialogues, which I think has resulted in a more healthy and productive approach to this issue.
Thank you.
May I just add that I think as we look at our foreign policy, the foreign policy of the United States, we need diplomacy, we need development, and obviously we need to have our security assistance deeply involved as well. And I have to say, having been here for 4 months, that I am truly impressed with the deep cooperation at every level, from the action officer all the way up to the most senior levels of the department. As well as with USAID, as we look at how to counter the threats that the U.S. faces. But also, as you point out, if we're going to solve these problems, we have to work hand in glove. One of the things I'm very focused on is security sector governance. And part of that is because of the issues that you have just raised. We need to make sure that ministries of defense know how to procure in ways that combat corruption. We need to be talking about our American values in terms of democracy, human rights. And we have to work hand in glove on all of those programs with USAID and other pieces of the State Department.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I am the uglier version of Mr. Rogers, so
Mr. Whitman, I apologize.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Ms. Lewis, Dr. Carlin, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to go directly to what I see as a divergence in what's happening in the world as it relates to larger spheres of influence, the United States and China specifically. As we've watched China work to expand their spheres of influence, what we see is a very transactional effort that they take. They go to countries, they engage them, they build a road for them, they build a building, and in exchange for that either have an agreement for certain resources in the country, promising economic development, then that never quite occurs. We see Chinese nationals come in and do the work, all these things, and the country afterwards goes, well, where's the benefit to this country? Now, for years through USAID, we did many of the same intended things, but in a much, much different way. The Chinese, with their One Belt, One Road initiative, too, are looking to tie countries together, but also to isolate. I think there's a great opportunity there for us in many areas of the world to build or redevelop relationships, especially in countering the Chinese effort and how they do things through opportunism and through exploitive means with these other countries. And I think those countries are starting to see it. But in many instances, we haven't had the best record in what we've done to develop relationships with other countries. So my question is this, what do we do twofold? What do we do to counter the Chinese efforts as they look to establish these relationships? I argue they're transactional. And what do we do to create longer-term relationships? And what do we do and how do we do it in areas that are incredibly important, like Southeast Asia, like Indonesia, Micronesia, Malaysia, those areas that we know are, unfortunately, I think, moving towards the influence of China because they're watching how things are unfolding. And do you think it begins with developing deeper economic relationships that would then lead to strategic relationships?
Thank you very much. I think, Ranking Member, that you are spot on when you were talking about this transactional approach that the Chinese take. And I would add to that, that is fomenting dependencies. It encourages corruption. It undermines the institutions and the rule of law. And it's, as you know so well, it's just a completely diametrically opposed approach to what we do, and frankly, to what's good for that country and good for that country's people. And so regarding your first question on kind of how we counter it, I think it's twofold. One is to shine a spotlight, make sure that all the countries see what's happening and understand what's going on and why that's not in their long-term interest. The second thing I would say is help them understand why our model's different, why our model of strengthening their institutions, of institutional capacity building, strengthening advisors within their Ministry of Defense, showing them that alternative model, ensuring that they can sustain the material we give them and it doesn't break down quickly. So that's how I would answer your first question. On your second question, in the longer term, and I'll defer to Assistant Secretary Lewis on the foreign policy elements of it, but it would seem to me that a more holistic approach, a more whole of government approach, does have an outsized effect. I would just note on Southeast Asia, we're seeing some really positive steps for some of these. I think part of it is because of the relationships are getting closer. Part of it is I think that they're seeing this approach the Chinese are taking and the faults within it. But just to take one example, in Indonesia, the Chief of Defense spent 8 years studying in the United States. He's trying to professionalize their military. He wants to heighten institutional capacity building with us. So I think we're seeing some positive case studies that we really do need to build on. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Thank you. I fully concur with Dr. Carlin, and I really appreciate you asking this question. I think this is a central focus of our work right now. And we do need to, and I completely believe that not only does the United States have the best military equipment available, but what you get when you purchase from the United States is the total package. That's what Dr. Carlin was referring to. You get the training, you get the deep relationships with us. We work with you on maintenance on all of the pieces. And as you point out, we're not coming in and you end up debt laden and asking for minerals on the side. And I think we have focused on that. We need to focus on that both in the region itself, but I also think in Africa, in Latin America as well. And so this is a center of our focus at the State Department.
And the gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Landry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead, Jim.
Very good. Let me begin. First, I want to thank our witnesses for your testimony today. Very insightful. Dr. Carlin, if I could start with you. Over the last week, we've seen an uptick in Chinese aggression against Taiwan, as much as the world has had its eyes on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Can you discuss the importance of activities like the Pacific Deterrence Initiative or the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative in supporting and assuring our allies?
So before they answer this, Chair, Jim Landry, if you could just try to be a little more clearer directly into your microphone, it'd be helpful for us in the room. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll pull it closer.
Did the witnesses get the question?
Congressman, if you don't mind, I actually only got about half of it, and I'd hate to miss some of it if you don't.
All right, let's do everyone a favor and start the clock over at 5 minutes. Can we do that? I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Love it when Adam's not here. So start the clock over at 5 minutes, and Representative Langevin, go ahead again.
Okay, thank you. The questions for Dr. Carlin. Are you hearing more clear now?
Much better, sir.
Okay. Over the last week, we've seen an uptick in Chinese aggression against Taiwan as much as the world's attention and size has been focused on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Can you discuss the importance of activities like the Pacific Deterrence Initiative or the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative in supporting and assuring our allies?
Thank you very much, Congressman, and thanks for your patience on the technical side. We have absolutely seen this uptick by the Chinese around Taiwan over the last week, but also even over the last few months. And I would say we are watching it very closely. We are talking to our allies and partners about it and looking at what steps that we need to take as well, because it's problematic, it is unhelpful, and it is also unsafe. more broadly, you had cited, Congressman, these holistic initiatives like the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, Security Cooperation Initiative as it relates to Ukraine. I might even add to that list things like the European Deterrence Initiative that Congress had pulled together a few years ago. What's really nice about these efforts is they ensure that we're taking a holistic approach to how we are dealing with a challenge. Just to take one of those examples, when we look at the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, that has resulted in billions of dollars of support to Ukraine since the 2014 Russian invasion. It's also been helpful in working with Ukraine on some necessary defense reforms that they have needed to make. So overall, I think these efforts help us as we approach challenges in a more holistic way. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Collin, if I could continue with you, we understand that the concept of integrated deterrence will play a large role in the upcoming national defense strategy. And I've long believed that no war will ever be fought again without the inclusion of cyber. So how will cyber be incorporated into, in quotes, integrated deterrence, both in our plans and strategies and alongside our allies?
Thank you, Congressman. That is absolutely an area that we are looking closely at. It is really easy to take a traditional approach to conflicts and think, as we are looking at responses, what's the ground element? What's the maritime element, for example? And we know that there are newer and different domains that we've got to account for. Cyber is a perfect example. Space is another one. And so what's nice about the concept of integrated deterrence is it forces us to baseline looking across the different domains, looking across the spectrum of conflict, and doing that in partnership with our colleagues across the government and also with our closest allies and partners. So this is fundamental to how I think we need to think about future contingencies and future concepts of operations. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question, I'll start with Ms. Lewis, and then if we have time, Dr. Collin can chime in as well. But technological cooperation with our allies and partners is critical to our success abroad. However, we've seen various interoperability issues hindering us and our allies from quickly and effectively working together. So what efforts are we making to ensure that we are in lockstep with our allies and partners, and they are with us when it comes to our technological capabilities?
Well, first of all, thank you for raising this very important question. And we are focused on this.
Could you pull the microphone closer, please?
Yeah, second time I'm having that problem. We will, what I was saying is we are singularly focused on this question of interoperability. And I know both here, both at the State Department and the Defense Department. And as we work with our partners and allies, we are looking at providing them with systems where they can work with our military. And sometimes that also includes upgrading systems that they already have. So we have worked across Europe and then with other close allies to make sure that we are moving forward with upgrading all of their equipment when necessary, and again, providing them with what they need. On the tech side, I think I will say that we do always have to be careful as we are supplying and working with our partners to make sure that we are protecting our own technology. And that, is something we also work on at the same time as we work on interoperability. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I think my time's just about up, so I'll thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses being here today. Dr. Carlin, in the midst of Putin's war, I regret your focus on climate change based on extremist science is particularly bizarre today, as the Biden policies of destroying energy jobs in America led to the United States purchase of Putin oil to finance the mass murder that's going on today in Ukraine. And now to focus additionally on electric cars with Chinese batteries by this extremist philosophy to finance the largest military buildup in peacetime in world history, which will empower the Chinese Communist Party against American families. Getting real, instead of diverting to the environmental extremism, we need to face the existential threat of Putin today and the Chinese Communist Party maybe later today. In light of that, to address what we're doing now, I was grateful to introduce the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022. This was to streamline the process of lending military equipment in defense of civilian populations in Ukraine. It's very ironic that when I was in St. Petersburg, I discovered that the Lend-Lease policy was largely responsible for saving Russians in the Nazi siege of Leningrad. And now we have a program that could save the Ukrainians in the siege of Kyiv by Putin. With this particular program, is there any effort and what can be done to promote Lend-Lease, to promote the law that I proposed, and what can be done even without the law?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I am not familiar with this exact law that you cite, but I would note broadly that we have had a steady drumbeat of assistance and support to Ukraine, to the legitimate government of Ukraine, and to helping its military as it quite literally is engaging in the fight today. We have focused that assistance, which has come together quite astonishingly quickly. I think Assistant Secretary Lewis has noted that the level of that support has been unprecedented in presidential drawdown authority, and we're really trying to tailor that to the needs that Ukraine's military has today, and to systems that we know they are already trained on that they can employ. Thank
And
you.
additionally, it's been cited, again, I'm really grateful, the leadership, President Donald Trump is the person who provided the first Javelin missiles to defend the people of Ukraine. And then flash forward, who would imagine how successful now Germany is providing Javelin missiles after initially saying they wouldn't even allow the Javelin missiles of Estonia to cross their country. And so, indeed, President Vladimir Zelensky has unified the world to defend the people of Ukraine. With that in mind, has the United States provided Harpoon missiles to the Zelensky government?
Thank you very much, Congressman. You noted Germany's unprecedented move, and I will just say I think it's extraordinary to see what our European allies have been doing to support Ukraine, particularly over the last few days. It's quite literally unprecedented. In terms of the support that we have been giving Ukraine, particularly through the presidential drawdowns, since September, there's been a wide range of support, including Stinger missiles, Javelin missiles, anti-tank rocket systems, grenade launchers, more than 2,000 tons of ammunition, including mortar and artillery rounds, small arms, machine guns. It is indeed a lengthy list of capabilities.
And I'm glad to see the change in policy because when I was in Kyiv in December, the plan was to provide $40 million after the invasion. And so thank goodness again, President Zelensky has been so successful. Additionally, Ms. Lewis, back on Taiwan. We have the agreements that we have with Indo-PACOM to provide defense. And on the very day that Putin invaded Ukraine, there were military flights by the Chinese against Taiwan. We need to be providing every and any item that could be provided of the most advanced equipment to protect the 23 million people of Taiwan. What is being done diplomatically to do this?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And I agree that we need to make it absolutely clear that our support for Taiwan is rock solid. We have provided $18 billion to them in security assistance, and we are going to continue to do that. We are working on with them on making sure that they have the appropriate asymmetric defense capabilities, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you very much, and peace through strength. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Larson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, 2017 U.S. imports of Russian crude and petroleum products was 3.84% in 2017 as a total, up to 6.87% in 2020, and it's increased last year. It's going to take a little while for us to turn off the momentum that started in 2017 with Russian crude oil imports. Having said that, I want to move on to the actual situation we're talking about and ask Ms. Carlin what details you can provide to this committee about the DOD's portion of the recent $6.4 billion request from the administration to support Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Congressman. My understanding is that much of that focuses on the force posture changes and the costs that are inherent in those, the operating costs, given that, of course, while we have had a very sizable force posture in Europe, I think it's been about 80,000 or so. We have
About 93,000 or so. Yeah,
I'm sorry, sir.
it's higher than that. Go ahead.
It has since surged, of course. So now we've got about 100,000 either in Europe or in European waters. And so my understanding is most of that request really looks at those operating costs. And then a chunk of it is looking at replenishment of stocks, since we have now done kind of the unprecedented presidential drawdown. So this would help fill some of the material that the military services have then been able to facilitate the transfer of to Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, if Russia manages to control Ukraine, so that Ukraine is no longer an independent sovereign country, what DoD tools exist to support making Ukraine an independent and sovereign country again that has control over its own borders?
Thank you very much, Congressman. Of course, it should not go without saying that what we are seeing in Ukraine right now is completely a decision by President Putin.
It is a decision by Putin. There's only one president responsible for this invasion. That's President Putin. So the question I have is, what DoD tools exist to support making Ukraine an independent sovereign country again? If we can just get to that.
Of course. Thank you very much.
We can give speeches up here too. I don't really want the speeches.
Thank you very much, Congressman. What we're doing is trying to ensure our commitment to NATO is rock solid. That has been critical to our force posture. As it relates to Ukraine specifically, we're doing all we can to support the legitimate government of Ukraine and its military right now, as it frankly is engaging in such a critical fight. And we understand this is a dynamic situation, one that we, of course, closely with our colleagues at the Department of State, are monitoring closely.
If there's not a legitimate government in Ukraine at some point in the near future, what DoD tools exist to support the legitimate leadership of Ukraine?
Thank you, Congressman. While I understand it is a dynamic situation, as I noted, we're focused on supporting the legitimate government. I'm a little wary of getting into hypotheticals right now, but I can very much assure you we're looking at a wide range of scenarios, cognizant that further developments may warrant a relook. And I know that is an effort that we will want to do very closely with our State Department colleagues, of course, but in particular, very closely with Congress, whose support for Ukraine has just been extraordinary throughout this period.
Yeah, I know it's something we don't want to contemplate too much openly, but I do want to contemplate that we have to have options that we have to consider from congressional side to be supportive. So if you're thinking about additional, the use of existing authorities or additional authorities, at least within the DoD, be helpful to keep us informed of that as you move along.
Absolutely, Congressman.
Yeah, thanks. With that, I'll yield back, and I recognize the actual ranking member as opposed to the pretend ranking. Kind of tricked us all when Rob sat down. Mike Rogers for as much time as Adam used.
I thank the gentleman. I only have one question, and I hope y'all can answer it. You know, the president has announced that he's sending additional U.S. troops over to join our NATO allies in the Eastern European Front NATO countries. To help with those people fleeing Ukraine, the refugees. We have been talking about sending additional permanently stationed troops to Romania and Poland and in the Baltics prior to the invasion. And my question is, does the administration support this result that after this invasion that we make that troop presence permanent in those Eastern European Front countries?
Thank you very much, Congressman. Obviously, we are following the situation really closely. As you might recall, last August or so, September or so, Secretary Austin released his global posture review, which looked closely at our posture in Europe and largely saw that it was about right. We recognize this dynamic situation now requires us to give it another fine-toothed look to see what's necessary to ensure that we've got deterrence of Russia and that we can absolutely 150% say that that NATO is safe and secure. So we're looking at what sort of troop presence, whether it's rotational or permanent, is necessary given this this current security environment, both in the near term and frankly, and in the long term.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, I do think that it would send a great message to our NATO allies that we are serious about what the president said in his public address a few days ago when he said we were absolutely going to do everything in our power to protect our NATO allies at their borders. I think the best way to demonstrate this is to enhance our position there. We do need an additional brigade in Romania on the Black Sea. I'd like to see the Stryker Brigade that's moved there temporarily made permanent. Poland has agreed to pay for basing if we would establish a permanent base there. I think that's an obvious that we should do, but also the Baltics are very vulnerable. So I do hope that you all will look at establishing permanent basing in those areas. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Courtney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses this morning. Again, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that 2 items be admitted to the record. An article from Reuters, which shows that Canadian oil exports actually shattered records in recent weeks. So the notion that there's pipeline, interference in terms of Canadian oil is clearly not being, it's not in conformance with the data. Also, oilprice.com just reported yesterday or a couple days ago that the U.S. rig count has grown for the 18th straight week. So the notion that the Biden administration is suppressing oil and gas, or that the Canadian oil is not coming into the U.S., as both of these industry journals indicate, is in fact not correct.
Without objection.
When we talk about ways to help our allies in the situation in Ukraine, I think, one, and it's not strictly under the Department of Defense, but the approach that the administration took in terms of sharing intelligence over the last really 2 or 3 months is very, I think, distinctive in terms of that, we did not sort of try and really pick and choose which allies were going to get information, or even the world for that matter. And I just wonder if you could maybe spend a minute, Dr. Carlin, just sort of talking about the thinking behind that approach and why it really helped, I think, blunt any false flag operations or any other misinformation in terms of the lead up.
Thank you very much, Congressman. I do think this was an unprecedented effort to shine the spotlight on Russia's plans and Russia's behavior. And no doubt we'll want to study its impact for years and years. It was extraordinary to watch the work of the intelligence community and just how quickly they were able to do this declassification when necessary, or to make material releasable to our allies and partners. I don't believe that a day has gone by since early December where either in the Defense Department or the State Department, there hasn't been a discussion with an ally or partner on what we are seeing, what we're understanding, and trying to share that. That's been useful in ensuring that we have a common threat picture. It's also, I think, been useful to the world, to our public, so that they understand, contrary to when we've seen Russian disinformation in the past, like in 2014, no kidding, who is exactly to blame for what's going on. And that is solely President Putin. Thank you.
That helped in terms of making sure there was no daylight with our allies in terms of everyone's understanding of what in fact was going on. Is that right?
Sorry, please.
100%. And I think we have really seen NATO, Europe, our allies and partners around the world come together and speak with a united voice against what Putin is doing inside Ukraine. And I think this effort, again, I have to join Dr. Carlin in commending the intelligence community for the unbelievable work they did, in producing the intelligence, informing policymakers such as yourselves, and then making sure that it was accessible to our allies and partners so that they understood what was going on. I know at the State Department, that this has been a key part of the conversation that we've had on a literally a daily basis.
As long as we're talking about unprecedented efforts by the administration, I'd like to just spend a second on AUKUS, which again is obviously the crown. It's sharing technology that arguably is the crown jewels, nuclear propulsion technology, which we've done with only one other country back in 1958 with the UK. And again, I would just note that the public opinion polls in Australia after that agreement was announced were over 60% approval and very little opposition, which I think has really gone a long way in terms of reasserting the fact that we're serious about that alliance with that country. But could you also just comment for a second the fact that there's other aspects than just submarines, and that there's other ways that AUKUS is going to strengthen our bonds, and also that it's not exclusive just to the three countries?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I really appreciate that you brought up AUKUS, which is this historic effort to knit together our country, Australia, and the United Kingdom with a serious, robust technological security partnership. The undersea piece is probably the first one. I think it's the one so many of us have focused on, but it's very much expanding, looking into key areas like artificial intelligence and quantum as just two of them. And I think, frankly, this unprecedented effort is critical to Indo-Pacific security. I think when we look at, our relationship with Australia, just to take that, is obviously one that is historic. Australia has fought next to the U.S. military, I think, in just about every conflict over the last 100 years or so. As we see how we can get into the most sensitive technological cooperation, I think it just puts us in a very different ballgame. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen's time has expired. Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I'll start with Dr. Carlin. In your opening statement, I was pleased to hear your emphasis on the importance of integrated deterrence. And as you know, the foundation of integrated deterrence is our nuclear deterrent. As the Biden administration undertakes its nuclear posture review, have you solicited input from our European allies in your preparation for the NPR?
Thank you very much, Congressman. Indeed, we have, and we've done it at a wide variety of levels, from the Secretary of Defense all the way down to the desk officer. We've done it closely with our colleagues at the State Department and at the White House. And we've really done all we can to ensure we're hearing from our European allies. And also, I would note, our close allies in the Indo-Pacific, South Korea, Japan, and Australia. Thank you.
Yeah, what are you hearing from them in terms of the nuclear declaratory policy? That seems to be a hot topic, and there seems to be indication that there may be a weakening of the no first use in terms of the Biden administration. What are our allies saying in regards to that?
Thank you very much, Congressman. In this wide variety of discussions, we've heard a lot from our closest allies, and the importance that they also put on extended deterrence, as we do. We've talked to them a lot and heard their thoughts on our need to have a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent. And we have ensured throughout these conversations that we are getting their inputs, and that as decisions will be made by the president, of course, that we are in close discussions with them. Above all, I would just underscore that our extended deterrence commitments remain ironclad. Thank you.
Okay, I personally have had members of countries such as Poland reach out to me stressing the importance of not adopting a no first use declaratory policy. And I know that that's been in the talks considering Russian strategic nuclear exercises. I think that it's important that we do the right thing there. And I think that the impression I get from our allies is that they would not want us to have a no first use declaratory policy. So I would just add that. Also, there's been mention of dropping our low yield nuclear weapons program. And do you have any insight on that?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I would say the nuclear posture, which has been a really rigorous interagency effort since, July or August or so, has really looked holistically at our nuclear capabilities, tried to tie them to our understanding of threat scenarios, the impact they have on deterrence, or the impact that they have on assurance. And I think that once final decisions are made on that, you'll see that. And once those decisions are made, I'd be more than willing to sit down and speak with you or your staff about this.
Okay, thank you. Let's shift to China. We've kind of nibbled around this a little bit today. Obviously, what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, we have to keep our eye on China and Taiwan. we've seen Chinese military planes regularly probe Taiwanese airspace, accompanied by overt threats from Beijing towards Taipei. Would you say that the current allocation of security cooperation resources is appropriate to the level of threat that Taiwan faces?
Thank you very much, Congressman. We're actually looking at this exact issue right now to ensure that how we allocate security cooperation is in line with our national defense strategy, which we are in the throes of wrapping up. We've got to ensure that it is aligned to our biggest concerns, and that includes Indo-Pacific security as a top priority.
Okay, for both you and Ms. Lewis, I understand that Taiwan has made requests to the administration for access to foreign military financing dollars. It is apparent to me that if any country is in need of this funding, it's Taiwan. What has been the cause for the delay, and would congressional action help expedite this request?
Well, first of all, I really want to thank you for the question because I do think we need to continue to focus on China and Taiwan, even at this moment where we are understandably looking at what's happening inside Ukraine. And I think, as you may know, we've provided over $18 billion of foreign military sales to Taiwan since 2017. We are always looking at ways to enhance that and improve their capabilities. We're particularly focused, as I mentioned before, on building the asymmetric capabilities of Taiwan, and we are working with them on a regular basis to do so. We're always happy to continue to work with your office and other members of Congress with additional ideas and ways that we can do so effectively.
Okay, thank you both. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gallagher is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. I want to start by offering my thoughts to the people of Ukraine as Russia continues to launch an unprovoked and wholly unjustifiable invasion in Ukraine. I want to make myself very clear that the United States stands with Ukraine. Champions of freedom and democracy around the world stand with Ukraine, and Russia will not go unpunished as the Biden administration is demonstrating. Ms. Carlin, Dr. Carlin, I apologize. Thank you for your testimony. In your written remarks, you described the way the department approaches security cooperation with states on Russia's and China's periphery differs from how it's employed elsewhere. One of my proudest accomplishments in Congress was leading the effort last year to authorize the Baltic Security Initiative, a security cooperation program providing targeted support to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. As Russia continues to directly threaten European security, how do you see security cooperation with the Baltic states going forward? What more do you think the department can and should do through security cooperation vehicles to support our most vulnerable NATO allies at this time of heightened tensions?
Thank you very much, Congressman. We absolutely want to ensure that our security cooperation programs are tailored to the needs of that country and also to how and in what ways we might want that country to think about the use of its military. And those frontline partners, whether in Europe or in Asia, are going to inevitably have different needs and different requirements. We are in very consistent, deep talks with the Baltic states to ensure that they're getting the support that they need. And what is, I think, just so notable about this time period is not just the security cooperation kind of discreetly, but more broadly, the force posture changes that we've seen as well, where we're seeing NATO members really left and right, putting their troops in one another's territory. So I think those conversations have gone very smoothly to date. That is not least, I think, because of the efforts that you have made in ensuring that they are getting the prioritized assistance. And over these coming weeks and months, I think it'll be important that we take this concept further to ensure that they are receiving what they need. I think, just to take those countries as examples, we see capacity, we see capability, we see political will, we see appropriate context, we see countries that follow the rule of law and human rights. So a lot of the criteria that we think about, they really do follow in spades. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Carlin, I believe it's essential that we have greater flexibility in providing this crucial support to our Baltic allies. As you know, Section 333 of the Title 10 U.S. Code is the Department's primary authority for training and equipping to build partner capacity. What is your assessment of 333? Are there further steps that the Department should take to make the best use of it?
Thank you very much, Congressman. And my colleague may want to add on this topic as well. But I would say the reforms that Congress put in the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act really brought together this patchwork of authorities. They enabled greater focus on collaboration between state and DoD, and also this push on assessment, monitoring, and evaluation. I think we're seeing that flexibility on the whole is largely in a good place. To the extent that it is possible, however, to get funding that lasts beyond 1 year. Those longer term programs, what's nice about that is we can design them more holistically. We can ensure that temporally there's enough bandwidth to execute them on time. Thank you.
Congressman, thank you for raising the Baltics and thank you for the hard work that you and many others have done. And I do think the Baltic Security Initiative has been incredibly important in increasing the funding that those countries receive. I also think it's notable that those countries often work together as they look to band together literally to increase their security. And I would also, it would be remiss of me not to mention the unbelievable support they have also provided to Ukraine at this time. And I think we all owe them thanks for that. On your second question, in terms of security cooperation and security assistance writ large, I echo Dr. Carlin that we believe that the way that we work together is incredibly important to both the Department of Defense and the Department of State. I would also add on the State Department side, a lot of our funding is earmarked, and so we would look for additional flexibility, particularly to be able to respond to situations exactly like we find ourselves in Ukraine, so that we can both help continue to support Ukraine, but also the Eastern Flank states, including the Baltics, moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gates is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our partnerships have value, but they also have costs, Dr. Carlin. Saudi Arabia is a country that still tolerates anti-Semitic madrasas. They throw gay people off of buildings. They murder their critics. The Saudi consulate in LA gave material support to 9/11 hijackers who were predominantly Saudi. And we train some of their pilots in my community in Pensacola. And one of the people we were training killed 3 of my constituents because he was radicalized by Al-Qaeda on the Arabian Peninsula. What comfort can I give my constituents that the department is doing everything possible and putting pressure on our partners to ensure they're doing everything possible so that the people involved in our training programs don't pose a threat to our force?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I'll focus just on the part of who we train, and Assistant Secretary Lewis may want to give the broader picture. We have a whole lot of very serious vetting procedures in place to ensure that the individuals, the units we're working with are following the rule of law, are upholding human rights. And when we see something is not happening as it should, we immediately pause and study so that we can understand what's going on and if we have concerns about our assistance and how it is being employed.
Ms. Lewis, do we have confidence that that process that failed, in this particular case in Pensacola has been improved upon since then?
Yes, and let me take a bit of a step back. First of all, to say I appreciate you raising the question, and I know how important this is to both you and the entire community. So thank you for raising it. And I know that both the State Department and the Department of Defense are always committed to doing everything we can to make sure that we're protecting our communities here at home. But yes, we have worked hand in glove with the Department of Defense to improve and will continue to do so, vetting in all of our programs. I think one of the key pieces that we look at is making sure that these programs are there to strengthen and deepen our relationships with these countries, and at the same time that they do make sure that we have the right people coming to them. So happy to continue.
Yeah, I would
to
greatly
coordinate with
appreciate, for the record, if there's a way for either of you to extend those remarks on specific ways that there might have been improvements subsequent to that terrorist attack in my community. And speaking of less than fully helpful Gulf monarchies, Ms. Lewis, what is the administration's reaction to the UAE abstaining in the Security Council? They lobbied so hard to get the seat on the Security Council, and here, this highly consequential conflict, they seem to be less than entirely cooperative with our position.
Well, and I appreciate the question, and I think that as we look at the relationship with the UAE, we have a robust relationship with them. To just take a step back, as you know, we have, UAE has recently faced threats from the Houthis, and we've been
And we've helped them.
supporting them. Exactly.
Why won't they help us?
I think we are having a robust conversation with them, asking them to continue to work with us in this situation on Ukraine.
Is the administration disappointed with the abstention?
I think the administration has asked all of our friends and partners and allies to support
Yeah,
us.
but this is a specific one because like you say, we've helped them with the Houthis, we've sold them a bunch of stuff. The chairman wants to accelerate the delivery of F-35s to them. And I'm just wondering, are we disappointed that they abstained?
I think we have concerns about that, and we are working with them and talking to them about that moving forward.
Are you confident in a change in position in the UAE, given that we're now seeing reports that Putin is targeting civilians in Kyiv?
I'm not comfortable speaking for another country and what they may or may not do, but I think you're raising legitimate questions about moving forward. I know that there, while we've been here, I think there are votes potentially or discussions happening right now in the United Nations, and I will continue.
Like, what's the time frame that the window of time that the State Department evaluates as like the essential window to get the UAE off the sidelines, given their position on the Security Council? Do you think that this has to happen in the next week for it to be effective, or do you think we can have sort of a long, drawn out dance of the veils with the Emiratis?
I think that as we look at this relationship with the Emiratis, as we do with all of our relationships with our partners, our allies, and our friends, we have to both be able to work together on the critical security issues that we share and also raise concerns when we do have them.
Final point. Do you think a reason they abstained is because they haven't gotten the MQ-9s and the F-35s yet?
In my view, we have worked very closely with them and are continuing those conversations on the MQ-9.
But do you think that's a factor in the abstention?
I'm not able to speak for another country on their thinking, but I do know we continue to be committed on both the MQ-9s and the F-35s.
Maybe we shouldn't be. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Carbajal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Lewis and Secretary Carlin, for being here. This hearing on the importance of allies and partners is coming at a critical time. The strength and resolve of our alliances and relationships are being tested more than they have been in decades. I want to thank President Biden and his administration for the commitment to address the Russian invasion of Ukraine in close coordination and collaboration with not only NATO allies, but partners across the world. While the tragic situation in Ukraine is far from over, we have seen a great value of being unified economically, diplomatically, and militarily. A go-at-it-alone strategy would be ineffective. My thoughts are with the Ukrainian people and stand in solidarity with Ukraine's effort to repel Putin's invasion. Secretary Carlin, when we discuss U.S. security assistance provided to our allies and partners, often it focuses on the sale and export of defense articles. However, the tangible assistance is limited if the receiving nation doesn't have the institutional knowledge and personnel ready to fully operate and maintain the assets. How does the partner nation's ability to maintain U.S. provided security assistance factor into the scope of capabilities provided? What have you found most effective at improving operational and maintenance capabilities with partner nations?
Thank you very much, Congressman, and I couldn't agree more with your initial comments about the unity that we have seen and how crucial that has been for effectiveness. This issue of maintaining and sustaining equipment that is given to allies and partners is crucial. We have a really robust program in place, an end-use monitoring program, to ensure that the material that we have given our allies and partners is being accounted for, so that the right folks have that material. More broadly, we spend a lot of time working with them on the procedures needed for sustainment. What we don't want is for them to have a situation where they have some sort of platform or asset, but they haven't really taken good care of it, and therefore are not ready and able to use it. So it's crucial. I would also say, frankly, it's one of the top points that we emphasize in the utility of this partnership. We don't want them to have an airfield full of planes without spare parts that don't fly. That's not in their interest. It's not in our interest at the end of the day. So it really is crucial to how we approach security cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Secretary Lewis, while I know each partner nation has unique political dynamics and security needs, is there a particular tool or capability that the U.S. provided or provides to partner allies through security assistance programs, in addition to what was just mentioned, through security assistance programs that has been most effective at advancing the State Department's foreign policy objectives?
Well, and thank you for that question. I actually think one of the amazing things about our cooperation is that we really do have a range of tools that I think working together with any given country can move our foreign policy objectives forward. So we have arms transfers, which I think is what people talk about the most frequently, where we're providing other countries with the capabilities that they need and that match our foreign policy goals. We also have other programs like international military education and training programs, where we really bring together and bring into our training programs the senior military leadership and future leaders that I think is incredibly important. I have been focused on and really am delving into the question of security sector governance. So this is the concept of how can we work not only to provide capabilities, but also to increase the effectiveness of, for example, ministries of defense. How can we provide training so that when countries are procuring, the system is designed to make sure there isn't corruption, that when they're designing their training programs, that they're taking a look at things like human rights, international law. All of these tools have to come together. And I would also be remiss to mention that it's not only our security cooperation and security assistance, but we have to work hand in glove with our diplomacy, but also with our colleagues at the U.S. Agency for International Development, as they also work on things like writ large rule of law in a country that then feeds into our work. And so I look forward to working with you and your staff as we continue to address these important issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Bacon is recognized.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Thank you both for being here today. What's going on in Ukraine has just been heartbreaking. See what's happened to the Ukrainian citizens. Today we're seeing reports of mass murders, indiscriminate killing, really war crimes. And my perception of what has happened is the security order has changed. It's probably going to be changed for decades. What Putin is really saying is might makes right. I'm a bully. You can't stop me. And and the only country that can do that is America, staying up with our allies. If only had really one feedback, constructive criticism of the administration leading up to this, I think we should have sold or given Ukraine more advanced air defense and anti-shipping capabilities. They could have surely have used that this past week. And then once the invasion occurred, I thought the sanctions were a little slow, but now I think we're in a pretty darn good spot, except for I would like to see us also go after energy. The fact that America is going to be giving Russia today $70 million to purchase oil, their oil exports to us, and we're going to do that every single day. It's propping up their economy. It's propping up their ability to wage war. So I hope we take on the energy exports of Russia as well. I'm also the co-chair of the Baltic Security Caucus. I know my colleague talked about this briefly, but the number one feedback we do hear from them is they would like to have U.S. troops permanently assigned in the Baltics for deterrence. Have we considered that? Is that an option from your perspective? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman, and I couldn't agree more with you on your diagnosis of the situation that we are seeing around Ukraine. I think it is indeed heartbreaking, and I think we will feel and see the effects of it for years to come. And that actually does get to the Baltic security piece. Thank you for your leadership on that one. As you may know, Secretary Austin has made multiple trips, in fact, to the Baltics in just over the last last few months, in fact. When we're looking at our permanent posture in countries, we're really trying to take into account a wide variety of criteria. And I think given the changes that we have seen in the security environment right now, it's incumbent on us to step back and look at how things have changed. So when Secretary Austin announced the Global Posture Review results last fall, I think we had seen our posture in Europe was about right. And now we need to step back and see what's changed and what does that look like, whether that's rotational, whether that's permanent, whether it's different types of units or capabilities. Thank you.
Just to add, and first of all, I really want to thank you for your remarks. I do think it is heartbreaking what's happening, and I think the security order has changed, and that we all need to come together at this incredible moment in history. And again, watching the Ukrainians fight for their country has truly been inspirational, I think, for all of us. On your question on the Baltic security, as I mentioned before, they have also been extraordinary.
They've led.
Really, and they probably understand the threat better than most, given the map. As I mentioned before, we really appreciate the congressional leadership on this front. I think the Baltic Security Initiative has allowed us to provide additional funding to them. I also think one of their strengths is that they work together as they look at capabilities moving forward. And we are going to continue to work with them on that from the State Department side of the house.
We may want to consider putting air defense units, U.S. run, whether it's longer range air defense or variety, because I think you got to protect your long range air defense with short range. But we may well put some air defense capabilities there with U.S. forces, but having a U.S. flag there, a permanent one, is a deterrence. The rest will know they're not just going into the Baltics. Of course, they're a NATO country, but they are attacking U.S. forces when they do so, and I think it would have a reassuring effect for the Baltics, who are very small, as about 5 million people. So. My second question, and there's only about a minute left, is Taiwan. What can we be doing now with Taiwan, weapons-wise, to strengthen deterrence? What kind of capabilities can we be giving them?
Thank you, Congressman. I'll briefly say, as I think you know, we've done about $18 billion in assistance to them since 2017. Right now, we're working very closely in line with the Taiwan Relations Act to ensure that they're getting the asymmetric capabilities that they need, that are really tailored to the threat that they face, a threat that, as we know, and as the Chinese keep trying to remind us, is growing each day. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, anti-shipping and anti-air capabilities seem to be the coin of the realm for what the Taiwanese would need as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keating is recognized for 5 minutes, and he's virtual. Bill? Mr. Keating? He does not appear to be responding. Mr. Keating? All right. Mr. Crow is recognized while we try to get a hold of Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to both of you for coming. This has been a very productive and illuminating discussion, and I appreciate your approach to these things. To kind of expand the discussion out a little bit, we have these various alliances in different forms and structures. The EU appears to be stepping up and looking more seriously at taking on a more military role, which of course has been a subject of discussion for some time. Obviously, we have NATO, we have the Quad, we have AUKUS, we have these formal and less formal relationships. What do we need in Asia, in Indo-PACOM? And do we need something more formal for those that don't fall within Quad, don't fall within AUKUS, to engage them more substantively?
Thank you very much, Congressman. And just to tie to your first piece on the EU, I think what we've seen them doing is pretty notable vis-a-vis Ukraine. And to the extent we can ever get more European capacity and capability, that is a good thing wherever it is. On the Indo-Pacific, I think two pieces really stand out outside of AUKUS, of course. One is how we can better knit together Southeast Asia. A lot of that work, obviously, ASEAN is really important in that. And I would say we're seeing with our Southeast Asian partners increasing concern about the changing threat picture. The other piece is that Quad in Asia. So how we're better able to bring together those countries. We have these really strong bilateral alliances there, as you know. Any effort we can bring to get them all to cooperate in a multilateral fashion is better. And I think I'm optimistic that when we are sitting here 5 years from now, we'll have a really positive story to paint on the progress of these alliances, and in particular on the investments of a lot of these countries in their militaries, which is on the whole on a really positive trajectory.
Thank you. And Ms. Lewis, I had a slightly different question for you that I wanted you to lead on. And Dr. Carlin spoke about this earlier, but a critical part of our value proposition here and what really differentiates us is the fact that we do look at anti-corruption. We tie in humanitarian aid, foreign aid, which really, I think, is a huge value added. Yet that remains very compartmented, right, and very siloed within the U.S. government. So it's very slow. It's not always tied together. Do we need different authorities? Do we need to restructure the way State Department and DoD work together with USAID and others to be fast, to be nimble, and to really bring that value added in the way that we need to in the 21st century?
Well, thank you for that question, because I think it gives us an opportunity to talk about the future and where we want to go. I think at this point and in this moment, what we need to do is to continue the good work we're doing and expand on it. And I mentioned security sector governance a few minutes ago, and I think this is actually a very good example of where the different pieces of the government come together, and it really hits on the points that you're talking about. So if we're working in a country, we want to be able to be sure that, for example, that as USAID is working on with ministries of defense on things like rule of law, that concurrently we are also in our training working with the Ministry of Defense on making sure that there's training provided on things like international law, the law of war, preventing civilian casualties, human rights. And then at the same time as we do our trainings through our International Military Education and Training Program, that those are being reinforced as we deepen and strengthen our ties. So for me, it isn't an authorities question. It's really, are we doing that effective coordination, working with each other? I think right now the coordination is good. We can always continue to improve it, and would be happy to continue this conversation with you.
So I guess I appreciate what you said about the authorities, right? The authorities exist, you can do it, but as we all know, culture, parochialism within the executive branch, other issues prevent that from happening. So I guess for the record, we're running low on time here, but it would be really good for us to know as legislators whether there are things that we can proactively do that would help you all with that mindset shift, that cultural shift that's really necessary to achieve that. Because this is like a huge cruise ship, right? And turning it around or changing the direction, obviously very hard for you all. We want to be a partner in that. We want to help you. And if there's things that we can do proactively and legislatively or from an appropriations perspective to accomplish that, I know there's a bunch of us who'd be very interested in helping. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Moore is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member. I joined the chorus of my colleagues emphasizing the relevance and importance of this critical hearing. Thank you for being here. Our NATO alliance faces the gravest geopolitical crisis in nearly 2 decades. I don't think I'm overstating that. China continually bullies neighbors on the Indo-Pacific. Our adversaries' nefarious activities spread beyond their borders as Russia and China seek to expand influence both here and at home and abroad. Right now, more than ever, the United States must aggressively initiate, cultivate, and expand partnerships and alliances. That is crucial to both of your roles and the DoD to be able to do that. With very few exceptions, when given the choice, potential allies will choose the United States as their preferred partner over a peer competition. Having just recently returned from Israel, that's never more apparent than their appreciation and willingness to engage in partnerships with us. Many allies have even had a dialogue, and they've voiced a desire to purchase more equipment and expressed frustration at how long the process takes. So a question for either or both of you to respond. Beyond the reforms mandated by the FY17 NDAA, how can we accelerate security assistance to qualified nations considering our new geopolitical reality?
Congressman, thank you for the question. And first of all, I'd like to say I fully agree with what you started with at the moment that we're in time, and the importance of focusing both on Russia and China and our alliances, that we need to strengthen and deepen them as we work on that. In terms of your question on speeding up the process, really, I look at this as a four-legged stool. We usually say three-legged, but in this case, four-legged stool.
Great.
We start working with our partners at the Department of Defense, who really have to engage in a complicated technical process with the countries and the companies involved, if there are companies involved, on the exact details and exactly what capabilities this partner may need. And that does take some time. It is important work. These are very sophisticated systems that we are providing to other countries. Then it comes to the State Department, where we provide a review from a foreign policy perspective, which generally we're able to move relatively quickly depending on the challenges. And then we come to Congress, and you also are a partner in the moving these forward. And then finally, we have the companies that are producing the defense articles. Excuse me. I will say that one challenge we're facing right now is that, unfortunately, due to COVID, a number of our countries are facing challenges on production timelines. I know that's something that I have been in regular conversations with them about as they're trying to improve that and get these incredibly important capabilities out to our partners, allies, and friends. But that is something we also need to continue to work on in terms of shortening the time frame and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman. I absolutely concur with all of Assistant Secretary Lewis's great points in terms of our efforts to try to speed this up. I think in doing so, it's also really important that we make sure we're not just taking kind of an Excel spreadsheet approach to our assistance, and in particular, that we are taking a meaningful effort to understand what impact are our programs having? Are they meeting the objectives, operational and or strategic, that we have outlined? So we're really trying hard to measure that, and that is not least thanks to Congress putting it into the 2017 NDA that you had cited, sir.
That parlays really well into my next question. The question is, to what extent do you feel our approach has met its intended goal, and particularly about counterterrorism? The DoD made a decision to expand beyond legacy security assistance authorities like foreign military sales and pursue comprehensive partnerships to train and equip foreign partners. To what extent do you feel these have been effective? Is there an area of improvement here?
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right that we have really seen a shift, particularly in the post 9/11 era, in how we have thought about security assistance. And on the whole, I think a lot of these efforts have been really quite effective, where we have seen a number of our allies and partners help deal with terrorist threats around the world, and doing so in appropriate ways, doing so in ways that are upholding the rule of law and following human rights. So I think that has been an important innovation, as one might call it, in our approach to security assistance. And I think we've also been able to see, particularly as, say, the ISIS threat metastasizes across Africa, it's been important that these relationships continue to evolve, so that we're working with partners to ensure we're all understanding how the threat network is changing and how we can most effectively continue to get after it, because unfortunately, it does not appear that...
Gentleman's time has expired. I apologize.
Thank you.
Mr. Keating, we're going to give you one more shot. You with us? I see that smile.
Yep, thank you.
You are recognized for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the witnesses for their work and coordination with our allies and partners, which brings me to an important question, I think. What is the extent of your coordination and cooperation in regard to trade and other agencies, particularly the areas of the supply chain? We're seeing now in Russia with export controls, we will see the devastating effect it will have not only on their economy as a whole, but also on their security and their military. And at the same time, we've seen with the pandemic the effects of supply chain shortages to our country. So with your two departments, are we also coordinating on issues of trade and the supply chain? Could you comment on the extent to which you're doing that?
Thank you for that question. And actually, this just came up in the previous question. And I think you're right that we really are at a unique time, both in terms of the question of the supply chain due to COVID, but then also the issues that you raised that we're going to see related to the Russia context. We have been in close contact, particularly with the companies that we work very, very closely with on their supply chain issues as it relates to COVID. As I'm sure you're aware, defense articles are incredibly complicated, sophisticated, and it takes a lot of work to produce them. And we need to work closely with the supply chain to make sure that that's working effectively. The short answer to your question is yes, we have been in touch with the companies. Obviously, we're in touch with the other departments when relevant to see if there's anything they can do to be helpful. I do think this is going to continue to be an ongoing challenge, even as the companies work hard to get the situation moving more quickly.
Yeah, I think are you doing anything with the Commerce Department at all in that regard? Because I see the need to integrate this more, because our weapons are reliant on semiconductors, chips, other technological materials. So without those kind of securities, it poses a great threat to our assets. So are you in contact with those agencies directly, or would you anticipate making that more meaningful in the future?
I know that the State Department is regularly in contact with the Department of Commerce on a whole range of issues, including, depending where they fall, weapon sales. And we will continue to do so. I think you raise a very important issue, and we will make sure that we continue to coordinate with them and even expand that coordination.
Lastly, too, I just like on the record, given other comments I've heard in the last few days from members of Congress, one interruption to the supply chain, one part of our security, is dealing with the climate change issue. Increased instability, the effects of migration, the infrastructure damage. Look at the Tyndall Air Force and the devastating damage there in Florida, as well as Camp Lejeune, the threats to bomb the Marshall Islands. I could go all around the world with this. Can you just comment on the importance of partnering with our allies and friends on the issue of climate change? It is indeed a security issue. Would you comment on that?
Thank you very much, Congressman. It is absolutely one that we are watching closely, whether it is seeing how climate change is affecting the security environment for our allies or our partners or our competitors, but also, as you're noting in citing Tyndall Air Force Base, it also affects our own forces in particular and their ability to maneuver. So it is something we look at closely and that we regularly engage in discussions with our closest allies and partners. Thank you.
I mean, lastly, it's quite obvious we can't do this alone, an issue like that, and that's indeed should be a priority for our engagement with our allies and partners. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back with time left.
Thank you very much. Mr. Green is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate you putting this hearing together and for the opportunity to discuss alliances and partnerships around the world. Given the incredible events, heinous events, the past week unfolding in Ukraine, I'm proud to be joining with my colleagues to work on developing our response to Vladimir Putin's naked greed and aggression. In order to do that, though, America must have clear and united response to this invasion of a sister democracy. During my recent visit to Ukraine and discussion with Polish and Baltic allies at NATO headquarters en route to Kyiv, military and civilian leaders alike directly linked a lack of American leadership in Afghanistan to Putin's misguided attempt to test the West's resolve. And I'll quote one of those NATO representatives who said, "We are where we are today because of weakness in August." We all knew what he meant. American leadership is indispensable. It's crystal clear. President Biden's failure to send timely lethal aid in the past year, though, has been a continuation of that weakness. American leadership is essential, leading and engaging with our partners around the world. The stair-stepped approach to sanctions implementation has only emboldened Putin. It's time for genuine resolve. America cannot tolerate an iron curtain falling upon the people of Eastern Europe for a second time in our living memory. The torch of freedom that burned so brightly under American, British, and NATO leadership just 4 decades ago must not be allowed to go out. We must join the Ukrainian people in our boldness, our determination to face down any threat to our freedoms and interests around the world. We must reclaim our heritage of standing firm with friends against tyranny. We must lead. Vladimir Putin thought he was claiming the mantle of Peter the Great and rebuilding a Russian empire, but as the Ukrainian people have shown him to be, he is nothing more than a petty tyrant. His attempts to conquer and subjugate the proud people of Ukraine, divide the West, and supplant American leadership around the world have failed. From the streets of Kyiv to the smallest villages in Ukraine, patriots are standing up against this invasion. NATO and our freedom-loving partners around the globe are more united than in decades, and the world is rejecting the leadership of autocrats in Russia and China. I look forward to hearing more from you guys as we further support and add our cooperation in historic alliances in NATO and develop stronger bonds of friendship with our allies in the Western Hemisphere and Indo-Pacific, such as India, to prevent any further escalations from the tyrants plaguing our world. My first question is about specifically India, and what are we doing to help persuade India regarding the S-400 and parts that they're purchasing for the aircraft they bought from Russia specifically?
First, I really want to thank you, I think, for your comments on Ukraine, and particularly recognizing the fight that the Ukrainians are literally carrying out as we speak.
Pretty awesome.
It is extraordinary. And I think also what you mentioned about the world more united than we've seen in decades. And I think that is a tribute to our allies and partners and frankly, to the Ukrainians themselves.
Yep.
But to get to your more specific question, we have been working closely with India, as you know, and had regular conversations about them with them about the Russian purchases. And we are looking to create a whole relationship with them where they are looking towards us as they move forward with additional purchases. And I think as we also look at things like the Quad and the deepening relationships that we're having there, that will help move us forward with them. I really believe that this, particularly as they see the threat from China right now, I think it has really helped move them forward in understanding the need to shift this relationship.
If I could jump in there, though, I have a particular interest in India just because I think the geopolitics of the world, they're just so incredibly important. I appreciate Secretary Blinken, especially in the efforts he's made with the Quad. But I'm seeing posts, I follow political leaders in India, and I'm seeing posts like, "Can we trust America? Look what they did in Afghanistan." These are elected officials in India's government. So, I mean, what options are we giving them for alternatives to Russian stuff? And how are we communicating to them that we're reliable?
Thank you very much, Congressman. It's an issue that, like you, I think is a real priority. In fact, about 2 decades ago, my first Pentagon job was being the India desk officer under President Bush. And that's when we really shifted to this dramatically different relationship, which, as you know, was geostrategically important and has...
And I apologize, we're going to have to cut it off there. Gentleman's time has expired.
Perhaps in writing, then.
I'd be delighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Slotkin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And for those who don't know, happy Punchki Day. That's a big holiday in Michigan. I have punchkis over here for anyone who wants them. It's like a Polish jelly donut that we all celebrate with. So, okay, they're over here, guys. Okay, so I guess, you know, what is going on between Russia and Ukraine is so incredibly unbelievable to watch, both the Russian decision and calculus to do this, the Ukrainian resistance, which is formidable, and then the way that it has galvanized the international community. And I will say that over multiple administrations, Democrat and Republican, we have tried to minimize, basically since the Cold War, friction with Putin and with Russia in the hopes that it wouldn't exacerbate a problem, it wouldn't inspire retribution for the Russians. And I guess I just feel like that era is over, that all of our attempts to minimize friction didn't mean anything. And he went ahead and made this move. And I think it's a sea change for how both the Defense Department and the State Department should think about our presence in Europe, our assistance to Europe. So I guess I just want to clarify a couple of things. What is the official administration position on letting in countries like Kosovo, Bosnia, potentially Georgia, Finland, and Sweden into NATO? Very quickly.
Thank you. Couldn't agree more, Congresswoman, that we're in a different ballgame right now, and we all need to step back and assess that. I would say regarding new members of NATO, there's not kind of an effort to fast track folks, but there is an effort to work with those who are interested and who meet the necessary requirements.
Right, I know, but that's been our process before. And I would offer that if the answers that we're getting, and I say this as someone who was in your exact positions testifying in front of this committee in 2014 when they put little green men into eastern Ukraine, if we are using the same metrics and same assessments from before this conflict as we will be afterwards, then we're missing the moment here. And I'd ask you to come back to this committee maybe in another month's time and just tell us how you've changed your thinking. And I would strongly advocate that we seriously consider a different approach to letting folks into NATO and not slow roll those who we're just trying to drag out, and I've done it myself. Number two, the buildup in the Baltics. Couldn't agree more with my colleagues who have talked about putting more force in right now. And I guess I would just make that as a point as opposed to a question, that we need to be doing more. And obviously, China is watching everything that we do. But I know we're right in the middle of this. It's still a very fresh and new event. But for any administration to go through this, we have to completely reevaluate deterrence and how we reestablish it. And I'd ask that we have folks come back to the committee to present on that. On the assistance, we get really confusing messages about what is being provided and when by not just us, but also our allies. We were told in a briefing yesterday that EU members were providing aircraft. Now we're seeing online that no one's providing aircraft. If you all could come up with a routine where we would get maybe a regular update, just something that a staffer could put together so we know what's true and what's not true, and the final mile of making sure that assistance gets in the hands of the Ukrainians, not just shipped and it sits somewhere, but it gets there, because we know that's going to be more complicated. I guess lastly, I was wondering if someone could give us your sense of how this plays out in Ukraine over the next week and a half. I know that's not your specialty, but we're in the middle of this crisis. People are watching. Can you tell us what you think is going to happen? We heard it privately, but I'd like to say publicly, what the Defense Department thinks is going to happen over the next week and a half.
Thank you, and we can absolutely look at getting you those materials that you requested on the aid. I would just say our European allies are doing so much that folks are working on keeping track of it. So thank you for that. Over this next week and a half, I think what we have seen is the Ukrainian military is fighting so incredibly hard. I mean, the political will they have demonstrated is extraordinary, and I think that we have seen it has been a lot more and a lot harder than Putin and his military would have expected. I would continue to expect that they will do all they can. Assistance, as you know, is flowing to them, and I think that they will try to continue to push back this invasion to the extent possible. Unfortunately, as you probably saw this morning in particular, we've seen that the Russian military is prioritizing just increasingly horrific approaches, in particular indiscriminate bombing.
I would just say you have an absolutely unique moment where the U.S. Congress has bipartisan agreement on giving you what you need, and we're not getting an ask. Ask us for things, and we will
I'm sorry,
help.
the gentlelady's time has expired. I think that is a very reasonable request to get that very focused ask for what it is you want us to do. Mr. Lambert is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, there is sitting in the docket here in our House business a $6.5 billion aid package for Ukraine. $2.5 billion of that is humanitarian. And yet we're not doing anything. What I've heard is that we're going to wait a week and deal with it in a week from now. In the next week, aren't there civilians who are going to be dying in Ukraine? Aren't there soldiers who are taking up arms who are going to die? Is there property that's going to be destroyed? Isn't there going to be hunger in Ukraine? Why in the world can we wait a week to deal with this?
Thank you very much, Congressman. In particular, I would say that we've been pushing a lot of assistance to Ukraine and to its military and are looking very closely at the humanitarian situation in particular. And we look forward to cooperating as much as possible over these coming days and weeks on this situation.
Ms. Slotkin is exactly right. There's bipartisan support. We could have passed this last night on a voice vote. It's wrong for us to wait a week to do this. Do you have any influence? Can you talk to anybody and say, let's bring this up today, let's get this going? There are people dying in Ukraine right now. There's a 40-mile convoy of Russian tanks and armor going to Kiev.
Congressman, I think you raise a very important point about the urgency of the current situation. And while obviously I can't comment on specific legislation or timing here, I can tell you that at the State Department and the Defense Department, we are committed to moving forward expeditiously. As you may know, over the past year, we've provided $1 billion of assistance to Ukraine on the security side, additional on the humanitarian side. Just over the past 6 months, we've used 3 presidential drawdown authorities, which is this ability that we have to move items from the Defense Department to Ukraine, including the largest package ever in the history of the United States, which is the most recent one we did of $350 million. And we will continue to do so.
Well, I would like you both to go and back and tell people at the White House and that they need to do something to get our leadership off the dime. They're doing nothing here in the House. We could be sending this money to Ukraine, and people are literally dying and will die in the next week needlessly. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you. I will say, lest someone gets the wrong idea, well, certainly, the House can pass what's passed. There is a ton of money that is flowing out of the United States of America right now to help the people of Ukraine. Fortunately, as we all know, it does not require congressional action to do all of that. In fact, part of the brief yesterday was the administration explaining that they were using executive action to send weapons and to send humanitarian aid to the Ukraine. So it is completely wrong to say that we're doing nothing. I mean, it's not even in the neighborhood of being true. We're doing a lot.
Mr. Chairman, no one said we're doing nothing.
Yes, sir. I thought that's exactly what you said just a second ago.
No, I said there's a $6.5 billion package that we're doing nothing on, and we could be passing it.
Reclaiming my time, and you did at one point said we're sitting here doing nothing. You were referring to Congress. I grant that, but Congress is part of the whole large picture here, and we have given money to the administration. They are doing that. Now, we can look at it and see, are there things that the administration can't do on the executive side that requires us to then approve more money? And I think that's perfectly fine. And we need to look at that and do that. But I just want to make perfectly clear to anyone watching this, the United States government writ large in the last couple of weeks is sending money, is sending weapons, is sending arms. You were in the brief yesterday when you heard that. So let's be clear on that is happening. And now, Congress needs to look at whether or not we need to send more money, whether or not we need to give them authority to do that. And that's perhaps why we're waiting to make sure that we do this right. But while we're waiting to pass congressional legislation, it is not the case that nothing is happening. It is happening. If nothing was happening, then I would be right there with you, say we got to pass it yesterday. It's a matter of combining those things. I just want to make sure we understand that. Ms. Sherrill is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lewis, as the chairman said at the opening of this, we do security and defense aid better than anyone in the world here in the United States. And so what I'm wondering is, where do we stand on development aid? Not everybody wants a new F-18. Some states want a new road or bridge, and we've really seen China capitalize on that. And as Dr. Carlin stated, they've done that in a way that we are really diametrically opposed to. So if the prevalence, if the pervasive nature of Chinese influence and infrastructure is anything to go by, we seem to be losing ground in countries across the world, including not just across Africa, but in Europe and South America. to China. What can we do specifically to begin to rectify this?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I think the question of how we compete with China across the world is really at top of mind. And I also want to commend you because I think you're raising, it's not just in the region, it's how we're competing across the world. So while my piece of the State Department handles the security assistance, which is what you mentioned, in terms of providing arms transfers, and security assistance to the ministries of defense and training as well. We do work hand in glove with USAID and other pieces of the State Department, which are focused closely on the issues that you raise. And I think, as you point out, China has really focused in their Belt and Road Initiative on things like building infrastructure. I would note that countries often end up in a terrible debt cycle from that, which is truly disturbing and not in their long-term interest or frankly in the interest of our foreign policy. So I think we have to, from my piece of the State Department, we have to work together. And one of the things that I've been talking about here is something that I've been very focused on, which is security sector governance. And I think it gets to a little bit of what you're talking about. When we're working with countries, we need to make sure that we're working on infrastructure, but that we're also working on justice, making sure they are complying with international law, that they're taking care of their own citizens. I think that bringing those American values as well to our assistance is critically important. Would be happy to work with you and your team as we continue to look at ways to do this better and to expand our work across the world.
That's what your brother facing.
Thank you. And also, as we look forward to supplying Ukraine with defense aid, do we have plans in place to ensure that as Russia encircles different areas, as the invasion continues, we still have supply lanes open to get that aid to our Ukrainian friends?
Thank you very much. We're looking absolutely hard at that as the conflict continues. We want to ensure that all of the good material that they need is getting into their hands. So I can assure you that that's a real priority.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Bice is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the hearing today, and thank you for our witnesses. Like my colleagues on this committee, I have been closely monitoring Russia's ongoing unprovoked invasion of Ukraine over the past few days as it continues to worsen significantly overnight. Putin's widespread assault against an innocent country is an atrocious act which has jeopardized the stability of Europe and peace across the globe. I'm glad to see the U.S. imposed sanctions are starting to have real impacts on Russia as the ruble hit a record low and the key interest rates have more than doubled overnight. But more must be done. The Ukrainian people are fiercely defending their homeland, and we should take every action to ensure they have the tools needed to withstand this violent attack. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on the committee to do that very thing. A couple of things I want to throw out here. First of all, Ms. Lewis, can you talk about the State Department's efforts to help stem our allies' collective imports of Russian oil and gas?
First of all, thank you for the question. And again, I wholeheartedly agree with your opening comments about what's happening inside Ukraine, particularly today. While I don't actually work on the question of oil and gas myself, I do know that the State Department, and in coordination with other departments, is working on that across the board and looking at a whole range of options there. I'm happy to take that back and provide you with more information.
Perfect, thank you. I want to follow up with, certainly regional partnerships are incredibly important, and to prevent Chinese aggression, what are we doing specifically to help in that area to stem the potential issue that we could be facing with Taiwan? Looking at countries like Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, Australia, how are we working together with them to create some sort of partnership or alliance should China pose a threat to Taiwan in the future?
Thank you very much. It's an issue that absolutely we are profoundly concerned about. So there are a couple of pieces. One piece, of course, is just our support to Taiwan, 18 billion since 2017 or so, and really helping ensure that the material they're buying is tied to the asymmetric approach that we think is probably best for them to take given the threat. With all of the countries you mentioned, we're putting forth a ton of effort to strengthen their military, its capacity, and its capability. We're looking hard at our force posture in Japan and Australia, those two that you cited. We've been making some good steps on that. So there's the bilateral piece, and then of course multilaterally, to the extent that we can try to tie East Asia tighter together with Australia. That's an important step. You had mentioned the Philippines, so I would say Southeast Asia as well, where, just to call it the Philippines for a moment, we're seeing some really positive progress on the human rights front with their military, which is pretty heartening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Escobar is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for your work and for your testimony at this hearing. Our hearts are with the Ukrainian people who are literally fighting for their lives, their country, and their values, and who are living through a nightmare because of an unprovoked attack by Vladimir Putin. We have been horrified by the war crimes as well as the unfolding humanitarian crisis. I want to begin by expressing my immense gratitude to President Biden for doing the hard work of rebuilding critical alliances, for rallying NATO, ensuring that we had a strong coalition of support for Ukraine. After the prior administration alienated our allies and gave cover to our enemies, it was no doubt a difficult task to unite our friends once again. I'm proud that the United States currently has an administration committed to the transatlantic relationship and to leading the globe in defense of democracy with strength and integrity. I also, for our witnesses, I want to echo what my colleague, Representative Slotkin, mentioned in her advocacy for a different approach to letting countries into NATO. We need that different approach immediately, and we indeed need to meet this moment with urgency. I have the honor and privilege of representing El Paso, Texas, which is home to Fort Bliss, America's second largest military installation and largest joint mobilization force generation installation in the Army. The U.S. and her allies must continue to rally against the threats that we're seeing across the globe and work cohesively to deter and defend one another against aggression from adversaries. For Ms. Lewis, I want to kind of shift the focus a little bit more broadly. Many of the biggest purchasers of U.S. weapons, like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, the Philippines, also tend to be willing to violate human rights and disperse weapons to groups not friendly to the United States. I'd like to know, how are human rights factored into U.S. policies on arms sales and other forms of security assistance? And what is the State Department doing to strengthen its ability to evaluate risks in weapons transfers?
First of all, I also appreciate your opening comments on Ukraine and the serious situation that they are facing today. To turn to the question on human rights, and this is a critical question for us at the State Department. I think, as you know, the president has said that he wants to make human rights at the center of our foreign policy. And that means that when we work with partners, friends, and allies, where there may be concerns about human rights, that I believe we both need to strengthen and deepen those relationships and at the same time raise those concerns. In terms of how we specifically work on human rights, you may be aware that we are currently working on the updates to our conventional arms transfer policy, which is the policy that governs across the interagency all of our work in this area. And I think when that does come out, you will see a renewed focus on human rights as part of that policy. So I think that's step one. In addition, in terms of the State Department, we really work hand in glove with our colleagues at the Bureau, the DRL Bureau, which is the bureau in charge of human rights, to make sure that as we look at these arms transfers, human rights is taken into account and considered. Finally, in addition, as we work with our partners in terms of our education, military education and training programs, We also have specific programs designed to help with civilian casualty mitigation. And then we work in conjunction with the whole wide range of programs from the State Department and USAID on human rights writ large.
Thank you. Dr. Carlin, I have a question for you, but I'm out of time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Rogers, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. NATO is a partnership which is vital to deterring aggression and responding when dictators and terrorists bring evil to this world. I just returned from the Munich Security Conference, and it's clear to me that our allies do not see us as the leaders that we have traditionally been. The weapons and resources that we are providing are important, but we need to strengthen these partnerships and continue to invest properly in critical NATO training, like the Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training Program, which is hosted in my district at Shepherd Air Force Base. In 2017, President Trump took action to restore NATO to being the global force for good that it once was. He forced delinquent members to start paying their dues, ultimately accounting to hundreds of billions of dollars and helping NATO prepare for aggression like we are currently seeing from Russia. Ukraine's defense of its sovereign territory has been admirable and inspiring, yet many don't realize that it was the Trump administration that helped Ukraine to prepare for this. Under President Trump, security assistance and defense articles were sent to Ukraine to give them the capability to defend themselves, and that is exactly what they are doing as we speak. Prior to last year, our allies knew the United States had their back, but now I'm concerned that we are losing that trust and confidence of these same allies. When I was at the Munich Security Conference, we had some very candid conversations with many of our strongest allies, trying to reassure them that the United States would not leave them behind. Dr. Carlin and Mrs. Lewis, what have you been hearing from our allies and partners about whether or not they can trust the United States to be a leader on the global stage? And is there anything more that we can be doing to reassure our partners?
Thank you very much, Congressman, and thank you for your focus on this issue. I really appreciate your initial comments about speaking with our allies. I think we have spent a lot of time with our allies. In fact, I noted earlier that particularly over the last 3 months, as we have seen this intelligence, I don't think a day's gone by where there hasn't been an ally or partner discussion on this topic with the Department of Defense or the Department of State. And I think we've seen that come to fruition. We have seen allied unity, which seems pretty almost unprecedented, if not actually unprecedented. We've also seen allies giving a lot of support to Ukraine and to one another. So it seems to me that we are at a special moment for the alliance and a special moment for leadership. And I think we want to do all we can to encourage that, because at the end of the day, we're just so much more effective when we can be together. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I fully support Dr. Carlin's comments, and I really appreciate what you raised in terms of NATO and the importance of NATO at this critical moment. I think from my perspective as the Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Political Military Affairs, on a daily basis, minute-to-minute basis, often overnight, we are literally working with our partners to make sure that the vital equipment and defense items that Ukraine needs, that it is getting those items. I have to tell you, certainly in my time here, I have never seen NATO and Europeans come together. And like, as I said, we are, one of the tools that we have in our toolbox is something called, it sounds like a technical term, but it's very important. It's third-party transfers. What this means is if the United States has provided a system to another country and they want to transfer it to a third country, they have to ask first, which is a good thing. But in this case, we have been literally flooded with the Europeans coming to us and saying, we have this, we know the Ukrainians need it. Can you move quickly to make that happen?
Thank you, Mrs. Lewis. I'm going to close you because I got one more thing I want to throw in there. So it's a little bit of a plug for my district, to be honest with you, but the Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training Program is in my district in the world's only internationally manned and managed pilot training program. 50% of all U.S. Air Force pilots come from this program, and partner nations such as Belgium
Belgium, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, and Norway send all of their fighter pilots through this training program in Wichita Falls. We need to make sure, it's really important that we're given the resources and the weapons that we need, but we need to make sure that we are investing and prioritizing NATO training as well, and specifically these NATO pilots that we're training for potential war with Russia or China. It would be a mistake, I think, not to take opportunity to try to prioritize some of this training as well. Dr. Carlin, what is the value of the Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training Program to the Department of Defense, and in what ways does DoD seek to expand and build on this program moving forward?
Thank you very much, Congressman. While I can't speak to this specific program, what I can tell you is you're hitting all of the key issues that are vital to NATO. How are we training one another? How are we working on interoperability so that we can do exercises together? And so, God forbid, if we have to deal with the contingency, we can do so together.
Thank you. I believe my time is up. I yield back. Thank you both.
Thank you. Mr. Khan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing, and thank you for your leadership in Munich and working with the Speaker and the administration to rally our NATO allies in a strong response to Putin's invasion, unconscionable aggression, and now reports of war crimes. I wanted to focus on the Wagner Group, which has laid, according to some reports, the groundwork for Russia's reinvasion of Ukraine. It's a brutal group, as many of you know, and has been identified by the Treasury Department as a designated Russian Ministry of Defense proxy force. There's been reports that it's done Russia's bidding in Syria, Libya, and parts of Africa. I'd like to hear from both of the witnesses on what the Pentagon and the State Department know about the logistics chains that support the Wagner Group. Are they involved at all right now in Ukraine? And what is being done about addressing the Wagner Group?
Thank you very much, Congressman, for bringing up this important issue. I think we have seen efforts by the Wagner Group in various places, and they have been profoundly worrisome. I think you put it quite well in your opening statement in terms of their relationships and their focus. In this forum, I don't believe I can speak about some of the operational efforts that they have undertaken, but I'd be more than willing to do so separately. Suffice to say, I think it is safe to say that they do not have the security and stability of various regions as their top priority.
If I may add, and I'm very glad that we're getting to have a conversation about the Wagner Group here in this forum. And I think when we look at what they have done across the globe, and I am very concerned, particularly in Africa, is they really are exploiting insecurity as a catalyst. And they are using that destabilization in very, very dangerous ways. I believe that the Russian government considers chaos as a strategic asset, and it raises the costs of the involvement for strategic competitors. So I think you are right to be focused on this topic. We continue to be focused on it around the world, and happy to continue the conversation with you, as Dr. Carlin said, on more specifics in another setting.
I appreciate that. Are any of our allies supporting the Wagner Group that we know of, or are we making every effort to make sure that anyone we're allied with or selling weapons to is not in any way aiding the Wagner Group?
Congressman, I can't say offhand that any are coming to mind, but we can take that back and look into it. I think on the whole, most of our allies and partners have seen this group for what it is.
Okay, if you could just make sure that I don't want to throw out any names and reporting with it and cast an aspersion that may not be true, but there's been some reports that some of our partners may be supporting some of these groups, and if you can just make sure that the United States should make clear, obviously anyone we're shipping arms to should not in any way be linked to the Wagner Group, and I assume that's US policy. Is that correct?
Congressman, we could absolutely take that back and get you a response, a written response on that one. As I said, I'm not familiar with that, with any allies. We can look at partners as well. And if we are seeing it, frankly, then we'll want to highlight it to them since we do not see this as a group that foments stability or security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate both witnesses, and I just would reiterate my concern on this group's activity, their blatant violation of human rights, and say that I am very supportive of the Department of State and Department of Defense doing anything possible to stop them and to make sure that they're not getting funding. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Banks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Carlin, Germany's reliance on Nord Stream 2 hindered their response to support Ukraine. It took a military invasion, a threat of a nuclear attack, and persistent calls from allies for Germany to support Ukraine with 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 surface-to-air missiles. Dr. Carlin, why was Germany hesitant to defend a sovereign nation from invasion that's just 400 miles away from their own border?
Thank you very much, Congressman. While I can't speak to the thinking in Berlin, what I can say is that we have seen an extraordinary change by Germany's government in recent days. They, as you probably know, had a law that they wouldn't support countries in active conflict. That has completely changed. We have been pushing them for a very long time to invest more in their military. That is completely changing. Indeed, the trajectory that Germany is currently on, given these recent events, is extraordinary, and I think it will have outsized effects for European security. Thank you.
Thank you. Should the U.S. change our military-to-military relationship with Germany after they hesitated to act against Russian aggression, or if we see a pattern of this in the future?
Congressman, I think we would want to take a broader look at our relationship. Germany, for example, also hosts tens of thousands of U.S. troops and plays an important role in European security in other ways. I think particularly given the steps that we have seen, this is a crucial relationship. It's crucial not just for European security, frankly, but for global security. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, the UK, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, the Czech Republic, the Netherlands, Belgium, they all committed weapons and equipment to Ukraine before Germany did. Why do you think Germany waited so long to send weapons to Ukraine?
Again, first of all, thank you for the question. And as Dr. Carlin said, I can't speak to the exact mindset there, but I do want to take a moment to note what you mentioned here, which is the extraordinary effort we have seen across Europe and now obviously including Germany. I think, as I mentioned before, the part of the State Department I work in, we oversee those transfers of U.S. origin equipment from one country to another. And I think across the board, this has been an extraordinary effort, and we're happy to continue to work with all of the countries who are close by and able to provide Ukraine with what it needs.
So no thoughts or no discussions at the State Department about why Germany followed instead of leading the rest of these countries?
I'm not aware of any discussions.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, Germany is Russia's largest trading partner in Europe. 6,000 German companies do business in Russia. Is it time for us to rethink our alliance to ensure that our allies share our national security goals? For instance, should we consider an alliance of democracies that share a strong desire to counter Russia and China?
Well, I think that across the board, we do have partners and allies and friends and alliances where we are working together to counter Russia. To take a step back out of the space that I work in particularly, which is related to security assistance, we have seen Europe coming together really in an unprecedented way with sanctions, looking at, as I just discussed, arms transfers, condemnation of Russia's actions. And I think we need to continue to work with all of them to make sure that we move forward hand in glove. I think us being united is really what in some ways Russia fears most. And I think that is the message that we need to carry forward.
All right, thank you. Dr. Carlin, at a Center for New American Security Forum last December, you said, quote, "Our thinking on deterrence has declined a bit." end quote, since the 1990s after the Soviet Union disintegrated, you were referring to. In light of the conflict with Ukraine, I'm concerned that the Biden administration.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, we are still live here. This is the Stock Market Live. We're LCAOD. It is 12:17 p.m. Yeah, we went all the way through Euro close here. This is a long briefing here today. This is Defense and State Department officials. They're just having a little testimony on the engagement with the allies and partners here. So that's what's happening right here. The market took a steep dip right here, all the way down on the SPY at 428 here. Just bounced right back at 430 now, but market did come down. I'm seeing stocks pull back slightly here. Amazon is the leader to the downside right now, about 25. But yeah, we're gonna continue to listen to this. Wall Street lunch break is approaching, ladies and gentlemen, slash LCAOD lunch break as well. So, but we're gonna keep this briefing up during the lunch hour here. It looks like they're gonna continue this briefing here for about maybe another 30 minutes to an hour. I don't know. But we're going to keep it up live here, ladies and gentlemen. But we are still live. Just want to let you guys know that. I see y'all in the comment section. Y'all still going crazy. But let's tune back in and see what they're going to finish saying here.
Section 127 ECHO and 1202 programs. So Assistant Secretary Carlin, could you clarify whether either of these programs are currently subject to Leahy vetting?
Thank you very much for raising this, Congresswoman. We absolutely prioritize Leahy vetting. My understanding is that ensuring that our partners are following human rights is a key priority in everything that we do. So while I cannot speak at this moment as to whether or not Leahy vetting exactly applies, I can promise you that we are looking at how and in what ways our partners and allies are appropriately following human rights. And if they're violating them, then that means we need to have a relook and have a different kind of conversation. And if there are any specifics that you'd like me to take back, I'm more than willing to do so either now or, of course, separately.
Perfect. Well, I will look forward to working with you to get in writing some more clarification on that question of Leahy vetting and those two programs and how we're making sure we're not providing security assistance to units that are committing gross human rights violations. I want to turn now to the Sahel. We have seen a proliferation of coups over the past year, almost all of which have involved militaries that have been trained by the United States, including Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. How has the development impacted state and DoD's thinking on who we provide security assistance to? Many of these countries had issues with human rights violations in the past, particularly in Burkina Faso and Mali, and lacked robust security sector governance and democratic progress that made this kind of challenge predictable. In fact, when I worked at the State Department 5 or so years ago, we were working on security sector governance in some of these countries because we knew it was a problem. So what signals are we sending about our values when we provide security assistance despite these challenges? And what does this say about our stabilization and good governance efforts in the region more broadly? What tools are underutilized to better address these challenges? And how do we make sure moving forward our security assistance is leading towards what we want, which is secure and democratically governed and human rights abiding governments?
Well, thank you for the question. And I am very committed, and I think it's important that you raise this question of security sector governance. And I think you're right that as we work with countries, we need to make sure that we're looking at this across the board, whether it comes to human rights, whether it comes to making sure that, and I keep coming back to this, but I think it's important that procurement systems are set up in ways that keep corruption from happening. And so I think across the board, we need to do that. In every country we're working in. I think you raise legitimate concerns about what's going on in Africa. We are watching that very, very closely. And we always want to be promoting democracy and making sure that any training that happens in our programs supports that effort. And I would be happy to continue to work with you as we continue to look at these questions.
Thank you very much for raising this really important issue. I think the end state you outlined of our goals of this security cooperation is exactly right, secure, democratically governed. I wholly align myself with Assistant Secretary Lewis's comments, and I would say the examples you cited are profoundly worrisome, and when we see those occur, we do need to immediately step back and study why that did occur. Oftentimes, of course, it's due to kind of much bigger political reasons within a country, but ultimately that doesn't really provide a country with more security or stability. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I will look forward to working with you both on making sure that we are having a coherent, cohesive strategy on our security sector programs, especially in Africa, to make sure that we're not perpetuating and feeding into these challenges and adverse incentive structures for these governments that we're partnering with. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for testifying today. In the past weeks, we've seen the vital role alliances play in effectively countering and responding to the destabilizing actions of rogue states like Russia. We've also seen the extraordinary value of long-term capacity building with our partners through the deployment of advisors and regular multilateral training events. The training U.S. advisors have provided to our Ukrainian allies over the past years have made them a far more lethal fighting force and added unique capabilities to their armed forces, such as the effective employment of Javelin missiles. I believe these types of training missions and military-to-military partnerships are foundational to strong and resilient alliances and are also one of the most cost-effective mission sets conducted by the Department of Defense. As the department continues to address the pacing threat of China in the Indo-Pacific, I hope that these exercises and missions will receive the attention and funding they deserve. U.S. Army Pacific is well positioned to build and maintain strong relationships with strategically vital nations in the Indo-Pacific through exercises like Pacific Pathways. These exercises are mutually beneficial. They benefit the host nation militarily, economically, and diplomatically, and also allow the United States and allied nations to place combat power forward to deter aggression. Secretary Carlin, how do exercises like Pacific Pathways allow the joint force to build capacity and trust with partners in the Indo-Pacific, counter China's influence, and pre-position forces to deter Chinese aggression against Taiwan?
Thank you very much, Congressman. And I just want to say how much I appreciate your emphasis on training and exercises. I think oftentimes when we speak about security cooperation, folks focus on the materiel piece. But as you absolutely note, the training is crucial to ensure they know how to use the materiel, but also the exercises. And those are really helpful for a couple reasons. First of all, they're really good for our forces. They help our forces test things out. Second of all, they're useful for interoperability, helping us figure out with our allies and partners who does what, how do we do that? And third of all, I would emphasize they're pretty useful for deterrence and reassurance. You highlighted China. I think it is quite clear that China is watching these exercises. They watch when they grow in sophistication, and in particular, they watch when our allies and partners grow ever more capable. Thank you.
So how would increased funding for these exercises contribute to U.S. strategic objectives in the Indo-Pacific?
Thank you very much. Looking at resources, of course, it would really matter how they get best distributed. I could imagine that certain exercises could be made larger, or other countries could perhaps be invited into them, or they might be longer. I'd probably want to look at kind of how and in what ways those are used. But as you underscore, exercises are really critical both to our partners' capacity and also to our own. Thank you.
Thank you. With the reduction of forces in Central Command following the end of our mission in Afghanistan, I'm curious if regionally aligned forces like the 3rd Security Force Assistance Brigade could be better applied to U.S. strategic objectives in the Indo-Pacific. Again, Secretary Carlin, as part of the Global Posture Review, how has the department reprioritized these specialized partner building forces to increase capacity in the Indo-Pacific?
Thank you very much, Congressman. These Security Force Assistance Brigades are pretty new. They were only started a couple years ago, and I think we've seen them really have an outsized effect in various regions. I think particularly going forward, we need to think about where they're best placed and how they can best rotate. But I would say offhand, we've seen them in Africa play a helpful role. I have to assume that as you cite, the Indo-Pacific is one as well. So it's really a matter of looking at kind of all the tools in our toolkit. But these SFABs, they've been a really positive innovation by the U.S. Army. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Panetta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you both to the witnesses for being here, obviously talking about the important topics of our allies, but also the way we work with our allies in order to deal with the situations at hand, be it in Ukraine or be it with China. I want to hit on my California colleagues' questions on the Wagner Group. I think that's very fascinating, to be honest with you, especially what's going on in Mali. And the fact that it was Mali where they had Operation Barkhane and the French were in there, as well as 15,000 blue helmets of the United Nations were there as well. Unfortunately, the French has decided to leave based on the fact that Mali has decided to, I guess, contract with the Wagner Group for certain security purposes. I set that up with that, basically talking about hybrid warfare and how we are working with our allies in dealing with hybrid warfare, basically before we have to send troops in. And so if you could just give us an overview of the resources that we are doing in working with our allies to counter hybrid warfare, but also the challenges. Do our allies have some of the technology, some of the capacity to deal with those types of challenges that we're dealing with when it comes to hybrid warfare?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I share your profound concerns about the Wagner Group. And as the French are relooking their role across the Sahel, we're really working closely with them to understand how and in what ways we're understanding the terrorist threat there. I'm really happy that you brought up hybrid or gray zone warfare. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of examples of it over the last few years. And in terms of allied cooperation, I think the most important piece is frankly how we counter disinformation. That's important because it sort of has the first level impact of how we understand the threat and how they understand the threat. What we have seen, I think, masterfully over these last few months is that Russia has really not been able to flood the system with effective disinformation because each time they try to do so, we and our allies are immediately pushing information about here's what's happening, here's who's doing it. When we can have that common threat picture, just makes it a lot easier for us to then deal with these hybrid challenges.
So basically countering it with the truth is what you're saying?
1,000%, and countering it early and countering it often so that, as we saw, I think in 2014, the Russians managed to shape the narrative and seep in a lot of doubt about what was going on. That made it hard for the US response, it made it hard for our allied response, and I think part of what we see is so different with 2022's tragedy in Ukraine compared to 2014 is that there is zero doubt about what happened and who is to blame for what happened. And I think that's helped result in just this unprecedented effort of allied unity and response.
Next level beyond disinformation, what would it be?
Beyond disinformation, I think another way of dealing with gray zone or hybrid conflict is really showing how our militaries can cooperate, and in particular, actually, per the earlier question, in terms of exercises. So gray zone is an attempt to kind of hit just below the threshold to test us out or to test our allies and partners out. And to the extent our competitors say through our exercises, that those efforts aren't actually going to work, that they are not going to achieve their objectives, and they're going to be a whole lot less likely to try them.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I can stretch this out. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. Dr. Carlin, I want to just kind of start by asking you, how do you think we're doing when it comes to allies and partners? What kind of grade do you give ourselves now? Just trying to get a sense of your baseline, because I was looking through your testimony, thinking through what it is we can improve. But I'm just curious where you think we're starting from right now.
Thank you very much, Congressman Kim. I'm a little bit of a hard grader, so I would probably give us a B+ or so. In particular, I think we've made a lot of important changes in how we do security cooperation. A lot of that is tied, frankly, to Congress, to the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act, which forced us to cooperate a whole lot deeper. Department of State, Department of Defense. It really streamlined a patchwork of authorities, and above all, it really pushed us to do meaningful assessment, monitoring, and evaluation. So we don't just focus on inputs and outputs, but are we meeting our operational and strategic objectives? So I think we are on a very positive trajectory compared to where I might say we are 5, 10, 15 years ago. Thank you.
Now, you rightfully pointed out that obviously two of the biggest challenges that we face going forward, one China, one Russia. Right now, we're obviously faced with this global challenge when it comes to Russia. We've seen NATO and our European partners really step up in big ways, but I'm curious how you would assess our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. What has been their response to what we've seen with Russia?
Thank you very much, Congressman. And Assistant Secretary Lewis may wish to add to this. In particular, I would say our Indo-Pacific allies and partners and China are watching this very, very closely. They're watching the steps that we take, and they're also watching just the extraordinary, unprecedented steps which happens on a quite rare basis. They're absolutely going to look at what's occurring now, the activation, as you noted, which is just incredibly important, and trying to understand what effect has that had, what's gone well, what do we need to improve on for the future. Thank you.
My other questions have to do with Indo-PACOM and China. And I was hoping to ask if you feel as though with all of the movement that's going on in the European theater, if you're at all worried about readiness in Indo-PACOM.
Thank you very much. As you know, we can't just keep our eye on one theater, and so we're not. In fact, the Navy just did a freedom of navigation operation quite recently in the Indo-Pacific in the last few days or so. So we are absolutely trying to ensure that the kind of geopolitical challenge that we see China has continued to have is one that we are focusing on, while also very much accounting for the profound sea change, I think, challenge that we're seeing from Russia.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, agree. And I think one of the real challenges we have is dealing with Russia, but at the same time, keeping our eye on what's going on with China. I know we've had a robust discussion of Taiwan, but just emphasizing that once again, under the guidance of the Taiwan Relations Act, we are making sure that they're prepared as well, and have focused on security assistance to them that makes them prepared from an asymmetric perspective.
I think I've run out of time. I appreciate that, and I yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for self-regulating your time there. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Carlin, I know that Section 333 of Title 10 provides primary authority to the department to train and equip partners to build the capacity of military forces in 9 specific areas. And I serve on the subcommittee that oversees Special Ops Command. And as you may know, one of SOCOM's core activities is the military information support operations. Can you help me understand if MISO is covered under one of these 9 areas? And if so, how are we using Section 333 to build partner capacity in MISO?
Thank you very much for raising this issue. I cannot right now speak to MISO being included in this, but I pledge to come back to you as soon as possible in writing on that exact issue. I would just say writ large, the way in which we engage in MISO has to be responsible, not least to ensure that it is effective.
I think I would really appreciate the response on that. I think the SOCOM and the Special Ops community has been using MISO to some great effect and really some interesting innovations, and especially as we look at how information is a key part of how our adversaries engage in conflict. It will be important for us to better build this capacity and have partners and allies who also have the ability to conduct MISO. Ms. Lewis, I'm a member of Congress from Florida, and so I'm particularly interested in security cooperation with countries in the Western Hemisphere. Can you tell me a bit more about our security cooperation activities in Latin America and the Caribbean? Which partner nation forces are we training and equipping? And more broadly, how would you judge the efficacy of our efforts in building capacity in this AOR?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I had a real focus on Latin America early in my career, and so I'm always happy to get to discuss it again in this format. I think we have provided security assistance to the region over many years. I think most recently, we have focused very much on Colombia. I'm sure you've been aware of really the transformation that happened in Colombia, to a great extent, obviously, real tribute to the Colombians themselves, who were dealing with an incredibly difficult insurgency in their own country, drug war at the same time. And so I think that is always at top of mind in terms of continuing our support for them moving forward. And then throughout the rest of the region, we have a whole range of programs. There are some countries where, due to the situation with their current government, we're not able to work with them anymore. But we look to build and strengthen that partnership throughout the region, and happy to continue working with you and your staff as you focus on this from your perspective in Florida.
And do you think that our partnership capacity building and our presence in the region has had an impact on our ability to position for great power competition in the region?
You know, I'm actually very glad you raised this. I was lucky enough to get me with our Southcom commander, who's extraordinary, and she's very focused on this question. I think that we often, when we think specifically about China, we often think about, the Indo-Pacific, and sometimes we think about Africa, but I think it's very important that we need to look at what's happening there as well. My view is it's not just a question of security cooperation or security assistance or how we're postured, but it is also the relationships that we need to develop in that region. I mean, I think as we've talked about, China often uses small investments to get big leverage. My view is that they often do that in ways that really actually are detrimental to the countries that they're purporting to assist or help. And so I think this needs to be a renewed area of focus in the Western Hemisphere as we move forward. And I know that across the interagency, we are committed to doing that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'll yield back, and I'll note that I'm one-upping Ms. Houlihan by yielding back 30 seconds.
Thank you. We appreciate it greatly. I'm told not to get too comfortable in this chair, so we'll keep this going. I'm going to turn it over to Congresswoman Spear. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's gonna stay. I'm gonna get that. So I can do.
Congresswoman Spear, can you hear us?
Yeah, a bunch of stuff.
I can't. Let me just see.
We can hear you now.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you both for your outstanding presentations this morning. I'd like to ask Dr. Carlin a question. First of all, let me say how impressed I am with your credentials, with your time you've spent in 5 different administrations in defense work. So your work is really quite valuable. I'm concerned about the security cooperation agreements that we have, because on the one hand, it is intended to convey our values, our priorities, and our foreign policy objectives to both allies and adversaries. Between 2018 and 2020, the country of Azerbaijan received $120 million in Section 333 partner capacity building funds, despite its authoritarian government and armed aggression towards its democratic neighbor Armenia. In contrast, Armenia received $0 during that same period. So, Secretary Carlin, you testify that the department seeks to, quote, cultivate security partners who can appropriately and effectively be regional security anchors, especially during crisis. Given the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, in which Azerbaijan initiated it, and it cost thousands of lives and hundreds of thousands of people being displaced, I mean, I don't think anyone could argue that Azerbaijan has lived up to that ideal. So has that war in 2020 caused the department to reevaluate whether Azerbaijan is a worthy partner of the U.S., and if not, why?
Thank you very much for your opening remarks and for your kind words. I'll offer some thoughts, and Assistant Secretary Lewis may wish to add a bit as well on this one. But in particular, that conference site is it was indeed a horrific one, and it is one that we've looked closely at. I would say not only given what our partners have been involved with, but also because of how that conflict played out. And in particular, it's a real case study in drone warfare. When we have these security cooperation relationships, it is really important that we closely monitor how and in what ways such assistance is being used, and that we have very frank conversations with our partners if we think that is not being used in appropriate or effective ways. Let me turn to Assistant Secretary Lewis, who I think may want to add a bit on this one. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Carlin, and thank you for the question, and certainly echo the comments that she made. When it comes to the State Department side of the house, we don't actually provide foreign military financing to either country. But we are providing assistance on conventional weapons destruction, which we do so equally. As you may be aware, that's because that program is specifically designed to prevent civilians from being killed or injured by conventional weapons. And so that is the program we have continued.
Well, I guess I'm still not following whether or not there's been any repercussions to Azerbaijan as a result of their aggression to Armenia. They used Turkey and their drones to create havoc and injury and killings in the region. And I guess I'm not hearing from you that there's been any penalty for that.
I think, first of all, I very much appreciate the concerns that you're raising about what happened during that conflict. And I think the State Department has been following those very closely. I think in terms of the specific programs that we work on here, we aren't providing any foreign military financing, any foreign military financing to Azerbaijan. And so in this case, the only program that we have continuing there is the one for conventional weapons destruction.
So, Dr. Carlin, what kind of repercussions have they endured as a result of their actions since they've received $120 million from the U.S. government?
Thank you very much for highlighting this, Congresswoman. If it would be possible, might I suggest that I submit to you a written statement with more detail on this specific one to ensure that we're really meeting the intent of your important question.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. I yield back.
Great, thank you. Well, look, we're going to start to wrap up here. Before I do so, I ask unanimous consent that the statement of Representative Meeks be included in the record. Hearing none, it is so ordered. I just want to say thank you so very much for taking the time to talk with us. I know there's a lot going on right now that you all are responding to, but I think it was very helpful for us to be able to have this chance to be able to take a step back and look forward in terms of where we're trying to get towards, what objectives we're trying to achieve. I know you have other conversations up on the hill that you need to get to, so I will let you go. We are so adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
All right, meeting is adjourned here, so it's finally over after that was about 2 hours, I think, man. That was a long briefing there, a long meeting. Yeah, that was about 2 hours, so.
Galbani cheese is number one in Italy. It's not.
That was about 2 hours. It is still Wall Street lunch break right now. It'll be over here in about a good 5 minutes from now, a good 7 minutes from now. So keep that in mind. We're just gonna play a quick little tunes here right now until the lunch break is over with. But it does look like we have some more briefings here coming up shortly. It looks like Let me see. It looks like all I'm seeing right now, really mostly, is Russia, Ukraine headlines here. So a lot of talk, a lot of tension still there, obviously, during the war here. See, United Nations. It looks like they're still having a briefing here right now, live. Actually, United Nations General Assembly. Looks like they're continuing their briefing from yesterday ahead of a vote on a resolution to isolate Russia. So that is live right now. And they've been live there for about 2 hours. So we actually can tune into this. And I think we are going to go live from the White House. That'll be like around 2 p.m. though. I think Biden has a live briefing he wants to tell us. And his secretary is speaking after him. So we're going to tune in right now to this United Nations General Assembly briefing here. This has an effect for the market. As you can see, the other briefing did run the market down here and spiked up the volatility here. So let's see what they're saying here over at the United Nations General Assembly briefing.
In solidarity to uphold basic human rights and the rule of law, including those from multilateral consequences. Our population is small, but our voice can be very loud. As with many other small nations, the UN is our primary platform. And as with many others in this room, our own history as a people is marked by the last global conflict. For Marshall Islands, it has taught us a valuable lesson to achieve and preserve democratic independence and to ensure our voice is heard directly. Dear colleague, as it was repeated by so many other speakers, that it is important to speak out. We must all speak out when we see such flagrant wrongs in the world. Because if we do fail now, who then will speak up for us or our neighbors in future threats? In such a fragile region as ours, also facing geopolitical competition, we are closely concerned over the adequacy of multilateral response towards Ukraine. So while this invasion poses a challenge, we are also optimistic that many nations have spoken out and that many more will do so. Mr. President, Excellencies, a veto is and will not stop global consensus. And Ukraine, you have a friend in the Marshall Islands. You are not alone. Remain strong. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Marshall Islands. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel.
Mr. President, Israel is a country that has experienced many wars and therefore knows firsthand that war is not the way to resolve conflicts. War sows destruction, chaos, and tragedy, not a brighter future. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a serious violation of the international order. We have condemned it, and we call upon Russia to heed the calls of the international community to stop the attack and respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Israel has long-standing and positive relations with both Russia and Ukraine. Given our deep ties with both sides, we're willing to contribute to the diplomatic efforts if so requested, and have been trying to do so in the last couple of weeks. Israel expresses its concern for the safety of the people of Ukraine, including the numerous Israeli citizens living there and the sizable Jewish communities in the affected areas. We are gravely concerned by the growing humanitarian crisis. In that regard, Israel is providing 100 tons of humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine, including medical supplies, water purification systems, emergency water supply kits, and winter gear. We are calling upon the parties to facilitate humanitarian access. Mr. President, let me conclude by echoing the call of the Secretary General to turn to the path of dialogue and peace, and to resolve this crisis through peaceful means in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. I will end with the words of the prophet Isaiah, which express, in this context and beyond, my government's prayers, and I would hope the praise of all those sitting in this hall. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon in this hall at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, it looks like they're wrapping it up over here as well. So meeting is adjourned, they're done. They were live for about 2 hours. It sounded like he said there was going to be some continuation at about 3 p.m. They're about to take a little lunch break there, but the meeting is done here for right now. So with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here with LCAOD. This is the Stock Market Live, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after the break.
I feel about you. 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 It's your real life, folks. I feel about you. Rest in peace, folks. From the swamp to the zoo. Be safe, play cool. Stay down, stay true. Don't ever try to walk in the next man's shoes. And my pops told me that, and I heard what he said. I listen to him and I abide by them steps. And I keep my Smith & Wesson. Still like that, you heard what I said? Don't try me, I ain't playing. Damn, the road's going. Where it's going in? I don't give a fuck though. I know what's going on for real. It's all about the spiritual being. It ain't about how you feel. If you get caught up, they can lead up to death. And you don't wanna die in the early stage. I feel about you. I feel about you. Oh, I feel about you. I feel about you. Oh, yeah, real life. Yeah, real life. Oh, I feel about you. I feel about you. Oh, fuck a rainy day, I need a sunny day. I remember I was broke, that shit was yesterday. Guap called and said he had a bill away. I hopped up in the wheel when we sped away. Smoking gas on our way down 85. Hit short and grinning up like real fast. Then we got back and rolled out of gas. I told my baby girl I had to get the cash. Every day I gotta hustle, every day I gotta eat. Keep me a fresh fade, that's just how I gotta be. And I'm smoking good tree. And best believe I got good tree. And that Glock on me, you can never take me. Smith & Wesson throw away, nigga, that's a closed case.
Yeah, it was probably.
That's a clue.
his people in them, they was just over here recording. His cousin, he was just on the phone with him. We just had heard from him the night before that happened. He said something was going on though. He could say the way he was talking to him on the phone. His cousin was like just trying to tell him like, just keep your head up, stay strong.
Getting high, we getting high, we getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke. So we getting high, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke.
Yeah, I like to smoke up on that dope. When I roll it, yeah, my nigga, yeah, I like to take a toke. Yeah, I pull it, yeah, my nigga, I with that toolkit. Yeah, I smoke it, yeah, I roll a doobie. Yeah, I roll a doobie, kick back and watch a movie. Yeah, I'm just laid back, chillin', I'm groovy. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm shooting clips just like a movie. Ooh, yeah, your girl roll a blunt, then she wanna do me. Yeah, she wanna do me. Smoking a blunt though, roll it. No, I never stunt though. Hell nah. Roll up that blunt, bro. Light it. It smell like a skunk, yo. I'ma try. I'ma try to make it. 25 acre productions, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, dawg. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, dawg. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, dawg. I'm headed to the money, dawg.
Headed to the money, dawg.
I'm headed to the money, dawg.
Yeah,
I'm headed to the money, dawg. I'm headed to the money,
to
dawg.
the money though, headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood, have me eating good. Yeah, yeah, I wish you would. Try to take my meal, try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too, yeah, I ain't just draking. Yeah. No, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I'm smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Ooh. Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, dawg. 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 Yeah, I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny, leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up, yeah, I'm on that lean. Yeah, you know I'm double cup. Yeah, I got the green. Yeah, you know I'm rolling. Yeah, you know I'm smoking. Smoking on the herb. Yeah, I roll that gas. Yeah, I'm smoking on that perp. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. you will never take it. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Snap back for you get fitted. Yeah, boy, I'm not kidding. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'm tryna make it out. Tryna make it out. Yeah, I'm 22, but you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you not gonna take me out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back from the break here. It is 1:09 p.m. All the indices are in the red here. The Dow is down 1.75%. The Nasdaq is down about 1.15%. The S&P 500 is down about 1.35%. So we are in a little deep red territory here. The momentum for the bulls here to the upside kind of slipped here. We are kind of, well, we were still always in the bear market for the time being since the war has started. But the bears kind of got slight momentum here now as well in the bear market. So let's keep that in mind now. Bulls momentum is gone here. It slipped up here today, got below 433 here, just bottomed at 428. They're at 430 now, just sitting right here at this support area right now. Just kind of going sideways, chilling out, not doing too much. So that is just where we're at right now. Some stocks did pull back here. It looks like Amazon, they're down about 28 now, $28. Let's see, NVIDIA is down about $10 now. It looks like Tesla is finally in the red here. They were going up here, so they're still providing for Ukraine here. Obviously, Tesla is the only stock really holding up its gains. Really, they went to 889 this morning, but 880 is that resistance there, so they came back below 880 here. So now they're sitting right at 866, down $4 today. But I will keep an eye out on Tesla here. They're going to make a bigger move here before the week ends here to the up or downside still. And that's just really what it is for pretty much all the stocks. They're going to make another move here soon. You're going to have some patience here. This is the time really to do nothing or just do your research here. Or, you know, if you feel the side, whatever direction you feel the market's going, pick that side now and load the boat, put some time on it. Because right now the market is just credit spreading, going very slow here today. Nothing really too exciting happening here. But we do have some earnings after the bell here, it looks like. So we will tune into those. Let's see, let's get it pulled up really quick here. Today Tuesday. So we do got AMC, Plug Power, Salesforce reporting here after the bell today. That'll be exciting here. Salesforce will be exciting. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, the market just kind of chilling out here today. It's kind of slow, so we're going to continue to play some tunes here. We're going to take a quick break. We're waiting for, I think Biden is going live here soon, but we're going to try to find that briefing here. And when we get it pulled up, we'll go live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll be right back after the break.
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, number 9 checking in. The evening special. Smooth vibes for you. If you don't feel it, guess you ain't no real shit. tell me this. Why I feel like it's gonna be too late when niggas wake up. I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and then I sit and blaze up. Coming for any motherfucker ever tried to play us. Built it from the ground up, so I can't take no pay cuts. Introversion got me missing, I'm solo like the breakups. The bullshit came at me, and I just had to keep my head up. The world is going crazy, I think niggas getting fed up. Ignore your money, give a damn how much you got your bread up. They treat this misdemeanor like a fucking felony. You say you want my nigga, why the fuck you telling me? Oh my Kanye, shit ain't nothing you telling me. Well, you can speak it, but I highly doubt I'm gon' believe. Look with your eye, forget your eyes, my change what you perceive. I'm from the city, bodies falling like the autumn leaves. Over a bitch or some bullshit, and I'm like, niggas, please put them down, but keep them talking like your enemies. This shit here, my nigga, is the revolution. These niggas too pussy for war, I do it through the music. Gather round, I need your focus, hope this make it to you. I'm like a Malcolm X and you more like a Martin Luther. You and I, we both the same, gotta watch out for the shooters. The difference is you unaware they out here trying to do you. Make them move smarter, drink more water, shit beyond it. I give you knowledge, turn their wisdom, really how you use it. They say you crazy, it's they bullshit and you call it to it. You doing it for the grandma, baby, don't you fucking do it. I got my mind secure and nigga, I would never lose it. I'm flexible, nigga, you ain't gotta ever push it. I always talked about the shit, but now it's time I do it. It's about that time the youth to have some positive influence. It's like the music is the only way you gon' get to them. Half of them feel it, others hear it, is they go right through them. Niggas trained to love that shit by popping pills and shooting. How you gon' fuck on every bitch and they number you lose it. You feeling like the man cause you beat it up, you confused it. Told us love nigga, you know you just wanted to use it. The situation never blew, I was quick to diffuse it. I'm on this break, I'm doing straights and I'm feeling that's cool shit. Now mind you got is a weapon, gotta choose how you use it. These niggas hating and plotting, gotta watch who you cool with. You gon' survive in America, how clutch is your toolkit? New slaves, Jesus pieces, labor, just walking new whips. Trying to manifest so much that I don't know what to do with. Now I'm playing, I get that paper, I'ma build a school with free education for melanations, then fuck your poop it. It's allegory to your preacher, he can really stop it. These niggas lying to the people to protect their pockets. That's it, we'll see you later in Houston with the Rockets. Hit your mom, don't buy no J's or Kareem and Cobb. And now let's talk about options, man, this shit from the tropics. Intellectual mind, her list of ones microscopic. I call their music fishy cause they shit is really flopping. Check your approach, my nigga, maybe you should change the topics. Go spread some knowledge, my nigga, fuck what color you're watching. These niggas telling how the nerd to say the feds is watching. These bitches faking shots, gotta kick up, now she says she playing. You can't get on my way, it is too big a tsunami. I put the gas, I see the feds trying to creep up behind me. I know my rights, bitch, ain't no crime with on no fucking body. Maybe that's the reason that I don't trust nobody. They faking praising my talents just for pictures beside me. Hard to still love all this pain and I got built up inside me. What a disaster, do it really matter cause I went and found peace. And you can do what I do, so it's best that you just watch me. Just watch, I feel great. Tell me why these niggas wanna hate. Why everybody got their fucks up on my plate, knowing damn well that I ain't even ate. Bullshit religion make the people wanna wait. I'm some sacred, but ain't nobody getting saved. I'm walking down this path that it ain't even paved. These niggas sell their soul just for fucking fame. What a shame.
Everybody know I'm better. Yeah, I'm better. Always trapping, any weather. Your homie gone, did you write him any letters? But when he out, that's your homie for forever. Smoking his gas, this shit is fantastic. My daughter's birthday coming up, you know I'm spazzing. I'm just living life, how can you hate on me? No matter what, I'm standing tall like a maple tree. Sipping syrup, a lot of niggas change on me. My time coming, I'm just waiting patiently. 5 years old, and now I'm alone in the studio with my man bro. Ain't nobody stop me, ain't no competition. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen. Damn, I used to record in the kitchen. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen.
Bro, don't pass me the blood. 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 Bro, don't pass me the blood.
Bro, don't pass me the blunt. Bro, don't pass me the blunt. Yeah. Bro, don't pass me the blunt. Yeah. Just chillin' in the spot, getting smoked out. Country boys making noise, bring the two strokes out. It could be about who you know or what you know about. Planting seeds in the soul, waiting on the sprout. They don't understand. I just feel like the man, feeling like Nas. Be what I wanna be, I know I can. Anxiety kicking in, need another Zan. I need some food, mom's food with them pots and pans. TAC in my system, all different strands. These niggas acting like hoes, I only fuck with fans. They keep me safe, keep me sane, and keep me in my zone. If you fuck with one of them, I hope your team's strong. They been sleeping on me, it's time to wake 'em up. I'm sipping purple and yellow, Lakers cup. If you nod one more time, I'ma take your cup. This shit way too expensive to be wasted, girl. Sometimes I really feel like I'm on another level. All the shit I done been through, my heart made of metal. Keep it positive and keep it hot, just like a kettle. Unless it's 12, officer, I don't know what to tell you. I'm back, this rap shit is way too easy. Pop a bar and spit some bars and then I'm way too sleepy. But I'm grinding hard, I got a family to feed. So I'ma try to drop some hits that the streets gon' need. Yeah. Been struggling for a while, trying to find my way out. Even had thoughts of grabbing a stick and laying niggas down. Had to get my mind right, had to get my mind focused. I done made my mistakes, I done made some bad choices. I'ma keep my head up. If you ain't noticed, keep a smile on my face while I'm puffing on this hope. Plant seeds in the soil, I'm just waiting on the sprout. This shit here's from 93, and that's no doubt. Yeah.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, DJ.
You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost, get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost, nigga. You lost, nigga. Really, I'm a boss, nigga. Chase a bag, nigga. Really from that stoop, nigga. That's one rack, boss. Yeah, I'ma get 'em. That's one rack, lost. Damn, Skizzy hit 'em. Got 'em with them bars, nigga. Call me Hershey, cause I kiss 'em. In the back of the back of the May, nigga. You know that Maybach all white, and I'm tatted, nigga. Like I'm Haitian with them rosters on my head, nigga. One rack shit, one rack bitch, I love that. One rack shit, that one lack bitch, and I'm gon' splat at your shack shit. I meant, oops, my bad, I'm back, bitch. You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, 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 get lost.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. It is 1:23 p.m. Mark is still chilling out here. It looks like it might retest the bottom here, though. I am seeing Another pullback here. We're at 429.79 on the SPY right now. The low of the day is 428.51. Keep that in mind. So we're about $1 away from the low of the day. The volatility is still creeping up here. We're almost back at the high of the day on the volatility here on the VIX. It's at $26.40. The high of the day is $26.56 here. So keep in mind that's about 20 cents away from the volatility being at the high of the day here. So, oh man, yeah, I don't know, man. It's getting kind of back to that point where we was before the war started here. Looks like the market just it did hit that critical bottom to go back here to the top. It looks like the market officially, you can say now on the SPY, found its resistance at about 438. So from 410 to 438, that is your new spread now. We see now it has turned around here on the SPY. It's at 429. So we might be retesting 420 and below here, you guys. We wasn't down there for too long. Let's keep that in mind. The market is down right now, though. The indices are in deep red territory now. The Dow's down 2% here now. The NASDAQ is down about 1.40%, and the S&P 500 is down about 1.60% here. So almost 2% on across the entire board here. Market's coming down right now. SPY selling off 429.20 here. SPY's pulling back here. So like I said, the low of the day is 428.51. We want to see if it retests that bottom and breaks below, or will it just get to that bottom and find support again and bounce right back up here to possibly 430. I think it's a long way from VWAP right now in the SPY, so we're not even looking towards the middle here right now. The bears do have momentum to the downside right now. Let's just see what's going to happen next, ladies and gentlemen. No briefings right now, so we're going to take another quick break here. But yeah, just pay attention to the ETFs right here, right now. They're selling off here currently. Let's see if they break that bottom, or will they buy that dip right there at 428.51, ladies and gentlemen. So the volatility just spiked up. 26.57 is the high of the day on the VIX right now. So we see the VIX at the high of the day right now, and it's still going here. SPY's still coming down here. Stocks coming with it. Oh, man, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
I'm about to bend the edge just to get the set. I'm about to bend the edge just to get the set. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Cold boy quiz, all I do is spit crack. I'm ballin' like a Laker. Downstairs hood, call a young nigga Baker. HBK, I'm a young heartbreaker. Yes, shawty bad, little nigga, don't chase her. If she actin' up, little nigga, just replace her. I'm about to shoot my shot with a light skin dom. Young Tony Hawk, how I stay up on my grind. Remember being broke, selling nicks and Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I rock the phone like Brett. Niggas ain't shooters, they was ballin' at the rec. Shout out my Quan, man, my nigga is a jet. My new hoe 27 like Leonard Fournette. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I had to cut these niggas off, ain't using no axe. I'ma buy my mama crib, I told her relax. How this nigga born in 97, them facts. Fuck with me, you better be a rider. I'm hype like Shada. Feeling like big, bitch, call me Big Papa. I got that Shada flowing, no, I'm not chopper. I don't play hockey, but I am a slider. Fucking with my side bitch, yeah, it's time to hide her. Christmas, how I get the set. Say you got gas, boy, you better have some pack. I got them chips, I ain't talking rap snacks. Know my side bitch, yeah, you know her ass fat. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the set. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Good threats. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck out ahead of it. Get to the money, you know the fake hoes that can come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200.
keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, they get to the money. You know the fake money come with it. That's why I cut it, baby, keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I really go on the back street. On the run with niggas, so clappy. Play with the gritty, your ass with the 6 feet. Boy clutching, I'm clutching. Room nigga, it's nothing. Mom put you in the oven. We ain't playing that chain shit. I'm a hop with the Drake stuff. Car machine, it's nothing. Pull up on your first cousin. I just talked to TG the other day, said stay low and stay out the way. And butter this cake for your family every day. For food on the table every day. I done fell in love with this cake. Percocet shove straight to the face. I just hopped on 85. Lean all in my henny, man. Bitch giving me a dumb neck. So the bitch just joined the ride. Mom smoking on 85. About to go holler at the club today. He told me he got me 2 for 5. Boy, don't be like, yeah. I need that nigga right now. Play card, I got 2 for 10. Serving nigga like right now. Got my bitch from giving neck. While I'm chasing this chick. Kobe Bryant in the 4th. All you see is straight nits. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, let's get to the money. You know the fake ones gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby, keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, let's get to the money. You know the fake ones gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby, keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. This ain't even Elite 8, I'm already lit up at the gate. The snow bunny off the molly. I just let the fucking tropics. Met a plug named Jesus. Serve a 20 piece right in your face. He asked me if I lead a day. Will your family be straight? Hell yeah. Count it up, count it up, count it up, run it up. Me and DP, you already know we back to fuck the summer up. Money days under my eyes, cause I stayed up all night. Count it up. With a crooked BMW, just in case a nigga trying to wake me up. Hit his ass real fast, like KP running the screen pass. I'd rather come first than last. Chasing this paper, I really got no plan. What you think the hitters for? From Jibra all the way to the boat. Pull up at the prayer, you know how I go. Serve a nigga, then you gotta go. You love hoe. Vivian diamond shining like a chandelier. Hoe see me and she started to choke. What do you mean, a nigga? I can never ever see myself going over Zay. And now I'm doing this shit. So there's the spirit in my soul. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, get to the money. Know the fake money can come with it. That's why I cut it, baby, keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, gotta get it. Fuck all they haters, get to the money. Know the fake money can come with it. That's why I cut it, baby, keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 204. Else.
Oh, they got it. Oh, that's good. They got it on Facebook. Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I'm gonna say that type of stuff is important.
So he got started and everything. He said it's been an humbling experience. Like, y'all,
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Illuminati checking in. The evening special. Smooth vibes for you. Feel it? Tell me this, why I feel like it's gonna be too late when niggas wake up. I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and then I sit and blaze up. Coming for any motherfucker ever tried to play us. Built it from the ground up, so I can't take no pay cuts. Introversion got me missing, I'm so look like the breakups. The bullshit came at me, and I just had to keep my head up. The world is going crazy, I think niggas getting fed up. Take away your money, give a damn how much you got your bread up. They treat this misdemeanor like a fucking felony. You say you want my nigga, why the fuck you telling me? Oh my Kanye, shit ain't nothing you telling me. Well, you can speak it, but I highly doubt I'm gon' believe. Look with your eye, forget your eyes, my taste to perceive. I'm from the city, body smaller like the autumn leaves. Over a bitch with some bullshit, and I'm like, niggas, please put them down, but keep them tucking like your enemies.
niggas. This shit here, my nigga, is the revolution. These niggas too pussy for war, I do it through the music. Gather round, I need your focus, hope this make it to you. I'm like a Malcolm X and you more like a Martin Luther. You and I, we both the same, gotta watch out for the shooters. The difference is you wanna where they out here trying to cheat you. They can move smarter, drink more water, shit beyond it. I give you knowledge, turn their wisdom, really how you use it. They say you crazy, it's they bullshit and you call it to it. You doing it for the grandma, baby, don't you fucking do it. I got my line secure, and nigga, I would never lose it. I flex around me, nigga, you ain't gotta ever push it. I always talked about the shit, but now it's time I do it. It's about that time to youth to have some positive influence. It's like the music is the only way you gon' get to them. Half of them feel it, others hear it, is they go right through them. Niggas trained to love that shit by popping pills and shooting. How you gon' fuck on every bitch and they number you lose it. You feeling like the man cause you beat it up, you confused it. Told her it's love nigga, you know you just wanted to use it. The situation never blew, I was quick to defuse it. I'm on this break, I'm doing straights and I'm feeling that school shit. The mind you got is a weapon, gotta choose how you use it. These niggas hating and plotting, gotta watch who you cool with. You gon' survive in America, how clutch is your toolkit? New slave, Jesus pieces, labor, just bought them new whips. Tryna manifest so much that I don't know what to do with. Nah, I'm playing, I get that paper, I'ma build a school quick. Free education for melanations to fuck your pooping. It's allegory to your preacher, he can really stop it. These niggas lying to the people to protect their pockets. That's it, we'll see you later in Houston with the rockets. Hit your mom, don't buy no Jessica Reed, I'm copping. Now let's talk about options, man, this shit from the tropics. Intellectual mind, her list of most microscopic. I call they music fishy cause they shit is really flopping. Check your approach, my nigga, maybe you should change the topics. Go spread some knowledge, my nigga, fuck what color you're watching. These girls telling how the nerd to say the feds is watching. These bitches faking shots at the kick up, now she says she's hard. You can't get on my way, it is too big a tsunami. I put the gas, I see the fish trying to creep up behind me. I feel my rights, bitch, ain't no crime without no fucking body. That's the reason that I don't trust nobody. They fake praising my talents just with bitches beside me. Hard to love all this pain that I got built up inside me. What a disaster, do it matter cause I went and found peace. And you can do what I do, so it's best that you just watch me. Just watch. I feel great. Tell me why these niggas wanna hate. Everybody got their force up on my plate. Knowing damn well that I ain't even ate. But shit, religion make the people wanna wait. On some sacred, but ain't nobody getting saved. I'm walking down this path that it ain't even paved. These niggas sell their soul just for fucking fame. What a shame.
Like you said, family is took advantage of people being in charge. Like some people being in charge, so they feel like they can do less stuff.
Yeah.
That's really what it was.
Yeah.
But I feel like if everybody really
Everybody know I'm better. Yeah, I'm better. Always trapping. Any weather. Your homie gone. Did you write him any letters? But when he out, that's your homie for forever. Smoking his gas. This shit is fantastic. My daughter's birthday coming up. You know I'm spazzing. I'm just living life. How can you hate on me? No matter what, I'm standing tall like a maple tree. Sipping syrup. A lot of niggas change on me. My time coming. I'm just waiting patiently. 5 years old. And now I'm alone. In the studio. With my man bro. Ain't nobody stop me. Ain't no competition. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen. Damn. I used to record in the kitchen. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen.
Bro, don't pass me the blood. 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 Bro, don't pass me the blood.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1:37 p.m. and the spot ended up making a new low for the day here. Coming back from the break, they touched 428.17, ladies and gentlemen. So we have another low here. The volatility spiked, you guys. It's up here. The VIX is at 26.75. That was the high. Now we're at 26.55 here. So they sold off about 20 cents right now, but a little quick little bounce off the bottom. It might be here, but we are at the bottom end here. We are at the low end here on the SPY, the triple Qs, and the Dow here. And the volatility is up right now, you guys. This is really high right now. I think I said earlier Max Payne would be about 428 even. So yeah, it looks like that will possibly still be that Max Payne level for the Bulls here. If you can get a flush 428 even and just stay lower than that, I think stocks will pull back more here. I do see Amazon starting to pull back a lot here. They're down 35 now, down $35 here. Book and Holding is down $80, you guys. So they're getting a 3.67 correction over there. They're down $80, you guys. So the market is selling off here today. Capital One is down about $12 right now. Google is down 26, you guys. Google's down $26. Nvidia is down 11 here, right back at 232. So yeah, we starting to see stocks pull back here. As I said, that Max Payne is starting to kick in here, especially if, like I said, if you can get that flush on the SPY at 428 even below, you'll see more selling pressure here. Tesla's only down $7 here, so they're not down too much, but they're not showing strength that they want to go up higher either. So eventually that'll start to sell off once people start to realize they're not even really moving. But that's just where we're at right now. All the indices are in the red. The Dow's down 2%. The Nasdaq's down 1.55%, ladies and gentlemen. And the S&P 500 is down 1.75%. So stocks nosedive as Russia-Ukraine war rages, you guys. So the Russia and Ukraine war is raging right now, and the stocks are just taking a nosedive from it here. So we're really still in the same position we were last week, meaning there is still opportunity for you to make money, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to have is patience right now. Patience will pay here. If you can just have some patience and just be calm and stay calm through this storm, it'll pay off. Trust me, it'll pay off. It always does. Never fails here. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't see any live briefings during the break. But it does look like they will be going live here shortly from the White House. And, yeah, that's at 2 p.m., so it's about 20 minutes here. It looks like this U.S. nuclear commander, let's see what his event is called. Loaded, it's loaded. Okay, so, yeah, it says about 20 minutes. They're going live from the Capitol there. Charles Richard, he's testifying to the House Armed Services Committee. So that's what's about to happen here. That might affect the market here. Pretty much all the briefings today did affect the market. It brought it down. So this might have a more downside to it, or this might bring the market right back up here to the middle here. We don't know yet. We're going to see in about 18 minutes. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue the tunes rolling here today because it is a slow day here, as I said. But the videos are correlating with the market the most here today. So we're going to just stay tuned into the briefings here. The next one is in about 18 minutes at 2 p.m. They're going to go live from the Capitol here. So we're going to tune into that. In the meantime, over here at LCAOD, we're going to take another quick break, ladies and gentlemen. But I hope you're enjoying the live stream. I hope you're learning something. I hope you're earning something here. Really go take a break, man. Get the blood flowing. Get your eyes off the screen. Go use the bathroom. Go get some fresh air. Jog and play. Stretch, yawn. I mean, just get up, move around, get the blood flowing. You don't want to really just be staring at the screen like that. That's not healthy. You don't want to be staring at your phones like that. That's not healthy. So get the blood flowing. Go take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break, too. We'll be right back.
Yeah. John. 704, 704, on the 704, 704, 704, 704, on the 704. That's right, I be that young nigga that you never heard. Spit on rhythms, I make you remember, now you know the words. Dropping hits, yeah, I rack up them figures, but I hardly splurge. I'ma get it, my deposit hit, my pockets never hurt. I got gold up on my neck, I got gold up on my wrist, I got whole gold wrist, gold condom for my dick. Hey, you know I'm hella cold, but a nigga never sick. And my money hella old, we on that immortal shit. Working
working every day, I'm on a mission just to chase a sack. Cop a little weight and then I flip it and I make it back. On a paper chase like I'm sprinting on the fucking track. If I take a break, it's just to sit and roll and smoke this pack. I be on my grind, know a nigga never slacking. Long as I got God, know a nigga never lacking. I don't be surprised, crazy shit, it always happens. I just verbalize all this shit into this rap.
Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it real, we can't take no photo. Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it real, we can't take no photo.
Yeah, I be going every day, watching flying. You can't stop me, nigga, it's no fucking way. I be popping from the berry all the way to Santa Fe. Trending topic, I ain't trying to get to know my fucking name. Give me my respect, I'm underrated and they fucking sleep. I could drop a new project like every other fucking week. You think he the best? I swear these niggas are so fucking weak. No heart in my chest, but I never miss a fucking beat. Do you really know me or do you just know my story? I've been sipping on the 40 in my head, feeling distorted. Yeah. Is you really for me? Well then I need you to show me. I do not want to control you, I just want you to adore me, bitch. I need you to listen, give me your attention. I said I'm on a mission, trying to make the digits. If you got a proposition for the acquisition, put that fucking trippin' shit, I need to hear it.
Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it real, we can't take no photo. Running 704, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit get low, go, no, sick of low, choke, like it real, we can't take no photo. Yeah, 704, 704, 704, running 704, 704, 704, 704, running 704.
Johnny. Yeah, I be spazzing on them. Yeah, I be spazzing on them. Knock on that bitch door, I eat her candy like it's trick or treat. She begging for some more, as that hoe, she want dick or meat. She said, por favor, yeah, this Hispanic bitch, do what I please. Monte de rodillas, I just thought this bitch get on her knees. I need to hit that from the back, so baby, won't you turn around? I beat them cheeks, yeah, I'ma clap them shits because I love the sound. She a gunner, cause that pussy juicy, wet on drip or drown. Work the stunner, I'ma pop a perk and go a second round. I fucking shit up and I hit it wrong. Bunny on Hannah Montana mall. Pop me top out of Panama. Dick at the whole speaking Chippewa. Don't fuck with the cops, nigga, fuck all the ops, yeah. This shit is too hot, I can't stay up in the spot, yeah. I am not soft, niggas playing, I'm not, yeah. Johnny took off, I'm the man at the top, yeah. Very scary, fairly odd, bitch, I don't go by the rules. Feel like Jimmy Neutron, but bitch, I dropped up out the school. This my power hour, yeah, I got her on the roof. And we burning purple flowers, all the smoke is going poof. I'm blowing up like a semi-swerve, blowing up how the spliffy burn. Growing up like I'm semi-turned, they going nuts like the demi-urge. Haters, they just wanna see me burn. All that fake easy to discern, no time to play, I don't need a turn. Accelerating like I'm being CERN. This bitch don't like me, this bitch don't like me. I used to pipe her, she used to bite me. I almost wife her, cut that like Spike Lee. Said I'm a liar, well bitch, I might be.
Fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little whore. She probably got a nigga. Replay. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP. Ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. On the next cost like a boss. I just know the code. I want. I say what I want, cause I be the one with the gun. Hey, I be in magic, they know when I come. Who's eating hoes like lunch? That's in the back, they fucking in front. That little bitch, what's up? That's fuck. Bust my nut, but I don't fuck up. So, you know she a dime, but she ain't mine, nah. Cause I don't never cup, nah. Little bit wet. What? Huh? Nah, what? Hold up. What? I don't cup. Ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, Only match the cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, ooh. I ain't spending shit. Take me to the private room, ooh, private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, ooh. Take me to the private room, yeah. Take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants you bitchy. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fuck the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. We ain't kissing, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, Only match the cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, I do what I want, yeah. I say what I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, wait, what, huh? Wait, what, huh? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. Ooh, I'm the boss, I'm the boss like the plunge. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, Only next to cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, Replay. I'm a indigo, I'm the boss, yeah. We got packs, we got threats. Yeah, that gas. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. We got packs, we got threats. Fuck a nap, yeah. Just at my jack, bitch. I be on the go. So got that dope for low. Fresh up off the boat, yo. Cause I'm the hood stove. I got that green, I got that coat. Smoke a O, yep. 4-0, yep. I take your fucking back, secure that fucking bag. Better before we snatch and grab, yeah. And you won't get it back. My goonies never slack, bet on that. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a oak, yeah, smoke a oak. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a oak, yeah, smoke a oak. We got bud for low, we got coke for low, yeah. Dope overload, yeah. We be smoking dro, ayy. Pull up to your spot, set up shop. You get popped on the spot. If you get a drop, we don't fuck with ops. Thotty stop, suck my cock while I'm rolling up a block. You can't hit my blunt, nah. You a stupid blunt, yeah. I be having fun with a bitch that use a tongue. And she swallow when I come. Ali, I'm the man. Hey, grab that Palmer, it's a Dutchie. OG tasting clutchy, and she said she wanna fuck. Got me feeling lucky, big ol' packs, big ol' racks. Pour that quality from the act, big ol' bricks like I'm Shaq, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, S-O-L-O, so smoking choke, yeah. Big ol' dope, wait, what? Hold up. Wait. What? Huh? What? Hold up. Nah. What? Hold up. What? This is replay. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Cut a nigga dope, I just do the most, I'm gon' go. I can pump, gotta choke, I up that bit and blow. It get gritty in the boat, so you better hold your own, for sure. I'm the realest and they know, no, quit the fuck your bit, yeah, nigga. Take your hoe, smoke a hoe, on my SOLO, hot shit. I be on the grind, on my money mine, I just put the shit on time. I'm that nigga that's for show, I'm that boss, so whoa. Put that replay on repeat, till I drop that repeat, yeah. Then that 3P, hey, this that Ali, and they gon' respect me, yeah. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, hey. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, yeah. I'm a indigo, dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine, yeah. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. I'ma shine, shine, shine. I'ma grind, 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 grind. Time is mine, time is mine, mine, mine. I replay, yeah.
It was hungry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We're still live here. Back from the break here. We got about 4 minutes. We're going to go live here with the United States Nuclear Commander here, Charles Richard. He's like he's going to be testifying on Capitol Hill here. So this will definitely affect the market here. So we're going to tune in to that when they start the live. Ladies and gentlemen, but Bitcoin rises as Russia-Ukraine crisis escalate here. The Dow is still down about, where we at now, 2.10%. The Nasdaq's down 1.57. The S&P 500 is down 1.77 now. So we are in a little deeper red territory here. Not really looking safe for the bulls right now. The bears holding the weight steady right here at 429, 428.17 is the low of the day now on the SPY. The volatility is very high right now, you guys. It's at $26.45. Just came from $26.78. So keep in mind that is very high right now. The market pulled back basically from what was it? Friday, Monday. A 3-day rally, a little 3-day rally here. So the market has finally pulled back here. It looks like we're right here just chilling out, really not doing too much. But as I said earlier, this is the best time to invest. This is the best time to really make some money here because you don't have to do anything. Just wait. Have some patience here. I know you're itching to make $1 here, but this is business at the end of the day. You're not gonna make $1 almost every day here, or not a lot of dollars. Let's put it that way. If you're a trader, investing is different here. You're a shareholder. You're making dollars right now. Everything's fine. Nothing really changing. So just keep in mind, though, if you're a trader, you know right now, best thing to do is just stay patient. Have some patience, man. It always pays. I tell that to my clients. I tell that to my Discord. I tell that to my fan base. I tell that to the comment section, everybody in the comments right now, all the time. Just patience pays, you guys. Have a little faith in what you believe in, and just wait it out. Let the storm pass through, because that's all that's really happening right now. It's just a little storm in the market here. But they'll figure it out. They always do. When it passes, money start rolling back in. That's just the way this business works. It's the nature of this business here. But, yeah, we are going to go live here. The briefing is about to start here in about 1 minute. So yeah, as soon as that starts, we're live here pulling it up. We do have some earnings here after the bell. Let me pull that up as well. Hold on. See, get that pulled back up here. 1 second. Yeah, Powell is not speaking today. Powell speaks Thursday at 10 a.m. So y'all got a little breathing room. You don't got to worry about Jerome Powell today. He's not speaking today. It's Thursday. But yeah, Thursday he will have an effect though. Kind of might be kicking in now here. That's why you're not really seeing nothing happen. But yeah, we do have earnings after hours. It looks like I said earlier, AMC is reporting here after the bell. So AMC Theater is reporting after the bell. You got Plug Power, Salesforce, Wish, Dutch Bros, all report after the bell. Nordstorm, all report after the bell. Tomorrow morning before the opening bell, Dollar Tree reports their earnings. So Dollar Tree reports their earnings tomorrow morning. That'll probably be the biggest one in the morning tomorrow. Dollar Tree, you got PaySafe as well. But I think Dollar Tree will definitely be all eyes on them tomorrow morning. See what they going to do there. I heard prices was going up in the Dollar Tree. They said they're not really having things for $1 anymore. So share price might go up tomorrow morning. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see. But just wanted to give you guys that heads up. It looks like there might be running late here today. Not live yet. Let's see here. Let's check. See if anything else is happening. Green, red, red, green, red. Same pattern. Yeah, you're right. CNN is drilling all over Biden right now. Yeah, Biden he's having something go on tonight at 9 p.m. So he's going to be speaking tonight at 9 p.m. On TV. Something's going on. That's probably why CNN is talking about him so much. Let's see here. United Nations look like they are live. They might be back. Good. Yeah, but yeah, the United Nations look like they might be back. I don't know. But it is 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. We got about 2 more hours till the market is closed. So give yourself a pat on the back. If you've been here with me since 9:30, we got about 2 hours left, ladies and gentlemen. Then you free to go. You know what I'm saying? You can clock it on out and go on about your day. We got 2 hours left. It's been a chill day. Ain't really nothing going on. The SPY's coming down right now. Election fraud here. So yeah, SPY still selling off right here. It might retest 428.17 on the SPY. Might be retesting the bottom here. Volatility still shooting up. Looks like the Wisconsin Election Committee hearing it has started. Let's see how long it's been on. I don't know. We're gonna check. They've been live about 2 hours on that, so that might be about to end. Let's see. Let me see something. So the United Nations, let's see, they said they were live here. So they're tuning in. Looks like they are live here at the United Nations. And this look like it just possibly started. So we're going to tune into this. No, this is not live, actually. Excuse me, this is not live. But the other one, the Wisconsin thing, is live. And it looks like we're just still waiting on the nuclear commander to go live. Okay, so that's what we're doing then. So yeah, all right, that's just what it is then. We're gonna continue to wait for the nuclear commander to show his face here and go live. He's gonna be testifying on Capitol Hill. If you're just tuning in, we are live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 2 hours left till the market is closing. Keep that in mind. And let me see, reading with you guys in the comments section. Someone said Biden will have a unique distinction of destroying United States economy, its markets, and its currency. Crashes on may take a while. I don't know, man. It is getting worrisome here. The volatility is just spiking up here. That's really what I'm paying attention to the most here. The SPY range and the triple Q range is kind of really still in the same pattern, same area here. So, but the VIX here, I'm looking at that a little different here. You know, the higher that go, the farther the stocks will pull back. Even though they might not be doing it right here this second, they can get lower, ladies and gentlemen. Believe that payments can get bigger. Their premiums can pick up here. Amazon's down $41 now. So it looks like stocks are starting to move more towards the downside now. AMD is down $8 now. AMD is down $8 or $9 here. Those are chip makers there. They're hurt right now. Looks like Coinbase is up $3. Crypto market is looking good, so Coinbase is kind of holding its gains here. Book and Holding is still selling off. They're down by $84 now. Goldman Sachs, all the banks are getting clapped here. All the banks are going down right now. The Goldman Sachs is down about $12 right now. JP Morgan is even down right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, Nike's even down right now. We got a lot of retail down here. Etsy's down. You got Shopify down. Everything, man. Everything is down right now. The market is in the red. Tesla's even down about $6 right now, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, the whole market is down right now. We are back in, well, we were always in it. We just have a lot of bearish momentum right now. I think a flush below 428, that'll hurt the bulls there completely. The bulls are already hurt at this point, but you know, if you want them out and finished, you're gonna have to flush the spot below 428 at this point. The volatility is still up in the air. Let's keep that in mind, though. That's really what I'm paying attention to the most. Here is the VIX. So we're gonna take a quick break here. LCAOD. It looks like they're running a little bit late here on this testimony here on Capitol Hill. So when we see them walk up to the podium, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go live. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain?
Had to get it through the rain. My niggas saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Aim for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Spray for this bag, now we touching the low. It's love for my brother, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Brackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slide with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. If he cross in the middle, I'm taking the flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches, cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shorty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, oh. Yeah, yo. I say, yeah, yo.
Who is it?
It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff.
Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
That a fact. How much do I owe you?
AC said 10%.
Too bad AC ain't in charge no more.
What do you mean?
He's upstairs taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snakes. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
Right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
1, 2, 10.
Drill it.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun, y'all. Rule number 2, if you pull that trigger, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip is beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do it, y'all just mouthing. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull it through, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze bout it. I do it, y'all just mouth it. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofy, shout me clown. Rule number one, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Rule number two, if you pull that two, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number three, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze, bitch. Drill that shit, drill that shit.
Oh, this all dude.
Rewind. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, ayy. Pull me up a foe, ayy. Geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Yeah, pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day. What he thinking? He ain't thinking. We high shit. Flick the wrist, sell a brick. I sold the brick, but got the shit. Damn, ayy. Hit him with the wham bam. Coming from Simmons Sam. Damn, he don't want it. Violence don't condone it, cause we smoking on this loud and we drinking on this potion. Yeah, that lean. Roll another bean. Popping beans till I dream. Ho, you geeking, we be tweaking, what you thinking? We ain't blinking, we ain't missing shit, we ain't lacking, we ain't losing. Hit the snooze button, cause y'all be drooling, yeah. Y'all be drooling, yeah. Lean, gone, lean. Pull me up, roll up, pull me up. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking. Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day. Nigga, little nigga say what? I'll run up with the two. Nigga, do not like or lose, ayy. Hit the snooze button. Put him straight to sleep. We on creep, yeah. Pull up to his face. You ain't calling that no sneak. You said you want the beef. We gon' grill and then we eat. Ayy. Say you defeat me, but you can't beat me. Ayy, I'ma sleep in. Ayy, I'ma sleep in. Pull up four, pull some more, down that six, Bitch, suck my dick, and do it quick, I nut then dip, ayy. Pull me up a four, pull me up a four, Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, gun off tuck. Ooh. Quality. Number on the pint. 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act. Nah, They taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities, 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 quality. Number on the pint, 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, you know, we just be tweaking and geeking. Yes, sir. And hopefully, they rewind the EP. I hope so. Quality, 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 quality. Rewind the EP. Rewind the EP. Rewind the EP. You know, this is my first EP. It is. If you want more, hit rewind. Rewind, rewind. Till the next one drop. Yeah, yeah. Repeat coming soon. Yup. Yep. Repeat next. Next. I'm coming at throats and necks. They say life is like chess, and I'm the king. So them dates gonna be on point. Yep. Check me. Ali. Ali. Qualities, qualities, qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities, 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 quality. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, I got 20/20 vision when it come to scoping lean. Yeah, the plug ain't playing me. Nah, roll that blue dream in a beam. Hey, sip that fucking lean. Hey, pour that fucking perk, not green. Hey, 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 hey. We pouring up that perk. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We throwing up that green. Blah, blah. Yeah, I'm the realest and they know it, yup. Struggle, but my skin be glowing. These thotties ain't for me. My baby crazy for I leave. Yeah, yeah. I'm the illest, shout out Illa and my killers who go gorilla for a G. I'm that G. Come and shop, but fuck the ops and fuck the cop. You thotties thoughts. Ooh, ooh, qualities, 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 politics. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities, qualities. This was that rewind. So rewind. Yeah, yeah. Rewind, 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 rewind. Ooh, ooh, rewind, 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 rewind. Ooh, ooh, rewind, rewind, rewind now, now, rewind now. Rewind now, 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 rewind now, rewind now, now, rewind, rewind now.
See you later. Hey. What? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still live here. We are still waiting currently on Charles Richard, man. That's what we're waiting on. That's who all eyes on right now here. The market did it tagged 427.93, you guys, and bounced right off of it. We're right back up here at 430.48 right now. So we bounced off the bottom here. Bounced off the bottom swiftly here. Looks like, let me check on that. Checking with everybody else. Looks like everybody bounced off their bottoms here. Tesla is really still not moving with the whole downturn here today. Tesla really didn't budge here at all. Man, can really go either way over there at Tesla right now. Amazon's down 35 still, so they were down about 41 here, so still kind of at the bottom here. But it did bounce off of the bottom at the same time, so still below VWAP though in the SPY. Volatility still in the air here. Just keep all that in mind. Just a little slight bounce right here. Credit spread type of day here. Market just consolidating here, going sideways slowly on us. Nothing wrong with it. It's the nature of the business, you know. Every day ain't gonna be like a casino here. You know what I'm saying? If it was, then it'd probably be illegal. So keep that in mind here. This is all legit business here. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. It does look like all the indices are still in the red here. Oil surges despite reservations. The release, it will be announced by the IEA here later on. The Dow is down 1.80% now. The Nasdaq's down 1.30%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.50%, ladies and gentlemen. So we all are still in the red here overall. The market is definitely bearish right now, but a small little baby bear though. Nothing too big here. Bears really not really fighting right now. Not seeing it happen here. They're not fighting for this level. It just means this is not the level they want to fight for. That's all really that means. So back to the patience here. You're gonna have to wait. Let the market decide like what it wants to do, far as premiums picking up and your shares holding. You know what I mean? Your dividends rolling through. So just keep all that in mind, man. We're in a credit spread right now. It's market kind of going sideways. Just consolidated in some units that we already seen here before. Still waiting to break out here. Keep in mind the war is still going on. The Russia-Ukraine war is causing a lot of tension in the markets here right now still. But that's really pretty much it right now, man. It's been a very, very chill day. We are still just waiting for Charles Richard here. They running a little bit late here, as usual, man. As usual. Yeah, when he goes live, we'll go live and cover it here. So at the Stock Market Live here with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not seeing any other news here that is live right here, current at this moment. So it looks like that is the big thing the market is waiting for, that testimony with Charles there. Let's see something really quick, like looks like. Okay, so Trudeau attends question period in the House of Commons. Amid Russia-Ukraine conflict. So this looks like, I think this guy is the Russian or he might be the Ukraine president here. So we actually are going to go live here. They just started this about 14 minutes ago. We're just going to tune in to this right here until we get a word from the Capitol that they're live.
To have benefited from this situation. We have done that, and we will always look for ways of doing more to punish Belarus for its complicity. Yep.
Canada has to do everything we can in our power to support people in need. One of the things we can do is to support Ukrainians who are seeking refuge in Canada. So will the Prime Minister commit to a simple, straightforward, barrier-free process for Ukrainians who are seeking solace and refuge in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the past number of weeks, seeing the terrifying possibility of what has come to pass, we actually been preparing with Immigration Canada and our consular resources to ensure that there are capacities to treat Ukrainian demands, Ukrainian requests much more quickly. We are processing a higher number of visas and permits, and we're looking at creating new programs to further fast-track applications of people who are fleeing from this terrible conflict. Canada will always stand with Ukrainians. Merci, monsieur.
The honourable member for Mégantic L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in this crisis, Canadians deserve real answers. When asked if Canada intended to expel the Russian ambassador, the Prime Minister dodged the question. And the same question was asked of the Finance Minister, who said everything was on the table. But what is really on the table? For 6 days, Ukraine was under invasion. For 6 days, Putin's regime violated international law. And for 6 days, the Russian ambassador was silently complicit in war crimes. Will the Prime Minister expel the Russian ambassador and recall our ambassador immediately? Yes or no? The Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's egregious and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is a direct challenge to all of us, to the international rules-based order, to democracy, and to people who care about human rights and social justice everywhere. And that's why our foreign minister summoned the ambassador from Russia to hear her opinion immediately and directly. And Canada will continue to have that dialogue, but will also remind Russia every day of their responsibilities, of their absolute need to stand up and to be counted, and they will be punished.
The honourable member for Mégantic L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister, no answer. I asked the Finance Minister, no answer. Now the Parliamentary Secretary has been sent to tell us that the ambassador was summoned to be wrapped over the knuckles. That's all they've done. For 6 days, the ambassador has been complicit with Putin's regime in these war crimes. When is the government going to expel the Russian ambassador and recall the Canadian one from Moscow?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's actions, Mr. Putin's actions, will not go unpunished. And when we talk about what we've done, let's talk about the sanctions. Let's talk about the military aid. Let's talk about humanitarian assistance. Let's talk about standing with the people of Ukraine and doing absolutely everything in our power to make sure that Russia is punished and Russia withdraws immediately and we have a ceasefire and we have peace.
The member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The situation for Ukrainians is dire, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians of Ukrainian heritage are worried about their family members trying to flee the war. One person called the Ukraine hotline to ask about his parents' PR application. He was told that someone from Ukraine who applied a year or two ago had no priority. Instead of having those in need get stuck in this Liberal-made immigration backlog, will the minister commit to visa-free travel for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters trying to flee war?
Minister.
The situation in Ukraine is characterized by unspeakable violence, and we condemn in the harshest terms this war of choice by President Putin. That's why we started preparing more than a month ago by boosting our operational reliable information. It's why we created a new pathway for people who are already in Canada to make it easier to stay and work. And it's why in the very near future, we will have new measures to welcome more Ukrainians who are seeking safety as they flee this war. Canada will be there for Ukraine in its time of need. They deserve nothing less.
Well, member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
At the Citizenship and Immigration Committee today, we agreed to pass a motion in support of Ukraine, including calling for a visa-free travel. The Liberals voted against it. All opposition parties are calling on the government to implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians. Despite the security processes already in place for people arriving without visas and at customs, and considering our national security system, why is the Liberal government against visa-free travel for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters fleeing war?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member that all members of this House and all parties want nothing more than to support Ukraine in its time of need. That's why we've introduced new measures to expedite application processing that have seen 4,000 applications across our lines of business already approved. It's why we've introduced new measures to make it easier.
Well, member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government for sending anti-tank weapons to Ukraine, which the Conservatives have been calling for since 2018. I know that Ukraine will make good use of the 100 Carl Gustaf anti-armor weapons that we are delivering now. Non-NATO partners like Sweden have also stepped up and are sending 5,000 anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. Additionally, Ukraine needs more medical supplies that Canada currently has in storage. Will the Minister of Defense send Ukraine additional weapons, improved first aid kits, and Role 3 hospitals that Canada has?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Let me just be clear that all options continue to be on the table in terms of our support, but we should recognize that we have sent support $10 million of lethal and non-lethal aid, $25 million of non-lethal aid, and then just yesterday, as the member rightly pointed out, more anti-tank weapons as well as ammunition for those missiles. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, when Russia attacked Ukraine, Stephen Harper signaled that Canada must be prepared to respond to potential Russian incursions. Yesterday, the Defence Minister told us she would work with our U.S. partners to ensure NORAD was modernized. In other words, the Liberals have done nothing since 2015. This morning, we learned in the media that Russia is massing troops and equipment for battle in the Arctic. Canada's sovereignty is at stake. When will the minister tell Canadians about her plan to modernize our northern warning system? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. Canada will continue to work with its American counterparts, and that is why we have committed $2.5 million by the end of Budget 2021 for our efforts. We will continue talking with our partners in the U.S., and we are going to continue protecting our Arctic sovereignty. The honourable member for Repentigny. The Conservatives are using the war in Ukraine to sell dirty oil and gas. Their solution is to run pipelines through Quebec to export more fossil fuels to Europe. but the UN Secretary General does not agree. He said that as current events reveal, our reliance on fossil fuels makes the global economy and energy security vulnerable to geopolitical crises. It's time to accelerate the energy transition. So, Mr. Speaker, does the government also agree that reliance on fossil fuels is destabilizing the world? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for all her work on environmental issues and climate change in the recent in years past. We agree that we need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, both for environmental and climate reasons, and to create the jobs we will need tomorrow and beyond, and also to reduce our reliance on countries like Russia. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The UN Secretary General, again, commenting on the IPCC's terrifying report, he called it an atlas of human suffering because it maps the areas of the world where people will suffer the consequences of climate change. Half the world's population is at risk, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot of people, which brings us back to the choice the Minister of the Environment will have to make on Friday. He has to decide whether or not to approve the Bay du Nord oil project, which aims to extract $300 million. Will he say no to Bay du Nord? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague. The Environmental Assessment Agency has done an assessment of the Bay du Nord project. Our government is studying it, and we will give our decision in due course. Thank you very much. Now, member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the UN Secretary General said a lot of things, and one of the things he said yesterday was that the major polluters are guilty of setting fire to our only home, and he said that the abdication of leadership was criminal. Mr. Speaker, we expect some leadership from this minister. He himself set the bar very high for his own performance. So I repeat my question, it's very simple. Will he approve the Bay du Nord oil project, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague is talking about leadership. We are the government that has done the most in recent years to fight climate change. $100 billion of investment, Mr. Speaker. Over 100 measures to fight climate change. We went all the way to the Supreme Court to defend the carbon tax.
Please. And with everything else going on, North Korea launched a...
All right, it looks like we are officially live here with that. This briefing here just started 3 minutes ago. Here at the U.S. Nuclear Commander Charles Richard, he's testifying to the House Armed Services Committee here. It just started 3 minutes ago. Keep in mind, it just started 3 minutes ago. Keep in mind, it just started 3 minutes ago, and the SPY had found support here at 427.93 about 3 minutes ago when this really just started. This pop here got you momentum here at right back to 431.16 on the SPY here. So the SPY has officially came off the ground. The volatility is cooling out here. The volatility is cooling out, coming back down here, almost close to VWAP here, $25.67, but still in the air, $26.30 right here, finding strong support. Tesla's just still consolidating here in the middle range here in the middle all day. Can go either way on Tesla. Keep that in mind here. Tesla will break here to the upside or downside sooner or later. The market is in the red though, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to tune into this testimony here on Capitol Hill. This is live. It just started 3 minutes ago. So this is the stock market live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune in and see what they got to say here. This will have an effect on the markets right now. We've seen the market come off the ground here at 4:30 on the SPY right now. Keep in mind the day's almost over here. We're about close to power hour, ladies and gentlemen. But let's tune in and see what they got to say.
To question our strategic deterrent. Now, And lastly, any weakening or changes in the U.S. nuclear declaratory policy must be expressly taken off the table. Europe is embroiled in the largest war since World War II, and Ukraine faces an existential threat. We cannot risk dividing NATO at this precarious time. So I implore you, listen to our allies and maintain the current strong American-led strategic deterrence posture. We can no longer attack our deterrence problems in isolation, and it is vital that we provide to this nation the viable options needed to deter or defeat our adversaries across strategic domains. Thank you again to all of our witnesses for joining us, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lamborn. The first witness is Secretary Baker.
Thank you, Chairman Cooper, Ranking Member Lamborn, and distinguished members of this committee. I respectfully request that my written statement be taken for the record, and I'll just do brief
Without objection, so ordered.
opening remarks. Thank you. The department acknowledges the challenging moment we're in as we witness the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Such actions highlight Russia as an acute threat, even as the department continues to pace to the People's Republic of China. Further, the United States faces a challenging security environment amid intensifying strategic competition, rapidly evolving domains of conflict, novel military capabilities, and the growing assertiveness of our competitors. Deterrence is challenged by competitors' gray zone operations below the threshold of conflict, combined with increasingly complex escalation dynamics which erode strategic stability. We must diligently calibrate our strategic posture, which is underwritten by our nuclear missile defense, space, and hypersonic strike capabilities to these developments. The forthcoming 2022 National Defense Strategy will detail the department's strategic approach. At the core of the NDS lies integrated deterrence, and this is a framework for working seamlessly across warfighting domains, theaters, the spectrum of conflict, in close collaboration with all instruments of national power, our allies, and our partners. As such, the 2022 Nuclear Posture Review and the Missile Defense Review will be nested within the NDS. We recognize that we face an urgent imperative to sustain and strengthen U.S. deterrence, and we must bring together all available tools of national power to do so. Nuclear deterrence is the department's highest priority mission. Our nuclear posture continues to be the backbone of our strategy to preserve peace and stability by deterring aggression against the United States, our allies, and our partners. Potential U.S. adversaries are modernizing, diversifying, and expanding their strategic capabilities, resulting in growing risks. The PRC's ongoing ambitious expansion of their nuclear forces is a growing factor in how we assess our nuclear posture. The PRC is investing in a triad, implementing a launch-on-warning posture with advanced command and control architecture, and increasing its stockpile. Russia's modernization of its nuclear, missile, space, and hypersonic capabilities, coupled with its highly aggressive military behavior witnessed in its attack against Ukraine, also pose a distinct and pressing challenge. North Korea remains a persistent threat and continues to develop nuclear weapons and associated delivery systems that threaten its region and increase risk to the U.S. homeland. Iran's pursuit of nuclear activities continues to be of deep concern. This year, the department will release the 2022 Nuclear Posture Review. As directed by the President, the NPR has examined opportunities to reduce the role of nuclear weapons while maintaining a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent and a credible extended deterrent. In order to do so, we will continue to sustain and modernize U.S. nuclear capabilities. And as we develop and implement integrated deterrence, nuclear weapons will continue to serve a unique role in our defense strategy. Missile defenses contribute to tailored U.S. deterrence strategies and extended deterrence to prevent attacks from states like North Korea on the U.S. homeland and to protect our allies, partners, and U.S. forces abroad. We are seeking a layered and interoperable approach to address the growing number and type of missile threats, from the unmanned systems proliferated by Iran to the higher-end hypersonic threats. The MDR will provide a framework for U.S. missile defense priorities and a strategy for missile defense within integrated deterrence. It will also outline how the United States is integrating missile defense with its allies and partners in order to strengthen international cooperation against shared threats. In space, the PRC remains our primary long-term competitor. seeking to exploit our reliance on space-based systems and challenge our position. Russia remains a key U.S. competitor in the space domain as well, as it similarly seeks to undermine and exploit the U.S. in space. Iran is continuing to pursue a space program which could shorten the pathway to long-range missile capability. We are focused on ensuring the capabilities and the architecture to deter, deny, and if necessary, defeat hostile actions in space, recognizing that assured access to space is critical for our approach across all domains. The development of U.S. hypersonic strike weapon systems, all strictly non-nuclear, is a department priority. The combination of their speed, maneuverability, and altitude provides clear and distinct operational advantages. The department is working to identify and invest in the optimal mix of high and low-end munitions for deterrence and to ensure we achieve our objectives in conflict. We're also developing the concepts of operations to employ these systems that address and minimize destabilization risks. Transparency and dialogue with Congress remain critical to the evolution of this capability. I'd like to thank you for the support of the department across all of these domains, and with that, I'll look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Baker. Now, Admiral Richard.
Chairman Cooper, Ranking Member Lamborn, distinguished committee members. First, I want to offer my appreciation for the flexibility to allow me to testify virtually with my fellow panelists. Due to those unfolding events over the weekend, I felt it prudent for me to remain at my headquarters here in Omaha. And in particular, given the ongoing historically significant crisis in Ukraine, I am going to defer all questions relative to Russia and a number related to our own forces to the closed session. But before I begin, I want to thank Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, for their continued support to the strategic deterrence and strategic defense of the nation, as well as their overall leadership under some very trying conditions. And ladies and gentlemen, right up front, what I want to assure you is that my command, as always, is ready to execute our strategic deterrence mission. Chairman Milley rightly stated that we're experiencing one of the largest shifts in global geostrategic power the world has ever witnessed. Today, we face two nuclear-capable near peers who have the capability to unilaterally escalate a conflict to any level of violence in any domain worldwide with any instrument of national power. And that is historically significant. Last fall, I formally reported to the Secretary of Defense the PRC's strategic breakout. Their expansion and modernization in 2021 alone is breathtaking. And the concern I expressed in my testimony last April has now become a reality. I have previously emphasized our need to be able to deter two adversaries at the same time. That need is now an imperative. I said this before, and I think it's worth repeating. Every operational plan in the Department of Defense and every other capability we have rests on an assumption that strategic deterrence, and in particular nuclear deterrence, is holding. And if strategic or nuclear deterrence fails, no other plan and no other capability in the Department of Defense will work as designed. The nation's nuclear forces underpin integrated deterrence and enable the U.S. and our allies, partners, to confront aggressive and coercive behavior. The strategic security environment is now a three-party nuclear near-peer reality. Our existing nuclear forces are the minimum required to achieve our national strategy. We must modernize and recapitalize the nation's nuclear triad, nuclear command and control, nuclear complex, and supporting infrastructure to meet presidential objectives. And while modernization must be the priority, please make no mistake, STRATCOM's forces are ready today. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Admiral. Now we will hear from General Dickinson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Chairman Cooper, Ranking Member Lamborn, and members of the HASS Subcommittee on Strategic Forces. As always, I'm honored today to represent the approximately 18,000 men and women of the United States Space Command. We are a diverse team that values the honorable service of everyone within our ranks. This month, we honor the contributions of the women on our team, as U.S. Space Command acknowledges and celebrates Women's History Month. Today, we remain hard at work building the command toward full operational capability. We are steadily filling out our headquarters. Its composition reflects our joint, combined, and partnered approach to executing our critical mission. As of this month, we have approximately 1,000 members assigned to our headquarters, with 339 active duty from all services, 227 from the Department of the Air Force civilians, 323 contractors, 44 representatives from the interagency, and 39 reserve component personnel from the Guard and Reserve. We are glad to have them all on our team. Responding to the threats that U.S. and allied interests in space demands the capabilities and expertise of every one of our team members. We are prepared to execute our unified command plan missions and responsibilities, yet acknowledge that the challenges from our competitors in the domain are substantial and growing. China remains our pacing challenge. PLA developments it's directed to creating a joint, versatile, power-projecting, professional, and lethal force for the international stage, and the space layer is critical to their build-out. In 2021, the PRC increased on-orbit assets by 27%. Their recent counter space capability demonstrations include the DN-1 and the DN-2 direct descent anti-satellite tests and the hypersonic glide vehicle test. In January, the recently launched SJ-21 space debris mitigation satellite docked with a defunct PRC satellite and moved it to an entirely different orbit. This activity demonstrated potential dual-use capability in SJ-21 interaction with other satellites. U.S. Space Command is committed to deterring the use of these types of capabilities for nefarious purposes within the framework of the Department of Defense's Integrated Deterrence Initiative, and if called upon, we are capable of providing options to protect and defend against such threats. Key to all of this is U.S. and allied space superiority informed through Space Domain Awareness, or SDA capabilities. SDA helps us analyze, not just identify, what is occurring in space, which when combined with information from our intelligence agencies, helps develop an understanding of why things are happening in space. SDA remains my top mission priority for U.S. Space Command. SDA provides the backbone of U.S. Space Command's strategy for accomplishing our mission. That strategy sets the conditions to deter first, and when called upon, to defend space capabilities and deliver combat power to the United States and its allies. Our strategy has three main areas of focus. One is countering competitor influence. Two, strengthening relationships and attracting new partners. And three, building and maintaining a cooperative advantage. With continued support from Congress, U.S. Space Command will do all of that and more. So on behalf of the most critical asset in our command, the soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, guardians, civilians, and families of U.S. Space Command, thank you, Chairman Cooper and Ranking Member Lambourne, and the members of this committee for your support of our mission to conduct operations in, from, and to space. I am submitting my statement for the record, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Dickinson. Without objection, your statement will be submitted in full for the record. Now we'll hear from General Van Herk.
Chairman Cooper, Ranking Member Lambourne, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. It's my honor to represent the men and women of United States Northern Command and North American Aerospace Defense Command as we defend the United States and Canada in an increasingly complicated and dynamic environment. I'm also pleased to appear with Admiral Richard, General Dickinson, and Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Ms. Baker, to discuss the vital importance of integrated deterrence, especially as it relates to the Homeland Defense mission. NORTHCOM and NORAD face the most dynamic and strategically complex environment in their respective histories. Both commands face multiple simultaneous challenges from strategic competitors who have openly declared their intent to hold our homelands at risk in an effort to advance their own interests. Today, strategic competitors, rogue nations, non-state actors possess the ability to strike institutions and critical infrastructure in the United States and Canada. To put it bluntly, our country is already under attack every day in the information space and in the cyber domain. Our competitors, especially Russia and China, are spreading disinformation, actively sowing division and internal discord with the intent to undermine the foundation of our nation, our democracy, and other democracies around the world. We're seeing this play out today with Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Meanwhile, those same competitors have invested heavily in conventional precision strike capabilities and advanced delivery platforms which Russia is currently displaying to the world. In pursuit of the regional objectives, Russia and China intend to hold targets in the homeland at risk below the nuclear threshold in order to limit decision space for our senior leaders by threatening national critical infrastructure and by undermining our will and disrupting and delaying our ability to project power forward in a crisis. I want to be clear. I believe the strategic deterrent is the foundation of homeland defense. I also believe it is necessary for the United States to maintain a reliable and effective nuclear triad. At the same time, I am concerned that our reliance on deterrence by cost imposition is currently overweighted and does not adequately account for the conventional capabilities our competitors have already fielded. This over-reliance increases the risk of miscalculation and escalation because it limits our national leaders' options in crisis and in conflict. Our competitors' advanced conventional capabilities make it necessary to move forward to a model of integrated deterrence that employs all elements of national influence, leverages allies and partnerships, provides leaders with a wide range of timely deterrence options. We must continually demonstrate to our potential aggressors that they will not be successful in achieving their objectives by demonstrating homeland readiness, responsiveness, resiliency, and displaying a range of kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities to defend the homeland and respond to any potential threat or aggression. U.S. NORTHCOM's support of civil authorities and security cooperation relationships with allies and partners are critical to that effort, as is NORAD's mission to provide warning and defend the approaches to North America. The reality is that this strategic environment is the new normal. North America is and will be continually challenged day to day and in crisis. Our operating model that assumed we could project power globally from a safe and secure homeland is eroding and has been eroding for more than a decade. In order to provide national leaders with timely and informed options that they need to achieve favorable outcomes, we must improve our ability to detect and track potential threats anywhere in the world while delivering data to decision makers as rapidly as possible wherever they might be. In pursuit of those goals, NORTHCOM and NORAD are focused on 4 strategic principles in our homeland defense design. All domain awareness, that's from undersea to on orbit and everything in between, including cyber. Information dominance, that's the use of advanced capabilities such as machine learning and artificial intelligence to analyze and process data much sooner and deliver that data, what I call decision superiority, to key decision makers in a timely manner. And finally, global integration. No problem is regional anymore. They're all domain and global. These principles are vital elements to integrated deterrence, and they are critical to our nation's ability to deter in competition, de-escalate in crisis, and if necessary, defeat in conflict. I continue to work closely with my fellow commanders, including Admiral Richard and General Dickinson, the services, the department, and all of our interagency and international partners to defend our nation. I'd like to thank the committee and all that you've done to support our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and our guardians. The FY22 National Defense Authorization continues to advance our national defense priorities and the mission of Northern Command and NORAD. However, today's strategic environment calls for sustained, sufficient, and predictable funding in order to prevail, while persistently operating under a continuing resolution has accelerated the erosion of our nation's competitive advantage over the last decade. I join my fellow commanders, service chiefs, and the Secretary in expressing our concerns and need to arrest this degradation by passing the FY22 omnibus and restoring normal order to the appropriations process as a matter of national security. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Van Herk. Let me just add an amen to what you just said. I would ask all members to keep questions as brief as possible during open session so that we can rapidly move to closed session. I just have a few questions for Secretary Baker. I think, Madam Secretary, you would agree that if a major nuclear power were to suddenly double the lethality of their nuclear component, that would be a significant development, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree.
It might even be what Admiral Richard calls a strategic breakout. So it's a truly alarming development. And I don't know what's in the nuclear posture review that's coming up, but my guess is we're not going to advocate anything like doubling U.S. nuclear capability, right?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to talk about the details of the NPR.
I'd be willing to bet that we're not going to advocate that, so that's fine. But there was a Washington Post article that appeared last October that troubles me because it claims, citing a national lab director who's retired, that the United States has just doubled the lethality of its nuclear arsenal. And there has been no denial from the Pentagon. Now, I checked into it to see if this claim was true or not, and it seems by all authorities to not be true. We have not doubled the lethality of our nuclear capabilities. So the continuing Pentagon silence troubles me. And I know that some folks like to appear 10 feet tall, even if they're not, but this doesn't seem to fit with clear and honest communications on nuclear matters. So perhaps the Pentagon wants to discount the Post as a source. I can understand that. But the continuing silence to me is nearly deafening. And I would hate for a near-peer adversary to mistake the Post article for something approaching truth and using that as an excuse to accelerate their nuclear development, when in fact we haven't done a thing, really. So I just want to get this on the record so that we can have clearer communications with the world.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar with the Post article that you referenced, but certainly we will dig into it. And I agree with you that when it comes to our nuclear posture and our nuclear capabilities, we ought to be as transparent as we can be wherever we can be.
Thank you. Mr. Lamborn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Richard, I'll just jump right in for the sake of time. I think it'd be a mistake to discard any of our nuclear capabilities in light of our two near peers and the nuclear buildups and posturing that they're currently displaying. If the United States were to jettison any of these three following things, the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile, the B-83 gravity bomb, or the W-76-2 low-yield submarine-launched missile, in the upcoming nuclear posture review, what kind of message would that send to our adversaries and our allies?
Ranking Member, if you would, given that that's a discussion of our own capabilities, I'd like to defer my answer to that to the closed session, please, sir.
Okay, let me ask another question then. Is it your best military advice that our missile defenses are matching the growing People's Republic, Democratic Republic of North Korea threat?
So, Ranking Member, my best military advice here is that very question is at the core of the Missile Defense Review. It's a question of what is our national policy in terms of what we expect to do from our missile defenses. My best military advice was applied inside the Missile Defense Review, and I think it would be best for that process to complete to give you the formal department answer on that, sir.
General Dickinson, reliable space launch options are critical to the continued success of the National Security Space Launch Program and for assured United States access to space. Can you outline the strategic advantages that we have by having launch options on both coasts? And what are we doing to protect these national missions given the fact that we have adversaries who are trying to challenge our ability to operate freely in space?
So Ranking Member Lamborn, so if I understand your question correctly, it's about responsive launch as well as how we protect those types of capabilities.
Yeah, and having East Coast and West Coast options.
Certainly. So I think from a perspective of, from a combatant commander's perspective, having many different options available to us is very important. In other words, not just relying on one type of capability, in this case, relying on the ability to rapidly or quickly respond to any events that we might have on orbit with the capability to put something else up in orbit to provide us resiliency and, quite frankly, redundancy. Having them geographically separated obviously has some survivability benefits to that. So East Coast, West Coast, it also allows us to deploy in different orbital regimes and in different slots, if you will. And so from that perspective, I support that. I think it's part of a layered resiliency type of concept where we rely on that plus other things to make sure that we have resiliency in space. And it was mentioned, I believe, by Chairman Cooper in his opening remarks about a resilient space architecture. And that's very important that we have that. That is part of it. The other piece in my mind is having a constellation of satellites for different types of functions, whether it be communications or ISR or missile warning, that provide us redundancy and resiliency through numbers of satellites as opposed to just a few.
Thank you. General Van Herk, can you elaborate as to how China is developing its hypersonic capabilities in this open context, and how does that compare with our own progress?
Ranking Member Lamborn, they're aggressively pursuing hypersonic capability tenfold to what we have done as far as testing within the last year or so, significantly outpacing us with their capabilities. Ours, we're picking it up in the department. I'm confident we'll see when the budget comes out, we'll see additional resources applied into the hypersonic area, as well as in threat warning and attack assessment for those capabilities. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And Secretary Baker, I imagine that the department is diligently consulting with our allies and partners these days as Russia invades Ukraine and is threatening veiled threats or maybe not so veiled threats on nuclear action. In these conversations, have you found a single NATO ally that is advocating for us to change or weaken our nuclear declaratory policy?
Congressman, yes, of course, we are consulting closely with our partners and allies on a daily, if not more regular basis. The substance of those conversations is largely about the current ongoing events in Ukraine, but no, I can't say that I've found an ally who is urging us to reduce our nuclear deterrence.
Or our declaratory policy in particular?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Dickinson, U.S. space officials noted recently that Russia will employ counter-space capabilities like jamming and spoofing of the Global Positioning System, GPS, and communication satellites in support of its Ukraine invasion. In addition, the NRO director urged military and commercial space operators to prepare for possible cyber attacks from Russia. These warnings are deeply concerning to me, as I represent Vandenberg Space Force Base, home to the U.S. Space Command's combined CSPOC Space Operations Center, which provides GPS navigation and space-based data that supports U.S. European Command and partners, and critical to our command and control of space forces. With this increased threat of cyber attacks and counter-space capabilities, how is U.S. Spacecom working to sustain GPS and critical communications networks that support coalition partners?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. So at U.S. Space Command, we prepare for that every day. That is part of what we do throughout the command. You mentioned the CSPOC at Vandenberg Space Force Base. Those guardians and warriors out there do that each and every day, ensuring that our global positioning satellites are state-of-the-art and are operational, to include satellite communications that we provide as well as missile warning. And so we continue to do that each and every day. We take very active measures to make sure that we are protecting ourselves and defending ourselves from cyber attacks. So in my mind, we are in a position right now where I'm very comfortable with our strategic posture for the space enterprise in support of not only European Command, General Todd Walters over there, but also the other combatant commands around the world. So with our global mission, that's what we do each and every day.
Thank you. To continue, General Dickinson, the space enterprise has increasingly become a contested domain as Russia and China continue to develop and field space capabilities. In this contested space environment, do you have enough resources to assure U.S. access and superiority in the space domain? And two, how are you leveraging commercial capabilities to fill current and future capability gaps?
So our relationship with the commercial industry is advancing and developing and maturing very quickly. We have had a number of commercial companies. I think we're up over 100 that we work with right now, what we call our commercial integration cell that's out at Vandenberg Space Force Base. So much so that we are developing a new framework for our integration with the commercial industry. And we're doing that right now at the U.S. Space Command because we're finding that our commercial partners can bring a lot of capability very quickly to what we do each and every day. And that starts with satellite communications. That's really been kind of our older relationship that we've had for many years, but now it's expanding into space domain awareness that gives us commercial type of products that we can use from the commercial perspective. And that's actually out in Colorado Springs where the headquarters is right now, and I think we've had Ranking Member Lamborn there. So in other words, the integration of commercial capabilities within U.S. Space Command helps us with what we were just describing in terms of providing resiliency as well as redundancy in some of the things that we need and capabilities we provide.
Thank you, and I'll just remind us that to be able to achieve that commercial framework enhancement, we need to continue to invest in the infrastructure of those ranges to be able to achieve these goals. So that's something I've been also advocating for. Secretary Baker and Admiral Richard, we all saw President Putin's unwarranted escalation of the Ukrainian crisis by ordering Russian nuclear forces to be put on high alert. What steps are you all taking within the coalition to manage this unprovoked escalation?
Congressman, I would just say in this open session, we're assessing President Putin's directive. At this time, as the Secretary said, I believe last night, we are comfortable with our strategic defensive posture. And I'll turn to maybe Admiral Richard if he wants to add anything to that.
Congressman, one, that's part of why I'm in Omaha, is a part of our ability to assess and be satisfied in terms of our defensive posture. I am satisfied with the posture of my forces. I have made no recommendations to make any changes. And part of that is because right now, all I'll say in open session is the nation's nuclear command and control is in its most defended, most resilient lineup that it's ever been in its history. And I'll be happy to go into more detail as to why I say that, as well as more discussion of what we see and what we're doing about it in closed session, sir.
Thank you. I'm out of time. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Richard, always good to see someone from the Tennessee Valley up there. As you mentioned in your opening statement, in September 2021, you stated China to be in a, quote, strategic breakout, end quote. In February 2021, you wrote in an essay titled Forging 21st Century Strategic Deterrence that you expected China's nuclear weapon stockpile is expected to double, if not triple or quadruple, over the next decade. We've all been paying close attention to the conflict in Eastern Europe and Russia's recent movement toward a more aggressive nuclear posture. With what we know about these two adversarial powers, is it in the best interest of the United States national security to make changes to our nuclear declaratory policy?
Congressman, I've testified to that effect several times in the past, and it remains my best military advice that changes would not have benefit to strategic deterrent, but would have a negative effect, a significant negative effect on our assurance of our allies.
More specifically, how would a change away from strategic ambiguity affect our allies, and what message does it send to our adversaries?
Well, it certainly does not help and has a very negative effect on the assurance of those allies. And bottom line, in terms of any potential adversary, I don't think fundamentally they're going to believe one way or the other what our policy is any more than we do in some cases. Again, that's my best military advice. That's being addressed as a part of the nuclear posture review. I know my place in the chain of command, and we're ready to execute whatever decisions are reached. Over.
Thank you, Admiral Richard. General Dickinson, good to see you again. In your opening statement, you outlined China's intentions to obtain superiority in space. We know China has various abilities to conduct attacks on our satellites, including laser blinding, high-powered microwaves, radio frequency jammers, and ground-based missiles that can reach satellites in low Earth orbit.
Can you describe the problems we face and the challenges of responding to such attacks?
So thank you for the question, Congressman. Good to see you as well. For U.S. Space Command, what we're working on right now is all those events that you just described, our ability to understand what those events are and our awareness of those events. So one of the priorities, or the priority within the U.S. Space Command right now, is building out the capability to do space domain awareness so that I'm able to understand, interpret, and characterize what is happening on orbit. And we are doing that through a couple of means. One is we're looking at what our terrestrial-based radars can see in space. Some of those are the traditional ones that we've known about for many, many years and have used those. Others are ones that we hadn't used before in that role, is doing space domain awareness. In other words, looking up and seeing what they can see. So we, over the last 2 years, have done a lot of integration of those non-traditional space domain awareness sensors in order to understand better what's going on in the space domain. And that was highlighted for us when we had the NUDAL test a couple of months ago, where we were able to characterize for the National Command Authority what we saw in space. So in other words, battle space awareness is key to what I'm doing right now to make sure that I can understand what's happening.
Thank you. And this one will be for General Van Herk. Hopefully I can get the question in quick enough for you to answer. The Missile Defense Agency launched the Next Generation Interceptor program to protect the United States against potential ballistic missile threats stemming from North Korea and Iran. How is NORTHCOM continuing to work with MDA to ensure the NGI program remains on schedule and will meet the need of the combatant command when it is delivered in the 2029 timeframe?
Congressman, thanks for the question. I routinely meet and talk with Vice Admiral John Hill from MDA and stress the importance of staying on time with delivery in 2028, if not sooner. They have structured the competition to reward fielding quicker and faster to meet those demand signals. I'd like to reiterate, I'm comfortable with where we are today in my capability to defend against the rogue actor that we're designed to defend against. Capacity and capability going forward could be challenged, and that's why it's crucial that we keep the NGI on time or bring it forward even sooner than 2028.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the meeting, and Admirals, Generals, thank you for being here. My first question goes to Admiral Richards. Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev said a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that your view?
Congressman, absolutely.
Did your organization authorize the and pay for, or authorize, and then secondly, pay for a guide to nuclear deterrence in the age of great power competition, a document written by Louisiana Tech Research Institute?
Sir, if you'd like, I'll take that question for record. I don't know off the top of my head.
It was distributed, apparently this was distributed to all of your commanders and your force.
Certainly not under my direction, sir.
Then you have no knowledge of this?
No, not from memory, but I'd be happy to go look into it for you, sir.
I'd be happy for you to do that. And you believe that this was not distributed to the 30,000 people in the nuclear business?
Congressman, I don't know the document you're referring to, so I regret that. Maybe I should have, but I don't know the document you're referring to. I'd be happy to go look into it.
Well, I will await your prompt investigation of it. It's a fascinating document, and apparently it was distributed to most everybody in your organization. And it essentially says that we can win a nuclear war. Food for thought. So, do you believe we can win a limited nuclear war?
Actually, Congressman, I think my job is to deter limited use of nuclear weapons.
Then you have no opinion upon the question I just asked you?
My job is to deter limited nuclear use, and if deterrence fails, to restore that deterrence.
I think we probably ought to get to a classified. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Admiral Richards, I know you've indicated that you would like to speak further about the B-83 nuclear-capable hypersonic weapons and the W-76-2 low yield in a closed setting. In light of the conversation, if you wouldn't care to share with the committee, can you explain how the W-76-2 strengthens our nuclear deterrent and what gap in the U.S. deterrent does this capability fill?
Fundamentally, Congressman, what that enables us to do is to deter limited, low yield and or combinations of that threats from our opponents. I'll go into more detail in the classified session, sir.
Okay, and both Russia and China have warfighting plans that utilize low yield weapons, correct?
Congressman, better if I answer that in a closed session.
Okay, well, I'll move on. General Dickinson, I know you're eager to get the permanent location for U.S. Space Command settled. Can you discuss briefly how this long drawn-out process has affected your ability to reach full operational capability and what it would mean if you had to restart for a third time a search for a permanent location?
So thank you, Congressman. When I look at, declaring IOC about a year ago, last August 2021, that was a milestone within the command as we were able to have enough of the experts that I need on the team to be able to generate those types of strategic effects that we saw when we were able to characterize the Newdall event a couple of months ago. So we're on our way to full operational capability. Where I see it right now is I'm looking forward to the results and the conclusion of both the DoD-IG evaluation that has been done as well as the GAO audit that has been that is ongoing. Those two assessments, I'm confident that they'll be done soon, and I look forward to the final basing decision, whatever that might come out of that process. And so for me, it's about the decision. I got to have a decision. Once I have a decision, then I can do the appropriate planning to make sure that I've got the right types of people in the organization to bring me to where I am today, which is IOC to full operational capability. And really, just based on the challenges that we're articulating from the Chinese in the space domain, we need to do that sooner rather than later.
All right, thank you all. Look forward to continuing these discussions in closed setting. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here and for your service to the country. I just want to talk briefly about the mission of the Stockpile Stewardship Program, which this committee has continued to support, and specifically its science efforts to ensure safe and reliable nuclear deterrent. These programs already make stockpile management and modernization successful. I'm very proud that my district is home to the NNSA-funded Laboratory for Laser Energetics at the University of Rochester, which plays a unique role of both conducting world-class stewardship science and training the next generation of scientists that support the readiness of your important critical mission. I am concerned, I remain concerned that NNSA does not request adequate resources for the Stockpile Stewardship Program, considering our reliance now and in the foreseeable future on science to ensure the safety and readiness of our deterrent force. So I wondered if any of you could comment on the importance of these science programs to the mission that you have before you.
Congressman, I'm probably the most appropriate person to answer that question. I think you know I am required by law annually to do an assessment of the stockpile, and as recently as late last November, certified the safety, security, and effectiveness of our nation's nuclear weapons stockpile. That stockpile stewardship program that you talked about is a key element of the ability to make that certification, which fundamentally, this is about confidence in the stockpile. That's fundamentally what it comes down to. But that's not the only element that goes into this, right? In order to have that confidence, in addition to a stockpile stewardship program, you have to have a flexible and responsive stockpile itself, which requires us to modernize those weapons. And you have to have a resilient and adaptive infrastructure, all of which require adequate funding to NNSA. Of course, we're statutorily obligated as a part of the Nuclear Weapons Council to do an assessment on the budget as a whole, as well as some individual pieces. That process is ongoing. In fact, we're very close to our annual certification. I'd offer that the relationship between NNSA and DoD, or DOE and DoD writ large, is never been better. We're at a high watermark with regard to that. Intend to keep it that way, and then you'll see a formal answer from the department as to the adequacy of NNSA's budget shortly.
Thank you. If I could, Admiral, thank you for the response. Regarding the People's Republic of China, during last year's posture hearing, you stated that it is important to look at what they do, not what they say, and where they're going, and not where they are. That's almost prophetic, considering last August, the PRC successfully conducted a nuclear-capable hypersonic missile test that traveled around the world, and the PRC simply dismissed it as a routine spacecraft experiment, as I remember. This demonstrated intercontinental capability. It's obviously deeply concerning to all of us. Do you believe that the U.S. current investments in the ongoing nuclear modernization programs will provide sufficient capabilities for the U.S. to remain a credible strategic deterrent to our enemies and to our allies?
Congressman, of course, I'm awaiting to see what the budget looks like, just like everybody else is. I'm confident that it will in the main. But there's an important point here that you bring up about China, and it applies to others as well, which is we don't know the end point of where China is going in terms of the capabilities it's developing and the capacities that it's developing. And while I'm very confident we're going to wind up with a very good strategy, I think it will need to be a question that we continue to ask ourselves as we see where China goes, as we see where others go. What are the overall capability and capacity that the United States requires in order to execute that strategy against a changing threat? And we're going to have to ask that question much more frequently than we have in the past. Over.
Thank you, Admiral. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney, are you still with us? If not, who's next on the list? She's come. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still live here. We got about 30 minutes left here. Power Hour been going crazy for 30 minutes. We're sitting here watching it here live. We're tuned in to this nuclear commander, Charles Richard. He's testifying here to the House Armed Services Committee. This is getting pretty intense here. Ever since they started about an hour ago, maybe about 30 minutes ago, when Power Hour started, the market just turned around here. It was looking like it was going back there up there, but it really just went to 432 on the spot here. And now right here, just bottomed out at 428.80 again, almost near 427.93. That is the low of the day on the spot, ladies and gentlemen. The volatility is up here, still above VWAP here, $26.30, holding strong here. Amazon's selling off here. Caught that on the live stream here. They just like gapped down. I don't know, did some weird shit. They're down 60 now though. Amazon is down 60, ladies and gentlemen. So the market is definitely starting to pick up here, more towards the downside here. Russia could use crypto to alleviate a blow of U.S. sanctions. That's basically the headlines here. Russia can basically just use crypto like Bitcoin to say, hey, forget those U.S. sanctions here, and Ethereum as well. They can use that as well, is what they're saying. So that's like the headlines here. The Dow is down about 1.90%. The Nasdaq's down 1.80%. The S&P 500 is down 1.70%. So look at the correlation: 1.80, 1.90, 1.80, 1.70 here. We're down, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the market is red here. Let's continue to listen to this live briefing here. There is nothing going on from the White House. They canceled it. Biden does have something going on at 9 p.m. tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But Biden has something going on at 9 p.m. tonight here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But let's tune in and listen to this briefing here, this testimony live.
Substantial support from the Hill to upgrade that infrastructure, given the fact that we are behind right now on developing hypersonic weapons. So, Admiral Richard, I'll turn to you. Electromagnetic spectrum operations underpin nearly every aspect of U.S. military operations, from command and control to electronic warfare to sensing and seeing. Surely our adversaries, however, recognize the U.S. military's historical advantage and seek to deny the use of the electromagnetic spectrum. Russia in particular, it has invested heavily in this area, as we've seen leading up to the recent conflict in Ukraine. The Department of Defense obviously absolutely must be structured to ensure dominance in this area. In fact, the 2021 NDAA requires that STRATCOM transfer its responsibilities for electromagnetic spectrum operations to another entity within the Department of Defense. Can you please provide an update on the status of these efforts and share your thoughts on where the department these critical functions should rest?
Congressman, I'm pleased to see that my department has finally understood the importance of us being able to operate in electromagnetic spectrum, and I was very pleased to see the department release the Electromagnetic Spectrum Superiority Plan, which has a detailed implementation plan that we're executing. One of my direct responsibilities inside that is to stand up a 2-star, directly reporting to me organization designed to be the operational proponent. And so before those responsibilities, STRATCOM's responsibilities transfer anywhere, which is still an open question, I think it's my responsibility to get the operational house in order, basically fix it, and then have it in a position where we might consider transferring it to another combatant command. Fundamentally, my job here is to be the operational proponent, to make sure the standards are correct, to make sure certifications are correct, and then to make sure that the operational implications of the programmatic decisions we make are considered. We're going to fix it first, and then we'll figure out if anybody else needs to have it.
Thank you, Admiral. We look forward to the outcome of you fixing it and see where that lands, and then we'll go from there. So I'll be following that closely, but thank you for your answer. General Dickinson, I've long said that we'll never fight another war without the involvement of cyber, and the same is true for space. Can you discuss the cyber resilience of our space architecture?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. So the cyber resiliency, what's unique about the U.S. Space Command is as we formed and organized ourselves, we started out by embedding cybersecurity right from the very beginning. So when I look at the command right now, we just established our JCC, or our Joint Cyber Center within the command that is responsible for looking at the systems within the architecture that we need to defend. So that was starting point number one. The second piece is our relationship with U.S. Cybercom and General Nakasone and his team, which has embedded a small element within U.S. Space Command, and vice versa. I've inserted or established a cadre within his command as well. And when we look at the service componency across U.S. Space Command, 2 of my 5 service components are dual-hatted as both space as well as cyber. So giving all of that synergy, if you will, with cyber, we've taken a very deliberate look at how do we protect our space architecture from cyber activity. So I'm confident right now that we're making great strides in that regards, and that we are, in fact, as I believe, as Admiral Richards said, at our highest posture at this point.
I'm encouraged by that answer. Thank you, General, and my time's expired. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Langevin. Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Dickinson, good to see you, Ms. Baker. A quick question for you on Space Guard. I don't think there's a full appreciation for how valuable the Guard is to the current mission. Just a couple of quick data points. Alaska provides 80% of the 24/7 combat mission ready space warfighters for the upgraded early warning radar. New York provides a surge capacity to the NRO's Ops Center. Ohio, direct support, the Combined Space Ops Center. Florida, state that I'm proud to come from, they provide a rapid mobility surge to war space electronic warfare capability. My understanding is that the White House would like to move all of these missions into U.S. Space Force by 2025. I think would you agree, General Dickinson, that the Guard brings a significant private sector capability as kind of a bridging function? And obviously they're a more cost-effective, or at least they're less expensive than their active duty counterparts. Would you agree with both of those assertions?
Congressman, thank you for that question. I am a big proponent and fan of the reserve component in general, both the National Guard and the reserves. what you just stated in terms of the talent and the expertise that they bring from the civilian sector is powerful. And as U.S. Space Command stood up 2 years ago, we actually had over 140 reserve component, guard and reserves show up at the front door and say, I want to be part of U.S. Space Command. It has been that reserve componency that was in the command at the beginning and exists today that gives us that combat capability that allows us to go quick.
That's great, and I know in the case of Florida in particular, coming from the big space companies, putting on that uniform, serving, and then going back and forth to the private sector has certainly been valuable. Would you support absorbing those missions into active duty Space Guard and requesting the funding for that force structure?
As I said, Congressman, I think the Guard brings and the reserves bring a lot of capability to us. And
Just in the interest of time, General, sorry, Ms. Baker, any comments there?
Congressman, I think the question of the Space Guard is a little bit out of my policy job jar, so I'll defer to General.
No worries. I think it's worth noting that the Guard Bureau has aligned the Space Guard forces under a National Guard Bureau Space Directorate for a relatively, in the big picture of things, de minimis cost. And my understanding is that director can be converted into Space National Guard. We established in the House version of the FY22 NDAA. Look forward to getting that across the finish line this Congress. Tactically responsive launch. General, Congress has supported this effort. There was a successful demonstration. The ability to rapidly reconstitute degraded systems from our relatively limited launch sites, I think you'd agree was important. In fact, some have said it's key to deterring near-peer competitors. But despite this, neither the requirements nor funding for this important responsive space launch mission area have been identified by the Space Command or the department. Do you expect that to happen in the near future?
Congressman, that is part of the requirements and the concepts that we're looking at U.S. Space Command now in terms of how to build that resilient architecture in space.
Do you see this tactically responsive launch as a key component? Do you expect to request funding towards it?
I see that as a capability, one of the capabilities that we should have in order to do that rapid replenishment of capabilities on order, in addition to constellations that have many satellites in it that constitute make a constellation, if you will.
Couldn't agree more, and I think as we move towards a resilient architecture, we have to be prepared if we start losing assets. How are we going to rapidly replace them? Just in the limited time remaining in the public session. Oh, I think we lost the Admiral. I wasn't expecting that, and I think I will reserve my time then for the
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Mr. Panetta?
classified session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, so we can get on to the classified session. I'm aware that the Joint All-Domain Command and Control, JADC2, is key to integrating missile defense systems, as is harmonizing our efforts with allies and partners. But I'm also aware of how challenging missile defense roles can be, especially if they're broken up under the Unified Command Plan. That being said, I was just wondering, General Dickinson or General Van Herk, can you just kind of give a description of how we're trying to improve interoperability among the combatant commands, as well as our allies and their communication networks in order to bolster our missile defense systems?
Congressman, I'll take that question, General Van Herk. There's multiple efforts ongoing to improve collaboration and coordination. I'll talk about one that I'm currently doing that we just finished and we're going to start again. It's called information.
Any trouble getting in here?
Hold on, Mr. Chairman, can you tell Mr. Desjardins to mute himself?
Mr. Desjardins, can you mute your microphone, please?
Thank you. Please continue, General.
Yeah, thank you. So the one that we're working on at our headquarters, it involves all 11 combatant commands. It's called Global Information Dominance Experiment. And it's about taking data and information from all domains, from global sensors around the world, to include allies and partners, to include the missile defense capabilities that you mentioned, and sharing them through a cloud and utilizing machine learning and artificial intelligence to process it in a real time. And that gives you the ability to collaborate amongst the various functions, to include intelligence, operations, and logistics, to be able to develop a picture, develop options, and evaluate whether those options are realistic. The Deputy Secretary has done an outstanding job by providing forces at each combatant command and funding to additionally work on integrating these capabilities across the combatant commands, her ADA effort. And so we're proudly partnering with the department and all the commands to get after what you're talking about.
Outstanding. General Dickinson, you have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Congressman. I would just add that Glenn has done a great job in terms of inclusiveness on some of these experiments that we have done that he just outlined. And it's equally as important that we're incorporated or integrated into those efforts in terms of missile warning as well as space domain awareness. So as we move forward, one of the priorities for U.S. Space Command is to make sure that we have digital superiority, and part of that is being able to integrate those very complex mission areas so that we have one common operating picture that we can all look at in order to make decisions and recommendations to the national level leadership.
Great. Gentlemen and ma'am, thank you very much for your service and your time today. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Panetta. Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Dickinson, it's good to see you. I appreciated the opportunity yesterday to discuss the importance of tactically responsive space launch capability with you. And as the combatant commander responsible for the space domain, your perspective is invaluable as the Joint Force works to build this capability. I'm glad to be working with Congressman Waltz, and I know we led a letter requesting the funding, so look forward to working with you on that. I wanted to talk about the nuclear posture review and test readiness. So from 1951 to 1992, nearly 928 explosive nuclear tests were conducted at the Nevada National Security Site, which is located in my congressional district. Since the test moratorium went into effect in 1992, NNSS has continued to play a vital role in maintaining the safety and reliability of the nuclear deterrent through NNSA's stockpile stewardship programs. Today, scientists at NNSS use advanced methods to conduct subcritical experiments that ensure the readiness of the nuclear stockpile. These experiments are safe to the public and the environment and provide decision makers the information and data needed to have no doubt in the readiness of our nuclear deterrent. The FY22 NDAA included $135 million to further expand stockpile stewardship programs through construction in the NNSS U1A complex, providing high-skilled, high-paying jobs to the community and a highly advanced scientific capability to the NNSA. Every expert and commander that I've discussed the issue with has agreed that the experiments conducted at NNSS and across the NNSA enterprise provide an extremely high degree of competence in the nuclear stockpile. However, I understand that NNSA still has a requirement to be able to conduct an explosive nuclear test within 12 months if ordered to do so by the President. I remain deeply concerned that any such test would not only be belligerent and unnecessary, but likely conducted at NNSS. Even the remote risk of such a test is unacceptable to my constituents. The Trump administration's 2018 Nuclear Posture Review stated that the United States will not seek ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and that we will not resume nuclear explosive testing unless necessary to ensure the safety and effectiveness of the U.S. nuclear arsenal. So, Secretary Baker, do you agree that current methods of stockpile stewardship ensure the safety and effectiveness of the nuclear arsenal? And will the ongoing Nuclear Posture Review reverse the Trump administration's opposition to ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty?
Congressman, thank you for the question. Let me just say that I think the Stockpile Stewardship Program is one of the remarkable successes of our nuclear architecture over the last 30 years. The work that is done in terms of scientific analysis to allow Admiral Richard to have that assurance of our nuclear enterprise is absolutely essential. It is the policy of this administration to support efforts to bring into force the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. It is also the policy of this administration that we will not change our unilateral moratorium on testing.
Thank you. Admiral Richard, as the combatant commander responsible for the nuclear deterrent, are you confident that NNSA stockpile stewardship programs will continue to provide you certainty that the nuclear deterrent is safe and effective?
Congressman, as you know, I'm required to formally report that assessment in writing. And last fall, as a part of my overall stockpile assessment, I did in writings.
We got about 10 minutes here left, ladies and gentlemen. I'm seeing a 10-minute rig in action here. They are selling off. The market is accelerating to the downside. The Dow's down 2%, 2.10%. The Nasdaq's down 2.11%. The S&P 500 is down 1.97%. So we're getting red here, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's pulling back now. Even Tesla, even the big dogs, baby. They're coming down a little bit. A little sell-off here in the last 10 minutes. We're still live, ladies and gentlemen.
With the programs, and you have to have a flexible and responsive infrastructure, which is also necessary. So as long as NNSA continues to meet DoD requirements, then I will have that confidence. If not, it would require revisiting. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Horsford. Mr. Moulton?
Mr. Chairman, I defer my questions for the classified session.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman's consideration. Mr. Khanna?
Mr. Chairman, I defer my questions.
I also welcome your consideration. Then we will move post haste to the classified session. This portion of the hearing is adjourned.
All right here. So they got really classified now. They're adjourned with that. They're about to get to a classified hearing. That's it for the day with the briefings. There's no more briefings here, ladies and gentlemen, but the volatility just spiked up here, almost at $27. We got $26.86 on the volatility. The Amazon just tanked here, 3,000. Again, Mr. 3,000. They're down 70. Tesla's starting to move to the downside too, down 16 here. There is no more live briefings. Amazon is about to break 3,000, you guys, below it there. Like I said here, I told you guys 427, 428 break below it there and hold. You're going to start seeing some stocks pull back here. That's Max Payne for the Bulls there. Bulls are definitely clawed out here at this point. Yeah, we're starting to see some volatility kick in here. Stocks picking up to the downside really heavy here, man. Right here going into the close. That's just what's happening here. Oh man. Yeah, no more live briefings. Just double checking here. Nothing. So that's it with that. Qualcomm's pulling back right now. Roku's down here about 4. Regeneron's down about 15. Roblox is down here. Spotify's down here. The SPA's down. Block is down. Shopify's down 22. Snow is down. We do have some earnings here about to report. Salesforce, Plug Power, AMC, all about to report after the bell, ladies and gentlemen. Nordstrom, all about to report after the bell, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss. We're going to catch it here live about 10-15 minutes after the bell. We're going to stay live here with LCOD in the stock market and the earnings after that bell. Hey, though, Dollar Tree report tomorrow. Dollar Tree report tomorrow before the open here. That's going to be a very good one there. Dollar Tree. Not Dollar General, Dollar Tree there. Yeah, that's gonna be really good there. So I was seeing a little bounce off the bottom, but nah, it's at that point. We're below 428 on the SPY, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to rush and try to fight it back here before the close. We're closing about 8 minutes. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. They might try to pull some rig here. Wouldn't surprise me. It's the last 10 minutes here. They might keep it below here and keep that Max Payne, and the Bears won. The Bears won officially. The Bears been won earlier here, but it looks like they held that momentum. We have a lower low here on the spot here, so the Bears officially are about to win in 8 minutes if they can keep the market below 428, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, here we go, 428 on the board. So it's popping right back up here. Bears are still going to win regardless here, as long as the spot don't bounce back to VWAP, which is 432 here. The Bears are going to win right here regardless, but it's just a fight here to stay below 428. I'm talking about continuation for tomorrow and the following day and the following day after that. We do have Fed Jerome Powell. He speaks Thursday. Tomorrow, there's some more market data coming out in the morning. We'll be tuned in for that. But right now, everything's selling off, man. AMD's down 10 here at 112, you guys. Firm is down. Applied Materials down. Everything is down. Apple's down. Adobe is down. Airbnb, Autodesk, Boeing's down. Everything's down. Everything I'm calling out is down right now, ladies and gentlemen. There is no green in the market here. CRM report here after the bell, Salesforce. So we're going to see what they do while the market is selling off here. Earnings is different there. They can go up, they can go down. We don't know here. We're going to see. Google's down 30 now. Goldman Sachs down 11 here. GameStop is down 4. Microsoft down 5. Moderna even down 4 now. Everybody's down, ladies and gentlemen. The market closes in about 5 minutes. Good luck if you're playing earnings. Chill out. I mean, you know, relax if you're watching. Kick your feet up, get some popcorn, get some soda here. You're gonna want to not miss this action here after the bell. For real. So let me check something. Oh, we're seeing a real big pop here, right here on the SPY here. Stocks just picked up. Amazon just touched 3,000. Now they're up $20 from that. So, wow, really strong green candle right there on Amazon. Bottomed out there very quickly, very fast. SPY's at right here at 429. So we might get a little 5-minute rig right back to the middle here. The Bears might not win. Hold up here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I feel like if the Bulls can get it right back here to the middle, nobody wins here. If the Bulls obviously cross that yellow line right now on the SPY above 432.40, they win here. At this level, the Bears still win here. Hold up here. We're about to see, though. It could be a 5-minute rig right back to the middle possible here. We're about to find out here. As of right now, the Bears are still winning. About to close here in 5 minutes. They're going to win for the day, it looks like here. Tesla's here at 860 now. So we're going to see what's about to happen here, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. You. Nah, I don't know. Somebody trying to heat on. She said you ready, don't Don? She got you. We're packed and ready. Hey, SPY's bouncing here, you guys. The Bears better hurry up here, or nobody will win if the SPY can get up another $3 right now. Nobody wins here. So keep that in mind right now. The Bears are still winning here. We're about to close in 3 minutes, though, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, you got earnings reporting here. That's about to start here. You got Salesforce and AMC reporting after the bell here. Plug Power and Wish, Dutch Bros, Nordstrom. They all report after the bell, ladies and gentlemen. So prepare for the moment. The numbers are about to change here. Now, this bunch I've been noticing, they can kind of like do what they want here. They've been credit spreading their earnings so far here. We're looking at the ones that just went on Monday and Tuesday. Only ones have held really is about Target and C Limited here. But they're kind of just doing their own things for the earnings right now. So be cautious if you were going to play that. We got about 2 minutes left, though, ladies and gentlemen. The SPY is bouncing up here. Amazon bounced quickly off of 3,000, you guys. They're right back at 3,020. Oh, man, that was an amazing bounce right there. Amazing bounce right there. So it looks like some stocks are extending the sell-off here to the downside. Just not correlating with the overall market. SPY's coming up here, though, right here, 430 on the SPY, ladies and gentlemen. And we got 1 minute! Yes, sir. We about done, ladies and gentlemen. We about to wrap it up here. We about to close and shut it down. We're not even going to actually be able to stick around after the hours today, ladies and gentlemen. I have to handle some business here. So we're going to close it out right at 4 o'clock here today, ladies and gentlemen. But we will check into the earnings tomorrow morning before the market open. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. I hope you've been enjoying this show out there, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you catch the recap later on when you're at home chilling. But make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen. The market is about to close. Lock in your final plays, ladies and gentlemen. Earnings is about to happen. The market's about to shift again. There'll be another move ready for tomorrow. Oh, man. Looks like the Bears might win here. I don't think the ding, 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 ding. That's a wrap here. The Bears win here today. The Bears win here today with slight momentum going into the close, ladies and gentlemen. And that is it here. That is a market wrap. That is it. So this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD, and we are closing shop here. I hope you guys enjoy your evening. But peace out. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 9:30. See what tomorrow brings. LCALD out.